Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Lion of Judah Society.
They that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall seize them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them and the heart is deep, is deep, is deep. God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away, and all men shall fear and shall declare the work of God, for they shall wisely consider of his doing. The righteous shall be glad in the Lord, and shall trust in him, and all the upright in heart shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory.
መዝሙር 63 በቅንፍ 64 ለመዘምራን አለቃ የዳዊት መዝሙር። አቤቱ ወደ አንተ በለመንኩ ጊዜ ጸሎቴን ስማኝ፣ ከጠላትም ፍርሃት ነፍሴን አድን። ከክፉዎች ሸንጎ ካመፀኞችም ብዛት ሰውረኝ። እንደ ሰይፍ ምላሳቸውን አሰሉ፣ መራራ ነገርን ለማድረግ ንጹሕንም በስውር ለመንደፍ ቀስትን ገተሩ። ድንገት ይነድፉታል አይፈሩምም። ለእነርሱ ለራሳቸው ክፉ ነገርን አጸኑ። ወጥመድን ይሰውሩ ዘንድ ተማከሩ። ማንስ ያየናል ይላሉ። አመፅን ፈለጓል፣ ሲፈትኑም አለቁ። የሰው የውስጥ ሐሳቡና ልቡ የጠለቀ ነው። እግዚአብሔርም ከፍ ከፍ ይላል። የድንገትም ፍላጻ ያቆስላቸዋል፣ አንደበታቸው ያሰናክላቸዋል። የሚያዩአቸውም ሁሉ ይደነግጣሉ። ሰዎች ሁሉ ፈሩ፣ የእግዚአብሔርንም ሥራ ተናገሩ፣ ሥራውንም አስተዋሉ። ጻድቅ በእግዚአብሔር ደስ ይለዋል፣ በእርሱም ይታመናል። ልባቸውም የቀና ሁሉ እልል ይላሉ።
Lion of
Psalm
Judah
64.
Society.
Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them and the heart is deep, is deep, is deep. God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away, and all men shall fear and shall declare the work of God. For they shall wisely consider of his doing. The righteous shall be glad in the Lord, and shall trust in him, and all the upright in heart shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. Erev Tov. Good evening, Laila Tov. Good night, and a Boker Tov. Good morning to those in different regions of this earthly plane. Here, at this time. Evening service right here. Here, reaching the 4th day of the Shavua, the middle of the week, the 4 of the 7 right here. At Psalm 64, Mizmor Samek Dalet, the Hebrew Aleph, the Alpha Aleph numerics right there. Mizmor Samek Dalet. And its theme, divine judgment. Divine judgment. That's interesting. When we look at the daily Psalms, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek or Melchizedek. It's interesting looking at the Psalms Ethiopically, according to the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, right? From that root here, with the Torah readings and feedings, as one testifies to the next. So here we have the 38th sabbatical study of the Shabbat strong, Korah, called in the plain English Korah, or Hebraically Korach. Now we touched on the whole cold ice, bald and bald-headed connection. So we could call this the bald head, or the them crazy bald head, speaking about Korah and his conspiracy and this revolt, or this rebellion against the rightful authority of the leadership and the priesthood of Yisrael. Now, here we're in the book of Numbers, aka Bamidbar in the wilderness, and as we've been pointing out, it's the book of Numbers. It's a numbering of the hosts, the fighting men, the men of war, also the numbering of the hosts of the holy place, the Levites, the Levitical servants, and also amongst the Levites, the priests. We get to chapter 11, we get to what we call here in the narrative the bankruptcy, right, of the Exodus generation. So they came out. Yes, they came out. But what we learn here is that those who he brought out, he did not bring in, right? But then the question is, well, why? Why did he not bring it in? It's interesting because Moshe, in seeking to get a plea bargain for the Beit Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites here in the wilderness, he mentions something to Yahweh. He says that, if you destroy them, then, consider your reputation, is what he's saying to Yahweh Eloheinu, right? He who be our almighty power, our creator, ruler, and judge. He's saying that if you do destroy them, then what are the other people going to think? The Mitzrayim, the Kemet to you, the Egyptians, and different ones. They're gonna say it's because of you, and you was not able to bring the people in. So from Moshe plea bargaining, he basically get the death penalty, for the mighty men of Israel. What people don't recognize is the same ones who are numbered in the beginning of Numbers, that when we get to roughly all around chapter 11, 12, and thereabout, between 11 and where we're at right here, if it's 38th, here we pick up with chapter 16. So we get one rebellion in a sense after the next. It's almost like something is bad, it goes bad. And then as it goes bad, it continues to get worse and worse and worse and worse. This is kind of narrative here now. And just listening to Who the Cap Fit, that kind of dub remix of today's daily psalm, we begin to notice here in this season how the psalms reflect some of the inner themes, Khaveri. Right? There was a verse. Whereas today's psalm, divine judgment in his sufferings. Let's just go over right here. So what we're doing here is comparing the daily psalm, right here, according to royal order, Davidic worship, daily psalms here. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 64. And then we could also kind of do a little retrograde study. We can look at the previous psalm. We had Psalm 6. Previous to that, here in this Shabua, this week, this sabbatical study, we had Psalm 66. So we have Psalm 64, theme, divine judgment, right? The previous psalm was Psalm 6, right? Psalm 6, a prayer in sickness, also regarding, judgment, regarding words. Words, you know what I'm saying? What does Messiah say? Robenu say, he says, every idle word, one will have to give an account of in judgment. He says, stop swearing by God, by this, by that. Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Before that, we had Psalm 66. Now, I made a point that, Psalm 66, right? One daily psalm. Right after that, according to royal order, we have Psalm 6. Not making more on this, but just pointing it out as an interesting collateral, so to speak. We had Psalm 66, then Psalm 6. All right. Now, the whole 666 kind of thing, ain't that something? That's why I pointed to John chapter 6, verse 66. It's kind of an interesting Hebraic, we say Judaic and Messianic or true Christian idea when we're looking at the new covenant and looking at the whole 666 thing, right? So here we had a song of deliverance, right? Psalm 66, right? We had a psalm of deliverance. So, psalm of deliverance, right? A prayer in sickness. And here we have divine judgment, right? And here's some of the words that kind of resonates with this Torah reading and feeding. So understanding the basics of this Torah reading and feeding, we have Korah. Korah is the Levite. He's a Kohathite. He's in a prominent position amongst the camp of Israel that has been numbered and put in a certain basic level of organization, right? And here he is seeking, him as well as his co-conspirators, they're seeking to push Moshe, right, and Aharon out of the leadership, right, both of, we could say, the church and state, or the state and the church. So Moshe is like the leader of the nation in that sense, like of the state, you could say, of this kingdom, so to speak, right? Because he's appointed, right? Appointed by Yahweh, right? And then Aaron, he is anointed by Yahweh. Now, what's very interesting is that when this all occurs, this occurs after the previous judgment. So it seems as though the people are saying, listen, Moses is just doing all of this. If we get rid of Moses out of this, then we can kind of do what we want to do. This is like a continuation from the 37 sabbatical studies, Shalach, send, Shalach Lekah, send for yourself men to spy it out. So these spies, they bring back a report. 10 of them bring back a Deba, evil report. This evil report about the conditions of where the people are headed to, it discourages a whole generation. Right? That's why I say it's like a bad exercise of democracy in a sense, because the people are making a decision, but the people are listening to the 10 lying witnesses, right? And to the evil, slanderous report, right? And not to the 2 true witnesses. So they basically make like a democratic decision right here, right? They say the majority rule. Well, this majority rule in this situation, right, goes from bad, the previous Torah portion, and it gets worse right here. So here with the daily psalm, check this out, divine judgment in his suffering at the hands of unscrupulous men. Pause. in his suffering, the psalmist here, this is a psalm of David, Lid Dawid, right? But it applies to other righteous ones in the way. Let's look at Moses and Ahiron, because we also have psalms, right? And songs, the prayer of Moses also in the Torah scroll. Of particular interest is Psalm 90. Psalm 90 is a psalm where people say that, well, the Bible says that we only have 70, 80 years. Pause. That's false. The Bible doesn't say that. They say, well, God is saying. Pause. That's false. God is not saying that. In Psalm 90, it's a prayer of Moses. Now, when we understand the Torah narrative and then look at Psalm 90 in its proper context, you'll be able to see that this is Moses, right? In other words, from the Torah narrative, this is a prayer, right, that is totally in alignment with the true reading and interpretation of the narrative. So what Moses is doing in Psalm 90 in this prayer, he's basically talking about the situations going on in the wilderness. He's kind of communicating a prayer to Yahweh. Now, as we go, as we continue forward, we'll find out that Moses himself, right, and Aaron are not going to be able to enter into the land because this contagion, right, of the Lashon Hara. Lashon Hara, we touched on the previous when we were talking about like the leprosy and the evil speech and tongue and how words shape reality, that we have it even falling upon Moses and Ahiron. So after that, we have a Torah portion called Va'et Hanan. Va'et Hanan, or Wa and Et Hanan. And I beseeched. It's the Torah reading and feeding. And I begged and I beseeched. But Wa'et Hanan, Va'et Hanan, Hanan, Hana. Right? We have Hanan, which means like to, to favor, to pity, like a supplicate to supplication, right? Basically asking for like, undeserved merit or favor. It's like in court if they fall on the mercy of the court. And after Moses told that because of his lack of giving glory to Yahweh, him and his brother Ahiron, in the whole incident concerning the water that's coming up, that they would not be able to enter into the land. So after that, we get the understanding that Moshe, he kept begging and appealing for mercy. Like, almost like, I'm sorry, I really apologize. Please forgive me for that. Let me go in. Come on. Almost like I've come all this way, let me enter in. So he is told that he's going to see the land, right? But not go into the land with the people. So in that area there where it says Wa'et Hanan, it's not just and I beseech and I begged and I pleaded for mercy, for pity, pity the fool, have mercy, show grace to me. But the sense of the Hebrew, understanding the biblical Hebrew, is like, and I beseeched and I continued to ask. There was a continuance of Moshe's asking, so much so that when Yahweh, according to the scripts, when he responds, he says, enough. He says, don't ask me this anymore. Like, enough. Somebody keep asking the same thing and you're not inclined to change your mind. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. So Psalm 90 kind of like fits in, right, with what is going on, especially here in Numbers and also more so in Deuteronomy. And then there's that verse that we find at verse 10. I'm reading it here from the more Hebraic. It says, the days of our years are 80 years and 10. Well, a score is 20, right? 3 20s is 60 plus 10 is 70, or even by reason of strength, 80 years. So 4 20s are basically 80. So this is where people get, a lot of false preachers, false ministers of the word, because we have to study and show ourselves approved. Yes, it says the days of our years are 70 years, and if by reason of strength, they be 40 years, right? I mean, it's like it'd be 80 years. By reason of strength, it'd be 80 years, 80 years, right? So it says 70 and 80 years. Where does God say, I've only given y'all 70 to 80 years? Where's God in this? This is Moshe's prayer. You see what they miss? They get into the verses in the chapter, but they miss the first part. The first part of Psalm 90 that begins book 4 of the Psalms is a prayer of Moses, the man of God. Tefillah leMoshe ish ha-Elohim, right? And what's interesting is that when we go to Deuteronomy chapter 33 and 1, it also mentions Moshe as Ish, man, Ha Elohim, as man of God. Moses is so named and described even in Torah. But what does it say? It says that he who turns his ear from hearing Torah, even his prayer is an abomination. Now, whatever one's prayer sometimes is private, is that, right? But just to point out the fact that if we don't hear Torah, see, if we listen to Torah, right, in Deuteronomy 33 and 1, right, then we know that Moses is a man of Elohim. Then if we read Psalm 90 completely, not just starting with Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations, and forgetting the superscription. The superscription that's not counted in the KJV Bibles as a verse, but is put there, is a prayer of Moses, the man of God, or the Ish Ha Elohim. Now, what does that tell us? That's the intro, right? You read a book, there's like a preface, right? There's an intro or preface, or some introduction, like, okay, this is the book is about, this is my story, this is about so and so, blah, 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 blah. So when you get to chapter 1 and continue, you get the idea. But if you skip that, it's easy for one to superimpose all sort of imaginations. And this is what has horribly gone wrong with verse 10, Psalm 90 and verse 10, and what has been preached in God's name, right? In God's name, or in the Lord's name, in Jesus' name, has been preached as almost a commandment, right? And they even have said that, well, God says. You have to say, well, God says that we only have 70 or 80 years. Once again, we're looking at Psalm 90, and we're connecting this with the greater narrative we're here in this Torah reading and feeding, specifically for this Torah reading and feeding, but overall. So as we go through it, we can see, well, it's not just, okay, this Torah reading and that Torah reading, but how there's a big picture, there's a full picture. So we have to kind of look at the big picture, in its context. So looking at the big picture in its context, this is a part of Moses' prayer. Now, ones will say, well, didn't Moses say the days of our years? The days of our years, our years? It's like saying Moses talking about himself, right? But when you pray, right, or when people pray, they can pray for themselves, but they can also pray for their people. And such as Moshe, remember the people complained about food and everything? They wanted meat. They wanted not just food, but they wanted flesh. Basically, they wanted flesh, right? And Moses turns around to Yahweh and says, how can I feed all these people? How can I be all these people? Moses took that personally on himself, right? Right? And Yahweh basically said, listen, basically he can handle it. But how Moses was taking all personal, because Moses' position as being that appointed one, both in bringing the children of Israel and appealing their case before Pharaoh and everything that we know in the narrative. Also, Moses being the mediator. He's the mediator of, we can say, the old covenant, or the mediator of the Sinai covenant, as we have in the new covenant. Yeshua, right, is the mediator, right? There's only one mediator, the man, Yeshua. Check. So when he says the days of our years in Psalm 90 verse 10 are 70 years and 10, which is 70 years, and even by reason of strength 80 or 80 years, pause for a moment. How was Moses? Moses was 120 years. So is he talking about himself? So obviously, if this is the prayer of Moses, this is just like reading with comprehension and reading. So this is Moses' prayer. Who is speaking at verse 10? It is Moses speaking. See, Moses tells us, right, according to what is written, right, we are told, well, thus saith the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the people, such and such and such. So that tells us, just based on what is written, that it is Yahweh who spoke to Moshe, and Moshe spoke to the people, and Moshe spoke to the Levites, and Moshe spoke to Aaron, and Moshe spoke to the children of Israel. Whoever it was directed to, this is who he spoke to. So it's the chain of custody. But the chain of custody in Psalm 90, right, is that this is a prayer. We get a prayer of Moses. Moses is praying here. So he says the days of our years, because he's the same one who interceded, we have over and over in Torah. So the reason why a lot of people say these crazy things is because they don't study Torah. And remember what it says. It says that he who turns his ear away from hearing Torah, even his prayer, it will be an abomination. So that means that those people out there that are telling, 70, 80 years, the Bible says so. The Bible, the Bible say, well, yeah, we do say the Bible say, but the Bible's a book. The book don't really talk, right? The letters are dead, right? What it says the letters are dead. The letters are dead. I gotta repeat that. The letters are dead, right? Right? It's not the dead letter, right? But it's a living spirit. That means that somebody has to engage this text who's alive and living and understand it and articulate it according to the context of the psalm, right? What's written, it is Moses' is prayer. If we understand Torah, then we know that Moses also prayed likewise. In we got to go over how many cases did he really intercede for Israel. We can remember like 2 or 3 right off the, right off. But we know that there might be, maybe a few more. But we know 2 or 3. The molten calf incident, namely, and what we have previously with the spies and the rebellion of Israel. But now, when we look at the context of Numbers, how it begins, it's a counting of the men of war, the strike force to inherit and get the land. And we have it written that those who were to serve would be 20 years, right? 20 years, 20 years and above. So now let's go figure this right here. We have the generation that came out of Mitzrayim. It's clear this 20 years and upward, and then it speaks numbers of like 30 years, from 25 for the priests, and from 30 to 50. We get all these kind of years, so we can estimate that the people that's being talked to are within these ages, 20 to 50 or so. Not saying there's no elders above that, right? But we're talking about the heart of the Exodus generation, the generation that came out with Moshe. So what Moses is doing right here, right? He is not so much speaking of himself, you know what I'm saying, personally, but he is doing what he did elsewhere. He's being an advocate, right, for that generation, that particular generation, right, that came out from Mitzrayim, right? Mainly those who, when coming out, were anywhere from 20, right, to 40 years of age on average, right? And then how long were they out there? They were out in the wilderness for about 40 years. You see how the math now works out? And the days of our years are 80 years and 10, 17, by reason of strength are 80, right? Now, the proper translation of Psalm 90, a more proper translation of Psalm 90 and 10 would be this: Yet is their pride, travail, and vanity, for it is speedily gone, and we fly away. Notice as we're going through Numbers, Numbers is giving us a kind of an overview of 38 years, right? Already from Exodus to Leviticus, coming to Numbers, we get roughly here, and Numbers chapter 1 will tell you it was the second year after the Exodus, so that's 2, right? 2, second. And then we have 38 years, 38 plus 2, right? Remember, this is about numbers, basic math, basic numbers. Does the math? 2 plus 38 is 40. How many years were they assigned to it? A year for a day that spies spied the land. So that would be 40 years. Now, Moses himself, right, when he passes, he's 120 years. But get this here. Moses is 80 years old, an 80-year-old man, right? Right? I think they had elder problems. They had age problems. I think age can always be a problem. And some of y'all's and you's and we's that get older, it's kind of interesting, right? I don't know how many of us dealt with, I know how I did, but I know how many of y'all dealt with, like, elders before. You know what I mean? Like when people get older. But those who do get older, there's something strange. You may not even feel older, may not really look much older, right, to yourself and maybe to others, but it's this whole thing like, oh, you old man, old man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh woman, oh woman, oh woman, oh woman, right? Not old woman, but old woman. Not old man, but old man. Now, check this out. Moshe, who is their liberator, he is 80 years old. We think like getting to be 40 and 50. Well, 40 and 50 for, many ones don't make it to that particular age, but definitely if you make it to that particular age, may Yah bless you, may He cause your mind, your soul, you know what I mean? May you prosper as your soul prospers, But my point is that Moses is 80 years old. He is 80 years old when he basically is being called to action. Think about that for a moment. He's an 80-year-old man. Remember when he left Mitzrayim, he was a 40-year-old man. He spent about 40 years, right, in Median and in the wilderness and other places. Some say even Cush and Ethiopia. But according to the scripture, he spent 40 years. Then he's called when he's 80 years old, right? Let's see if the math. So now, how long were they in the wilderness? For 40 years. So he's 80 years old when he first, is commissioned, right, to be that, quote, liberator, right, to bring forward that message of liberation, right? And then after being liberated, right, they spend 40 years in the wilderness. So he passes away, right, at the age of 120. I think Aaron is like 130, 137, right? We have to still do the math on Miriam's age, but all of them are well past that. Remember, upon whom was the judgment? On who was the judgment from the previous 37 sabbatical studies? Shalach Lekah. Well, the judgment, right, was upon those who he brought out of Mitzrayim, mainly the men. See, here's the thing, my fellow men, brethren, right? Just to understand, how does Yahweh deal with his people in covenant? He's the same today, yesterday, forever, right? So even in the new covenant, we can learn something from the old covenant, right? In principle, right? How does he, so-called deal with his people? Well, he deal with the men, right? So it's almost like this. You remember when we were reading about Korah and Datan and Abiram? It basically says that, with Datan and Abiram, it was them, it was their children, it was their wives, it was all that appertaineth to them. So in a sense, when we as the men go off, right, according to the Torah, strictly speaking here, according to the Torah, the context of the principles in Torah, the whole family, other people can be affected. Because if it's true that the man is the head of the woman, right, and Christ, Messiah, is the head of the man, and Elohim Ha'av, God the Father, is the head of Moshiach, of Christ, right, then there's that order. You see that order? It doesn't mention this, but then we can say that the woman is also the head of the children. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, in that particular order, right? In that particular order right there, right? So it's like if one's children are off, what we talk about the parents, right? And in the same sense that if the man is proper, right, then those proper blessings and consequences are to the children. That's why when it says upon the, children, he will visit the iniquity upon the fathers. That when it says fathers, it's not saying parents. It's not saying upon the mother and father. No, it's saying upon the fathers, the patriarchs. That's why it's written, to whom more is given, more is required. Right? So because the sons of Israel, the warriors of Israel, upon hearing the false report, believed it, got scared, went crazy. They went cray-cray, and they decided to get rid of Moses and rebel and go back to Egypt and do all this fugazi stuff, was one of the reasons Yahweh was going to destroy all of them and make a great nation out of Moses. But Moses, he said, nah, right? He could have said, all right, I understand this people is stiff-necked and rebellious, but no, he used the stiff-necked and rebellious, which is the nature of them, to really appeal for even more mercy. So he got them 40 years, right? 40 years, and so the death penalty, he got them, a 40-year bid, right? They commuted, got Yahweh to commute the death sentence, right? So just putting those basic things together, we're not going to stay too much on Psalm 90. I just had to segue there because as we're here in these Torah reading and feedings and numbers, for ones who are paying attention even to some of the basics, hopefully the bigger picture will begin to crystallize. Right, so when you're reading Psalm 90 over here and you come across this over here and recognize, it's a prayer of Moses. I get it. This is a prayer of Moses. So it's like Moses speaking. So when we read through here, we'd be like, okay, Moses, this is one of the type of prayers that Moses was speaking, going through all that stuff that he was going through, right, with the Israelites, in the books Exodus, right, mainly Exodus and Numbers, because Leviticus basically it zooms in on the, well, we could mention Leviticus too, because remember the incense, the incident of the incense incident, right? There's the incense incident, with Nadab and Abihu, and here in this Korah, this Torah portion, reading and feeding, we have another, right, incense incident, right? I mean, which is interesting because though you just read it, okay, these guys wanted to burn incense. So what's so wrong with that? It wasn't that they just wanted to burn incense. I mean, they could burn incense in their house just, to fragrance their house. No, they wanted to burn incense in place of those who Yahweh had put in numbered for that service, right? It's like Yahweh, he lays order, and then after he lays the order, the people just disorder it. And that's what we get from chapter 11 straight through this book. So here we're at chapter 16, right, of Numbers. And here we're at today's daily Psalm, Psalm 64, right? So in Psalm 90 and 10, it's basically Moshe, right, in one of his many appeals, right, and prayers for the Bnei Yisrael. I mean, Moses, just on the human character, right? The faith-based character. I mean, in spite of the times they wanted to stone Moses, they wanted to do this to Moses and Aaron, his recourse wasn't like, even when Yahweh says, I'm going to destroy them, he could always say, yes, yes, Lord, thank you, Lord, destroy them. But no, he appeals over and over. So it's like when David says, for my good, they reward me evil. And that's what we get in this Torah portion from the last. Moses prayed for them. They were about to be deaded on, right? And after he prayed for them and they get their sentence commuted, right, they come after him even harder, right? So from the last Torah portion, we come to this Torah portion, they come at him and Aaron even harder. You know what I mean? That's why when we see the judgment of the earth opening up, swallowing up ones and their family and everybody that's down with them. But notice this, they are given fear warning. Notice the fear warning that they're given. Before, right, when Moses prayed that may Yahweh create a creature, right? Well, in the King James Version, it says, may he do a new thing. But when you're reading the Hebrew, Beri'ah, the Beri'ah is like a new creation. May he create a creature. May he create something new. May the earth open up specifically and just swallow these ones up, right? So there will be an earthquake, but may the earthquake be highly limited. Usually an earthquake just happens, the ground shakes and everything splits and, whatever happens to whoever it happens to. But may there be something specific that will happen. And this is the earthquake, that happens. But before it happens, Moshe, he runs through and tells everybody, get away from these wicked men. He basically tells them that judgment is coming, right? Come out of her or come out from them. You get it? Come out of her, my people. Come out from them. From like Korah, Datan, Abiram, from all these rebels, come out from amongst them, right? And many of the people step away from them. Now, an interesting thing we find that's not overtly mentioned here is that the sons of Korah. So please take note when we're going through the Psalms that are superscribed, Psalm 4 or of the sons of Korah, that the sons of Korah or the children of Korah, they died not. Now, of course, we say, well, why didn't the sons of Korah die? Wasn't he the children of the man Korah who started this whole rebellion, who kicked it off? Yeah, they were. So why didn't they die? I mean, is Yahweh partial? Was he partial to them? Says, well, I know you guys, and from you guys, you're going to write Psalms later on, right? And I really love the Psalms. I already know the Psalms you're going to write, so I really love it. So I'm going to keep you alive for some strange reason. No. It wasn't because of a favoritism in that sense upon them that was undeserved. No, it was because the sons, they recalled the 10 words that were said, falsely called the 10 commandments, the 10 words of the commandment of the Torah. You know what the Torah really is? The essence, the principles of it, is the 10 words. That's falsely called the 10 commandments, right? The 10 words. And when we look at the 10 words, we find it there, that, visit the iniquity, right, on the children, the sons, the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, right? Of those. So Korah basically is a hater, right? Korah, Datan, Abiram, they're haters. The 250 rank and file Israelites, that wanted to burn the Aishans, right? Like they were priests, like they're doing the priestly service. They wanted to presume themselves. Get this right here. They wanted to presume themselves in the priestly service. So let's see if we get this correct. In the previous Torah portion, and from the beginning of Numbers, there were men that were consigned to be the warriors, the strike guard, that would go in to inherit the land, right? From 20 years old and upward. They wanted to find out what the land was like. Now, because they're all in an army-like formation, they want to find out, like, well, who I got to fight, right? And what the situation is like. So they appeal to Moshe. Moses running up, to the supreme, to the Most High, and the Most High basically says, okay, shalach lekah, literally in the Hebrew, send for yourself, right? It wasn't so much something that Yahuwah, like, he how can we call it? There is the permissive will, and there is the commandment will, the imperative will. It wasn't so much like this is what Yahweh, he permitted it so because of what the people, right? It was a good idea that was brought forward to Moses, and Moses took it up, to his boss, Yahweh, and Yahweh says, okay, send for yourself. But even the language tells us that it's not like when Yahweh says, okay, this is what I want you to do, but you ask me about something that I know you want to do. So you know what? Send for yourself, right? It was like, I want you to do this. Let them be sent for me. This is a part of my plan. But since it is an idea that's come up amongst y'all, right? And you favor the idea of the people, the congregation, well, I favor you and I favor you because you favor the idea. You got to see for this for yourself. So send for yourself. So notice they have warriors, right? The warriors get a report, right? Caleb and Yehoshua and Joshua, they're like, especially Caleb, we can do this. But the other ones start to slander the land. That's the point we brought up before. These are the key points you have to know. It's not so much that they slandered Yahweh, but in the case of the spies that told lies, they slandered the land. It makes us think that we may not like the people in a place, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't love the land. Why? Because the earth is Yahweh's and the fullness thereof. You get what I'm saying? I know nowadays that people are saying this land belongs to these people. How does land belong to these people? If Yahweh is the landlord, right? That means that, yes, it belongs to them vis-a-vis, right, earth's rightful ruler, Yahweh Eloheinu. So they get the report that, yeah, there might be some dangers in the land, some, you know what I mean? But Yahweh's with us. They're like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. They all get scared. Think about this for a moment. The ones who should have been the warriors and say, that's right. It's like those movies. You ever watch some of those movies? Just, this is not a point about Torah interpretation, but just so you can understand the sense of it. It's like in those movies, we see some of those Greek or Roman kind of like movies, the 300 or whatever. And the leader says, yes, the enemies are great. They are mighty. They got this and that, and we're just a few, right? And you can see the soldiers, when they are real soldiers, they start banging on that shield like, yo, so what? We're going to do this. But not the Israelites. Nah. Right? They're like, yo, we want to go back to Egypt. They're like, we need to get a captain. We need to elect a Ras or a Rosh, a head that can lead us back to Egypt. Right? So they punked out. So the men of war punked out in the previous Torah reading and feeding. And here in this Torah reading and feeding, we have those who are of the second of the two hosts. We say the Lord of hosts. Well, the first host, we can say in the context of scripture here, is the warriors, the Tzavah, the warriors, the army. The second Tzavah is the host of ministers in the tabernacle. Now remember that Korah, he's a Levite, right? So that means we get like a military rebellion, like a military coup. We get attempted military coup in the previous one. And here in this Torah reading and feeding, right, we get we can say like a church coup or a priestly coup, a coup along the lines of, we say church and state. We get a rebellion by the military, the state, right, the state officers. And then here we get a rebellion among the church, or we can say the religious side, the holy side of it, amongst the hosts right here. They're done. This generation is done, right? That's why Yahweh, already knowing that, right, he's going to destroy them one time, right? That's why, if you recall, when Moses appealed for them, right, appealing to the mercy side of the revealed attributes of Yahweh, Yahweh says, I have forgiven and pardoned them according to your words. But when you read it in the Hebrew, it has a more intimate sense. It's like, since you chose to make your argument like that, if one may dare speak this way, right? Hashem, Yahweh said, you in a sense tied my hands because you was paying attention, right, to my attributes. And you wisely appeal to the mercy side. And yes, I am merciful, but also wisely you to make a mention, right, of the other attributes that if you did, right, then I will be fully, right, based on your case that you're bringing to me, right, entitled to carry out what I told you I'm gonna do, destroy them. But since you appeal, but it's only like Yahweh is saying to Moses, like, wow, you really are plea bargaining for them. You really don't know what's gonna happen. Of course you don't know what's gonna happen. All right, so let this, what says all these things was written, right, for us, for our admonition, right, upon whom the ends of the age have happened. That's why I'm trying to bring this out like this, like trying to say, okay, it was a military rebellion, a rebellion among the warriors on one part, right? One of the two hosts that was numbered in the beginning. And then we get the second, the Levites and the priests. Well, Aaron and his sons, right? Well, they didn't, wasn't them so much, but it was others that wanted to take their spot. Even though they were in a good spot, they were in a good position. It's like the psalm that we had earlier, right? Where it says about fretting and being envious and being workers of iniquity. But here in this psalm, it's divine judgment. It says this is a Davidic prayer, but it can be a prayer of the righteous, right? We can also apply the principles to this Torah portion, reading and feeding, where he says, hide me from the counsel of evildoers, right? Notice the Israelites, the warriors, right, who punked out. I want to say this because a lot of times we want to be gang, bang, and all that. Like, and it's something the men and males. It's a kind of an adolescent thing. It's somewhat of a the infantry kind of a thing. Like as young men, we're what's the old time we used to say, right? Some of y'all probably heard this. Some of y'all sound strange too, but young, dumb, and full of cum, right? We're young, dumb, and full of cum. You know what I mean? When we're young, right? So these are like the young man, the warriors. Yeah, rah, rah, rah. We can do it. We're bangers. Yeah, I'm tough. I'm so tough. Hear my rap lyric, right? But then when the real situation arises, right, a real situation now to show and prove, right? We now, are ready to run the other way, right? This is what's interesting here about these Torah portions, the basic principles of the personality of Yahweh's people, Jehovah's people, right? And in general, also people, but this applies more to Yahweh's people. Why do I say that? What we see the Israelites go through, every people don't do that, right? There's many people in the recorded history where they haven't come into such a relationship with Yahweh, because who have he dealt with like this? So let's understand that. But I'm saying this applies to a particular people, right? It says, hide me from the counsel of evildoers, from the tumult of the workers of iniquity, who have whet their tongue like a sword. Think about the dialogue we get in what's that? Numbers chapter 16. In Numbers chapter 16, right? The dialogue of Korah, the dialogue of Dathan and Abiram, right? And have aimed their arrow, their words, a poison word. Remember when Dathan and Abiram said, Moses, we won't come up, right? Almost like you say, set up a meeting for me and them. And then they respond like, we won't meet with you. We're not going to meet with you. Because you know what? You have taken us from a land that flow with milk and honey. You know what? We won't meet with you because you have not brought us to the land that flow for milk and honey. It's almost like the rhetoric is confused. It's almost like in rebellion to God's way, people really become crazy. Even our arguments when we're in rebellion become crazy. It don't make no logical sense. It sounds strong, but really, if you can see clearly, it's really, really wrong. They are saying, Dathan and Abiram are saying that you have taken us from the land that flowed for milk and honey. Wait, so Egypt was flowing with milk and honey? Right? Was it all year or just after the inundation? Right? It's a dry AF land, right? If Ethiopia didn't flush her toilets, I'm gonna say it like this because I think people have to wake up. They talk about Kemet, and I'm forgetting that if it wasn't for the inundation that came from inner Africa, from Kush and from Ethiopia, and Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda is also part of that, Horn of Africa, they would not have the Kemet. In other words, Kemet comes from Ethiopia or Kush. The Kemet. You know, the Kemet is the ground, the black, the reddish brown ground. Well, that reddish brown ground that provided them, you know, the ground to grow their crops, that actually came right from Ethiopia. You know what I mean? But here's what they're saying. They're saying that they were brought out of a land that flowed with milk and honey, and they have not been brought to a land that flowed with milk and honey. I mean, what kind of rhetoric is this? They said before, they said, well, we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. And so we were, right? And so we were in their eyes. Wait, hold on for a moment. So you were small in your own eyes, and therefore you figure that you must be small in somebody else's eyes. In psychology, that's called projection. You know, projection. You know, what we're projecting, right? What we think on another situation. But in reality, objectively speaking, right, that right there is a mentally disordered. That's mental disorderment. So they were saying that they were as grasshoppers in other people's eyes. Pause on this. Do we have any witness that the other people even saw them spying out? Somebody might have saw them moving around, but did they have any witness? Can they tell us that somebody said, hey, you guys, y'all are grasshoppers to us? Where did they come to that conclusion? Remember, the first thing they said is that we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. So you see how you think of yourself, right? In such a condition, you're going to project on how other people look at you. You see what I'm saying? Like there's the old saying that a thief think everybody's a thief. A liar think everybody's a liar. You know what I'm saying? And you could go down the line. Not saying it's an absolute for everybody. Like we said, the thief think everybody's a thief, right? So the coward, well, anyway, the Israelites here, they said that they were like grasshoppers in their own eyes. To say that in modern language is in their own perspective, like in your own POV, right? So they looked at themselves as being small and unworthy, right? And therefore they projected that this is what the other people looked at them at to be as well, right? I'm just pointing out the psychological condition right there, right? That leads to a lot of these rolling bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? That's why the word repent, you know what repent really means, right? In a Hebraic sense, right? It means to change your mind, change your thinking, right? They had to change the way they were thinking, right? Notice Yahweh was doing all these miracles for them, and every time something came up, they acted like he never did nothing for them. You know what I'm saying? You ever been in that situation, right? Where either you have done many things for somebody, but every time something new comes up, it's almost like you never did nothing for them. Right? It's not you, unless you are that person, right? That they may shoot in secret places at the blameless. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not, right? This is Psalm 64, how it kind of echoes the Torah reading and feeding Korah, right? That rebellion, right? They encourage one another in an evil matter. Remember that it was Datan, Abiram, it was On was, notice there was another guy mentioned, another Israelite mentioned On. We don't hear about On again. They don't say the ground opened up and On got swallowed up too. He was one of the Reubenites. There were the two brothers, Datan and Abiram. They were brothers, right? And then there was On, who's a part of the tribe, but not a direct brother, right? A familial brother with Datan and Abiram. Datan and Abiram got it. Korah got it. And then we have, right, 250 other men. Now notice that Datan, Abiram, and Korah, or rather Korah, Datan, and Abiram, because Korah is the lead, right, who took first, right, that they were able to assemble from many of the other Israelites. It just says sons of Israel. It doesn't tell us what tribe specifically. The only specific tribe that's mentioned, right, is Reuben and the ringleader Korah, the Levite, right? So they were able to gather 250 men. That's a big thing. I mean, that's a real big thing there. Basically, they were seeking to hijack the church and the state. In other words, the priesthood, right, and the leadership. In other words, move effectively Moses and Aaron, the appointed Moses and the anointed Aaron, out of the way. So you know what I mean? So when it says in the Psalm, they are against God or Yahweh, Jehovah, and his Messiah and his anointed, the principle is working out even right here, right? Because Moshe, right? If you notice something, when they come against Moses, right, they often come right after that. They'll say something off about Moses, and then they'll start saying something off about Yahweh, right? Or when they come against Moses, is that's coming against Yahweh. Why? Not that Moses is Yahweh, but Moses is, that representative. It's like what Christ says. If you accept, a righteous, like a righteousness, what's it, like righteous man in the name of a righteous man, then you have a righteous reward. If you accept a prophet in the name of a prophet, you have a prophet reward. You remember when Paul and then rather when Rabbi Shaul was persecuting the Nazarenes, the Meshachim, the Messiahites, later called Christians, when he was persecuting them, when Yeshua, Adonenu, when he stepped to Shaul, to Rabbi Shaul, right? He's speaking in the first person, like, why are you doing this to me? And he's like, Lord, who are you, Lord? Right? And then Yeshua says, well, whatever you do to them, you do to me, because that I, we are one. So whatever you do to them, you do to me. So when they came against Moshe, right, they came against Yahweh. So they basically, rose up, even the Israelites, against Yahweh and his anointed, or I say it like this, his appointed Moses and his anointed Aaron. But it goes on in the psalm. It says they encourage one another in an evil matter, right? Even after Caleb spoke and said, yo, we can do this. Yahweh's with us. What did they do? They said, okay, you know what? You make a good point there. We'll think about it. No, they got stoned to stone him. They wanted to kill him. You know what I mean? Because they encourage one another in evil matter. What kind of report the 10 spies that brought back lies brought? According to scripture, they brought back a diba, a dibby, a evil report. They converse of laying snares secretly. They asked who would see them. Now, the amazing thing is when they rose up in Numbers chapter 16, they're basically saying that, listen, we all are Yahweh's people. We all are holy. You know how people do that today too? We do that today too. It's like nobody's really, even though one person may have the signs testified by the Almighty with them, we'll still make it like they don't have the signs. Well, we all are the same. That's why in Hosea, when Hosea talk about my people perish for lack of knowledge, you know what I mean? It's like, don't argue with the people, because as priests, so people, right? As priests, so people. It's like all the people think they're priests. You get that with our people, once lost, now found. My mama went to church. I grew up in the church. Or like I'm churchy. My family is all. So that means the Bible. That's what they're going through here, right? That's what they're going through here. They search out iniquities. They have accomplished a diligent search, even in the inward thought of everyone and the deep heart. When you start to say, what was Korah motivated by? Korah is already a Kohathite. The Kohathite had responsibility of the holy instruments, including the Ark of the Covenant. That's more than any rank and file Israelite could say. Most of us as rank and file Israelites in that context, we could only bring offerings for Thanksgiving, for praise, for holidays, for our, sin offering or whatever. We can only bring offerings. Right? Parade the animal or the offering in front of the patah, the door of the tent, right? Tell the priest why we're here. If it had to be like a sin or something like that offering, we had to go to the north side of the camp. We had to put our hands on the head of the offering. We had to confess exactly what we did and transfer it to the animal. The priest had to give us a knife to cut the animal from ear to ear. The priest caught the blood. And then we stepped back and watched as the rest of it was performed by the priest. Right? We could not even approach the altar. We as the rank and file Israelites could not serve as the altar. The rank and file Israelites in the covenant Sinai could not do as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, where they offered offerings. Right? In other words, what basically they brought the animal, they said what they said, they cut it up, chopped it up, put the blood, praise Yah. They did the priest work back in the days, right? Even the patriarchs. But in this covenant from Sinai, especially because of the molten calf, falsely called golden calf incident, the rank and file Israelites, right, had to go through the Levites. I keep going back to the point when Moses came down in Exodus chapter 32 from the mountain, when he was sent down actually when he was sent down, right? And he saw the uckery, the fuckery that was going on. He shouted out, "Who is on Yahweh's side?" And only the Levites came to him, right? So Levites expressed their faith, right? But faith without works is dead. So he said, every man grab your sword on his thigh. Don't pity your brother or another, right? Go through the camp, right? And slay. Basically, that was a command to slay all the ringleaders. Remember, the Levites, they were on Yahweh's side. And when Moses came down from the mount, when he called out to all Israel who was on Yahweh's side, the other tribes could not answer. Why? Guiltiness rests upon them conscience. The Levites could, right? The Levites said that we are, right? But then they had to execute it. They had to execute their brother, whoever was their brother Israelites, whoever was ringleaders. Because Moses didn't really know who the ringleaders, he could suspect who they were, but the Levites who confessed that they was on Yahweh's side. So notice the other tribes could say, we're on Yahweh's side, but they could not say so. Now compare that in Exodus chapter 32 to what Korah says in Numbers chapter 16. In Numbers chapter 16, Korah says that everyone is holy. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? He says everybody is holy, right? You know what I mean? All of them, right? He declared that the whole camp is holy, and that basically what he was saying, and this is probably what he was using to get people on his side. He said Moshe and Aaron are running a scam. They're running a scam. We all are holy, man. We all are the people. Every one of them is holy. It's interesting because when Moses came down from the mount, right? Well, okay, well, true. Korah is a Levite, right? So he could have been a part of those Levites there. But Datan, Abiram, the 252, right? 252. Excuse that. All right, so anyway, right here, I just was hearing the psalm as it was, we played it from the beginning, who the cap fit, let him wear it, right? In verse 7 in KJV, verse 8 in the Hebrew of Psalm 64, it says, but Elohim, the creator, the judge, right? But the judge of judges, right? But Elohim, it says right here, but hold on for a moment. Let's go. Yeah. But Elohim doth shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. Now notice earlier in Psalm 64, it mentions the arrow, right? It mentions words, speaking words. You know how words can be like arrows. Like sometimes people can shoot you with words, right? And although, it is said, well, I did catch a shot. It wasn't, but that was different. But still, a shot can be, physical shot, an arrow wound or bullet bit shot. Of course, that's painful, that's deadly, that's dangerous. But notice how words can be as deadly, even more dangerous. Because at least with a shot, you can see the wound, you can treat the wound. But when you get hit with words, it's like, how do you, where do you begin, right? So in the first part, it says, who wet their tongue, right, like a sword, and have aimed the arrow, a poison word, right, or bitter words. I think in KJV it says bitter words, but poison word, a poison word, right? That's what we get in Numbers chapter 16, right? Just to bring this out right here. That's what we get in Numbers chapter 16. Let's see if we can bring this up right here so ones can see. Because we've been talking and letting some of the slides just slide right here. Give me one moment here just to make the connection so we can bring this on the screen. Kabarim, hold on. Just momentarily here. Here we go. Okay, hold on for a moment. Yeah, let's put this in here. So we're in Numbers chapter 16, right? Going to Numbers chapter 16. Let's see if we can get connection. Okay, we don't have connection just yet. Give me one moment. Let's get connection here. So Numbers chapter 16, you see the bitter words. Well, actually, we see the bitter words from the previous Torah portion, but it keeps increasing. You would think at some point they'll say, you know what? Just let's stop. The Israelites will say, let's stop, man. Because every time we be doing this kind of stuff, it just be getting worse. Let's just stop. But they don't stop, right? And actually, hold on for a moment right here. What is going on here? Hold on for a moment. What is going on here? Okay, my bad. Hold on for a moment. Let's see something. Let's try this here. Okay, I think they changed up this whole thing. Hold on for a moment. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Sometimes they be changing up these software, how it shows up, but we figured it out. Hallelujah. And there we go right there. Okay, here we go. You see it on the screen. This is our Torah portion where it begins right here, right? Korah, right? They rose up, right? They rose up, right? And with certain ones of the sons of Israel, the 250 princes, right? And remember, these wasn't just any old body, right? Just anonymous ones. No, these were ones that already had standing. Like these are ones that already had influence. You know what I mean? It wasn't just like just regular run of the mill rank and file. No, these are ones that had influence over the rank and file. Now they gathered together against Moses and against Aaron, and they said to them, right, y'all take too much, or you too much upon you, speaking to Moses and Aaron, right? Notice something. There's 250, right, plus of them. Can you just imagine that scene for a moment? You know what I'm saying? Right. So to those who were chosen by Yahweh, right, such as Moses and Aaron, there was only two of them, right? It was only Moses, right? Right. And it was only Aaron, right? But though they're brothers, they have two distinct roles and responsibilities according to Yahweh's Torah and according to his order, right? You know what I'm saying? They both are responsible for their duties, right? So, but there's only two of them, right? So sometimes you might feel, man, I'm alone in this. There's not really anybody else with me, right? So sometimes people will think, man, I got a lot of people, I got a whole crowd. I got 250 men deep. It's like sometimes some of the other camps, you see they have a lot of numbers, and ones will think that, well, because they have a lot of numbers, this is the legitimacy, right? If you're really real, you have a lot of people with you. This seems to be the same thought, right, of them. So some things really don't change, huh? Right? Too much upon you, seeing all the congregation holy, right? Every one of them. Did you see that part right there? Let's highlight it just as the King James. Not getting into the Hebrew now, but just like a plain read of this. Right? Notice this line that's highlighted right there. Seeing, right? I believe what I see. Mhm. I believe full, right, is a word, right, that really describes some people. So if ones believe what they see, then I believe the word full describes certain people, right? Right? You believe, you have faith in what you see. You mean you don't know that you're really seeing it? Right? I have faith in something I don't see. Oh, you know what? I'll help you out with that. Well, the person helped me out before. I have faith in that. I don't see that help just yet, right? But that's what faith is. I trust that because they have had some credit with me. You know what I mean? But here they say, seeing all the congregation are holy. What? Notice he didn't say seeing we in the congregation are holy, right? But they said seeing all the congregation are holy. Which congregation? Pause. Let's go back right here. They're speaking of these men. Notice what it says famous in the congregation. You see that right there? Let me highlight this in case you don't see it. All right. Here we go right here. Famous in the congregation. Famous in the congregation. Men of renown. Right? Then it says right here when they started to speak, they said, well, seeing all the congregation. You see what they're talking about? Right? Talking about those who he had gathered. That means Korah had identified them. Korah is the arbiter of holiness in his own mind. Right? Not just his own mind, but in his own mind and in the mind of his followers. This is a case study of bad following. I know some of us say, well, they don't follow nobody, and there's that kind of sense. They don't follow nobody. I get what's being said, right? But what you need is discernment, right? Somebody doing the right thing, right? That benefits them, that could benefit you. Why not follow that? It's a right thing. It's a good thing that's beneficial to them because a good thing is a right thing. It could be beneficial to you, right? But then somebody doing a bad thing that's not beneficial but harmful and detrimental, right? To follow them because it looks jiggy. It looks like what the people are doing is trending. You know what I'm saying? They were following the trending, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them. It's like on social media, people like it. Everybody like it. Everybody thumbs it up. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, yo, they feel good, right? They feel good because they're getting that response. As foolish people are responding to them, right? And they're thinking that this makes them righteous, right? So that means that they've made the wrong choice and don't even know it. Seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them. Now, they could have just said, seeing they all are holy. That would have been bad, because are they really holy? Are they really holy? Right? See, in the previous Torah portion says, "Be ye all holy ones, be ye all set apart, be ye all holy ones." Right? Right? That's a process. But here, according to this, they all already are holy. Not just that all the congregation is holy, but every one of them. You see that there? But every one of them. Right? But every one of them. You mean everyone? Everybody? Everybody. Everyone. And Yahweh is among them. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Korah is saying that Yahweh is amongst them. Is amongst them. Right? So basically what they're saying is that they are holy. Moses, you and Aaron, y'all are just taking this on y'all. Y'all are not really the holy ones. Every one of the congregation is holy. Every one of them. Right? And Yahweh is with them. So basically what they're saying is that you hear people saying the Lord is not with them. Right? Yahweh is not with them. Like they might be correct. But is that really your place to call? Did Yahweh tell you to say this, or you just saying this because that's what you think, right? Korah and them are saying this because that's what they think, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift y'all up yourselves above the congregation of Yahweh. Wow, wow, wow. They were seeing that Moses and Aaron is above the congregation, right? And what did Moses do? Did Moses argue? Did Moses say, yo, that's not correct? Yo, let me show you this, let me show you that? No, when Moses heard it, he went into prayer, right? He fell on his face, right? And then of course, we know this part. He says, listen, we're going to find out, right? Let Yahweh speak, right? Now remember, did Yahweh speak to Korah? We have any testimony that Yahweh speaks to Korah? Korah doesn't even say that Yahweh told him this. He is speaking for Yahweh, right? You know what I mean? And then when we go further, right, we find that, okay, let's scroll down here. Let's scroll down here, right here, right? When it says right here, it says, for which cause? In other words, what's the reason that you and all your company, the 250 plus men, right, gathered together against Yahweh? Right? Notice Moses is not even taking this personal, as it says in Timothy. You know what I'm saying? That the servant of the Lord should not strive. You know what I mean? And as it furthermore says in Timothy, was Timothy chapter, the second Timothy is that one where it says, those who oppose themselves. Moses wasn't taking this that he's opposing Korah and them opposing me personally. No, Moses knew better, that their opposition, they thought they were going against Moses and Aaron, and they're defending in their own warped perception Yahweh, right? However, Moses' response is that y'all are gathering together not against me and Aaron. I mean, what is me and Aaron? Who is me and Aaron? You know what I mean? It's not anything about me and Aaron. Me and Aaron are doing this because Yahweh said to do this. Don't you know this? Haven't you been witnessing everything up to this point? Right? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram. Right? Now he tried to reach out to the co-conspirators. Now, here's what's interesting. Notice in the beginning over here, it says this one right here, right? There's On right here. You see On, son of Peleth. Right? Now, Dathan, Abiram, and On, they all were sons of Reuben. Dathan and Abiram, they were brothers because they both were sons of Eliab. But On here was a son of Pelet. And all three of them, Dathan, Abiram, and On, they are sons of Reuben. Can somebody tell me what happened to On? How come we don't see On mentioned? Did On just die or something? It seems as though On, right? It seems as though On basically dropped out of this conspiracy. Now there is some reasoning, sages and others, and even we can reason on this. And there's an ancient reasoning that it was said that his wife, kind of spoke to him. That whole thing about the virtuous woman. You know what I mean? Who the law, the Torah of kindness is under her tongue, that she might have spoke to her husband. You know what I mean? And he basically dropped out of the conspiracy, right? But what's interesting is that when it's kicked off in the initial part, he was a part of that, right? But it doesn't mention anything about him, both here when Moses sends word, when he calls to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, We don't see him calling to On, the son of Pelet, right? Who also the son of Reuben, right? Right? And said, we will not come up, right? They said, we will not come up, right? And they would send back a word. They send back word, a message. Is it a small thing that thou has brought us up out of the land that flow with milk and honey? You see right there? They're saying that Egypt, Mitzrayim, was a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us or to dead on us in the wilderness, saying that basically Moses is doing all this just to kill us, right? Leading us around in the wilderness so that we just die out over here. Except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us. Now, Moses must be having some flashbacks here. Because you remember in Exodus, when he goes out to check on the Hebrews, right? His co-religionists, and he goes out to check on them and he sees Mitzrayim, harassing, doing Mitzrayim brutality to one of his Hebrew brothers, and he rises up and makes that Mitzri take a dirt nap. And then he comes back the next day, you know what I mean? And they say, oh, you want to be a prince over us. And the one that did the wrong was the one that was talking, right? And they talked in a similar language that Moses, you are trying to make yourself a prince over us. So that occurred when he was about 40 years of age, right? Now Moses here is roughly, depends on when this occurred, he's at least 82 or more, right? He's at least 82 years of age or more. Why we say 82, right? Because this is the second year of the Exodus, second year after the Exodus. This is going into, roughly, if it's the second year after the Exodus, then Moses will be effectively 82 or so years old, right? So what had happened to him 40 years earlier when he went to check on his Hebrew brothers, one accused him of trying to make himself a prince, right? And now, again, this is resonating again. It shows how, like, people keep grudges, whether they right or wrong, and usually they're wrong. They hold on to this. Moreover, thou, you know what it is? A lot of times we as people, sometimes we keep repeating stuff to ourselves. We self-hypnotize ourselves. We'll believe it's true because we've told ourselves that's true, even though we have no additional evidence. Moreover, thou has not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey. Now notice this. There seems like some cognitive dissonance here. He says, is a small thing that thou has brought us up out of a land? What land they were brought out of? Egypt. And here it says, moreover, you have not brought us into a land. So you brought us out of a land of milk and honey. So we're going from one milk and honey. Now we're here in the wilderness, no milk and honey, and you haven't brought us into the land of milk and honey, right? Or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Right? Now remember, this is right after the fact that this generation is not going nowhere besides going round and round. It's like in that movie. What was it? Cool Hand Luke? Cool Hand Luke, one of those movies, and like what we have here is a failure to communicate. And if you don't hear, we're gonna have to go round and round. So the Israelites are going round. This is the beginning of they going round and round in the wilderness, right? It's almost like, don't you get it? Right? Is that because of what just occurred previously, Yo was going to be deaded on. Moses could have said that. Moses could have said, listen, what don't you get? Yahweh is going to destroy you. He's going to make a great nation out of me. And I love y'all. Otherwise, I could have said, yeah, go ahead, kill them, make me great. Me and my family. This Ethiopian Hebrew thing would have been from before. Because, the Midianite, the Ethiopian woman, so forth, boom, 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 right? Moses could have made that sort of rhetoric. Like a lot of us, we would argue like that to make a pseudo-logical argument. Will thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up, right? Right? So then, of course, Moses, since he can't reason with them, he basically goes back to prayer. Notice something about Moses. What he heard, what they said, he went to prayer, right? He reached out to his brothers. Let's have like a sit down, and chop it up. Let's have a meeting. And they said, nah, we won't even come to the meeting. And they send back some nasty words, some confused and nasty words, right? Right? And then, so this is what leads to today's psalm where it says in today's 64, but God doth shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. Now, remember the arrow earlier in Psalm 64, right? Psalm 64 at verse 3, the arrow right there, right, connects with the poison or the bitter words. The bitter words. So Moses, he was angry, he was wroth, right? So he says to Yahweh, respect not thou their offering, right? I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. Notice Moses could have said to them, Datan and Abiram, I have not taken nothing from you. I have not hurt. I have not done no evil to any of you. No, he says this in his prayer to Yahweh. Because sometimes you say to people, and people then you go back and forth and they make up stuff, and then you get all frustrated. You get so frustrated that you can't even properly pray no more because your mind is all mixed up. No, Moses, yes, he was wroth, but then he turned to Yahweh and he made his prayer. Respect not their offering. All right. In other words, in the Hebrew sense, it's like turn your face away from their, like what happened to Cain, right? Turn your face away from their offering. Why? Because I have not taken one ass from them. In other words, notice Moses is saying, I have not broken the law. I have not done anything criminal to them. Right? I have not stolen from them. If I was making myself a king or a prince, rather a prince, then a prince would take things from. I'm your prince. So I need something. Or if I'm your prince and someone else needs something and you have something as your prince, I might think it's right that I can take from you and give to this other person. You know what I'm saying? But the fact is, I have not done this for myself or no one. I have not taken nothing from them. Neither have I done evil or hurt. Right? And Moses said to Korah, be thou in all thy company before Yahweh, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. Right? So that was like the day before. Right? And then we get this right here. They went through their playing priest. The people start to play the priest. Right? Why do we do that sometimes? We play priest. I guess it's because many people do that because they don't study what is required of the priest and also what is the consequence on the priest. And the priests represent the people, right? And the priest does the right thing, they get glory, right? Because they did the right thing, right? But if they don't, then it's like the sins of the people are on the priest. You see what I'm saying? It says so in Torah, basically. And the Korah gathered all the congregation, right, against them, right? See that in 10? To the door of the tabernacle, and the glory of Yahweh appeared, right, to all the congregation. Now, here is where Yahweh is going to shoot back now. Here's where Psalm 64 at verse 7, but Elohim doth shoot at them. Notice it didn't say at him, right? The translator right here says at them, right? Shall shoot at them. Wa yoreim, right? Like we say, respect the shooter, right? Respect the shooter. Yahweh shall shoot at them with an arrow, right? And thence and there will be their wounds, right? So they shot at Moses and Aaron, right? They're wounding their reputation, but Moses and Aaron are still safe, right? But they still have this evil intent to do them hurt. Now Yahweh now is responding, right? He's going to respond for that, right? He says, separate yourselves from among this congregation. You know, like we read where it says separate, you know, what we're told to separate, come out of her and to be separate. But sometimes we have to separate ourselves, right, from those who may be our people, right? But they're on the wrong side of Torah, right? Korah, Datan, Abiram, the 250 are on the wrong side of Torah. Therefore, separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. Right? But then what does Aaron and Moses and Aaron do? Again, they fell upon their faces. Right? Do we even hear Korah, Datan, Abiram praying to Yahweh at all? Seeking his face at all? We don't. Notice that. And they, speaking of Moses and Aaron, fell upon their faces, the position of worship. They assumed the position, fell on their faces. They got flat, was that old tune? Get flat, every posse get flat. But the only one's getting flat, right, is Moses and Aaron. Remember, I'm saying, connecting this with Psalm 64, that Yahweh is the shotter, right? They were shooting at Moses and Aaron. Now he's about to shoot back. And notice that when he's about to shoot back, Moses and Aaron, they get flat. You get down. When gunshots are, you don't stand up and look around. Who is shooting? No, you move the opposite way. They fell on their faces and said, right, El, Almighty Power, Elohe HaRuchot, the Elohim of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin? Notice this right here. Shall one man sin? Who's that one man? The man that this Torah portion is named after, Korah. Shall one man sin, and will thou be wroth with all the congregation? Remember, it was that one man that said that all the congregation is holy. The congregation, they just wanted to burn some incense and play priests, right? They don't really, here they're not really talking, right? They're not really saying they are holy, but it's the one man, right? See, he's sinning by what he's doing. He was already sinning in his thought. His thinking was falling short, was lacking, was missing the mark. But now he started to act on his sinful, his lackful thought, right? So this is the one man, Korah. And will thou be wroth with all the congregation? And Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, speak to the congregation. So it's almost like this. Notice the response here. So Moses and Aaron are beseeching Yahweh because they know what time it is. They know what's about to happen. You know what I mean? You know, they recognize Yahweh's signs and his dealing and his doing. So they speak on behalf of the people, right? To say the congregation. And then Yahweh says, okay, you have a point there, right? Speak to the congregation then and say to them, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Datan, Korah, Datan, and Abiram. These three here, right? This counterfeit trinity here, right? These three. And Moses, right, rose up and went to Datan and Abiram, right? And the elders of Israel followed him. So now the elders are down with him too, right? It's sort of a good sign, you know what I mean? The elders, right? And he spake to the congregation saying, right? Depart, I pray you, I'm begging you, depart. That's interesting. In Psalm, what was it, Psalm 6? Remember when we get to the part after the prayer, right? We get to the aftermath, the thanks and praise, right? But remember in the Psalm 66, Psalm 6, it says, let's go here, Psalm 6. I'm not gonna bring it on the screen right now, but just take note of this. Psalm 6. I want to get the exact verse, right? Psalm 6. In the King James Version, it would be Psalm 6, verse 8, right? In the Hebrew, it would be verse 9. Here it says, depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for Yahweh have heard the voice of my weeping. Now, we don't hear that Moses and Aaron is weeping, but I'm sure there's weeping there, right? And there's the heart of weeping. Otherwise, you know, why do they always seek to appeal for mercy to the people who want to kill you, the people who want to get you out of the position, you know, that Yahweh has placed you in, and that you were serving all the people? He wasn't serving his own interests. If he was serving his own interests, he would say, yeah, kill them. About time I could become that prince now. You make a great nation out of me. You know, no, right? Notice here where it says, depart, I pray you. It links with the Psalm 6, the previous Psalm, right here in the season. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity. Soru mimeni. Depart from me, right? For Yahweh have heard, right, the voice of my weeping. So far in this one chapter, I think we read at least 2 to 3 times where Moses is making a appeal for those who are seeking effectively to kill him, right? You know, to kill him, right? This is just a part of it, because if they were able to be successful, you think Moses could be just running around, walking around? No, they'll find something to get rid of him, right? So here, right, he spake to the congregation saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest y'all be consumed in all their sins, right? In all their sins. And then it says, so they got up. So some of the congregation, some of the people who were being swayed by Korah, Datan, Abiram, the 250 men of renown. Remember, these were men of renown. These were men who had influence in their respective tribes and clans, right? But when they heard what Moses and the elders, Moses, Aaron, the elders, they got up from the tabernacle, like the tents, basically, of Korah, Datan, and Abiram on every side. So just kind of imagine this if you can. And Datan and Abiram came out when they felt like, wow, it seemed like our numbers are going down. You know what I mean? It seemed like people are unsubscribing to us. You know what I'm saying? Well, why are all these people unsubscribing to us? You get it? They were unsubscribed. Well, right, and rightfully so, right? They came out and they stood in the door of their tents, right? Their wives and their sons and their little children, right? And Moshe said, hereby, he said, hear ye, hereby y'all shall know that Yahweh have sent me. Isn't this interesting? We have the mediator of the Sinai covenant, what's called the Old Covenant, right? But the Sinai covenant, Moses, he's the mediator. The mediator of the New Covenant, Yeshua, Moshiach, Yeshua, the Messiah, Jesus of Nazareth, right? And then we read in the Gospels, Yeshua also saying these same words, right? It's like they're questioning, well, like, why are you doing what you're doing? Who told you to do what you do, right? Like, where you get this power from, right? This authority. Here, Moses says, hereby you shall know that Yahweh have sent me, right? Because remember, Moses is the point man, right? To do all these works for, right? Not of my own mind, right? The words I have and done them are not there in the text. So what he said in effect was, for not of my own mind. Yahweh has sent me to do all these work for not of my own mind, which is also telling us that vis-a-vis, he's saying that Korah is making this up. It's just Korah's imagination. It's just your imagination that's running away with you and everybody that's a fool or to you, right? If these men, right, die, right, the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, like, the common death, they just die, they get old or whatnot, they die, in their sleep or this or that, you know what I mean? Then Yahweh have not sent me, right? So what he's saying is that, as every man dieth, the usual, right? But something, they're going to have to go in an extraordinary way, right? Because what they're doing here is very extraordinary, right? It's an extraordinary, like extraordinary situations need like an extraordinary response. I don't remember it, but y'all probably remember it. That's good. However, if Yahweh make a new thing and the earth open her mouth, now he even specifies what this thing should be. See, this is a further proof to everyone that witnessed that Yahweh is with me. He has sent me, right? So not just that okay, tomorrow they dead, because then they'll say, oh, you killed them or whatever. No. This is gonna have to be something that everybody gonna know that's beyond what I can do, right? That it's you, right? It's he who he be, who's doing the thing to justify what I'm saying, that he has sent me to do this work, that I'm not making this up for my own, I think my own mind there in the Hebrew is from my own either heart. I think it probably says heart right there. We'll check on it, right? From his own mind, right? Out of his own feeling and thought, right? Open her mouth. The earth open her mouth. The earth open her mouth and swallow them up, right? With all that, right, is to them, right? Appertain is not there, but all to them. And they go down quick into the pit. Then y'all shall understand that these men have provoked Yahweh. So what he's continually seeking to get across to them is that this is not me. They're talking about me and Aaron, the high priest, right? But it's really, they are against Yahweh. They're saying that all the congregation is holy and Yahweh is among them, but they are lying. They're making it up from their own mind. So Yahweh, do this, right? So that ones will know, right, that who you have sent and who is a liar, who is a fraud, who is a scammer, who is making up lies, right? Create a creature, right? The Beria. It's the Beria. It's not Beria. It's not Beria. It's Beria. Beria. Different than Yah. Like Yah is different than Ah, right? Anyway, be that as it may, right? And it came to pass, right, as he had made an end of speaking these words, right, that the ground clave that was under them. So remember, notice the order of the scene, right? Moses speaking, people hearing it, and they say, yo, we don't get a good feeling about this. You know what I mean? Something's about to happen. Let's get away, right? Gotta get away. Gotta get away, right? And then after he's finished, shake, rattle, and roll, right? And the earth opened her mouth. So you see how the earth, how she is working with he who he be, Yahweh Eloheinu, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up. And their houses and all that was to Korah, and all goods. Now notice something. The sons, the children of Korah, they died not. So that means the children of Korah must have made a definitive decision to step away from the madness of their father. Otherwise, we would not have psalms that say the psalms of the sons of Korah. So whenever you come across a psalm, the sons of Korah, please think about this, because what they did was fulfill, right, what is written over here, right? We mentioned it, but let's go to it, because sometimes, we have to strengthen our memory, right? It's roughly around, what verse are we looking for? Let's just land around, boom. We was a verse over, verse 5. It says, "Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, to any idols, any things that people make and call it God, call it Elohim, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh Eloheka El Kana, for I am El, the Almighty Kana, the Almighty of zeal. I am a zealous." We like to say, from the Hebrew understanding, a zealous God, a zealous power, a zealous and Almighty, the Almighty of zealousy, right? No reason for him to be jealous. The zealous, right? Visiting the iniquity of the fathers, right? Up on the children, the sons, right? To the third and the fourth of them that hate me, right? Notice it says, visiting the iniquity of the fathers. Right. Notice in this, this is one of the words of the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, but it's the 10 words, one commandment. That's why if you break one, you break all. Right. The iniquity of the fathers. They didn't say iniquity of the fathers and the mothers. No. To whom more is given, more is required. Iniquity of the fathers. So we have a father here, Korah. He had sons, right? Upon the sons. In the Hebrew, it's not just children, but the sons. The fathers upon the sons. Right? Remember, the sons would be and should be fathers at some point in time. Check. The sons to the third and the fourth of them that hate me. Let's go on. And shewing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Now, from these two verses, right? It doesn't say it overtly, but here's where comprehension in reading, right? Not just reading comprehension, but comprehension. In other words, read, but as you read, have comprehension, right? You need comprehension. In other words, come to the reading with a desire to comprehend, right? Here is saying the iniquity, right, of the fathers upon the sons, the third and fourth generation. Then it says, of them that hate him. So what is hating Yah? Hating Yah, right, is not to keep his commandments, because in the verse 6 it says, and shewing mercy, right, undeserved merit and undeserved grace and favor, right, to thousands of them, right, that love me. So you see, love and hate cannot be friends, right? So the hate part means they don't keep my commandments, right? So notice, this would basically state from verse 5 to verse 6 that if you have a father that's ratchet like Korah, and his sons was like, that's right, our daddy's right, because he's our daddy and he's right, you know what I mean? Then they would have perished in that as well, right? And therefore, because they would have broken his command. In fact, Korah was in a breach of covenant. All during this whole episode, he's a breach of covenant. But here's what's strange about this book right here. Not strange, but interestingly strange, right? Is that from chapter 11 forward, it's a rolling rebellion. It's like one thing leads to the next thing. You know what I mean? Over this 40 years. Right, okay, we can pause on that. This is just a show right there that this is the reason why Korah's sons, right, they understood what their duty and responsibility was, right? They are the children to the third and fourth generation. That means if the father has children, sons, and the father is a hater, he goes against the commandments, then the sons do what their father do, and then they have children and their sons do what their father and their father do. And so that means the judgment is a rolling judgment on all of them. Get the judgment. Why? Because they are in the hate. They are in the not keeping of the commandments. They're in the violation. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just because the father was a violator, but the sons, right, did not do better, right, to have obedience, and they're following in the rebellion of their fathers. So in other words, they deserve it because they're doing the same thing as their fathers. So to say you are what your fathers is, whoa, right? Yes, you are your father's child or your father's son, but to say you are what your father is, well, it would have led the sons of Korah to be deaded on with the children of Datan and Abiram. The Ata fire bun. So here, they and all that was to them, all that was theirs, right? Went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, right? And they perished from among the congregation, right? So notice how Moses and Aaron, they prayed for the congregation, right? And because of their prayer for the congregation, right, the congregation got a warning, right? In other words, we're about to, it's like in war. We're about to bomb this place. Get away. Now, we really can't get away because, we need somebody to come and bring vehicles and, help us. You better get away. You know what I mean? You better, get out. Remember the movie Get Out? Well, I can't really get out right now. But see, that's dangerous there, right? And they perished from the congregation. But now notice this here. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them. Like we mentioned before, they were hearing the people going down. Wonder when the earth closed, but they still were hearing the voices. For they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came, here's the fire part, and there came out a fire from Yahweh and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. So now we have to put this in a view. Let's see this in our mind's eye. So there is Korah's 10, Datan's 10, Abiram, they got their peoples with them, their family and their peoples. The earth opens up, swallows them up. Why? Those are the ringleaders. Remember? Those are the ringleaders, right? And then the other guys probably still over by the tabernacle with their incense, their Ishans, burning their Ishans and everything, right? They obviously didn't see what just happened over there, right? And they obviously didn't hear or didn't respond to what they heard, right, to get away. You know what I mean? Like at least one of them could have just dropped their sense and say, you know what? I'm out of here. My bad. Lord, forgive me. I'm gone. You know what I mean? But they were still standing around, right? And they thought they were special. And there came out a fire from Yahweh and consumed the 250 men that offered Ishans. You know what I mean? Now, what's interesting as we follow up more from this, we get to find out that on the point of holiness, this is a point on holiness, on the point of holiness, right? That Korah said that the people down with him, they were all holy, everybody, right? Here, the men burning the Ishans, the incense, they got burnt up, like Nadab and Abihu. Remember Nadab and Abihu? They got burnt up for a similar thing, burning the Ishans irresponsibly, right? They were burning Ishans irresponsibly. And speak to Eleazar, right, the son of Aaron the priest, right, that he take up the censers out of the burning, right? So take up the censers. It reminded me of when Nadab and Abihu got burnt. It seems to infer that they were consumed in their clothing, but their clothing and garments were still preserved. Like right here, the men who were offering Ishans got burned, but their senses remained. Right? So here, Eleazar, the son of Aharon HaKohen, the priest, the Messiah, the anointed, that he take up the censers out of the burning, right? And scatter the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. In other words, that the censers that these men that Korah said were holy, but their censers now are holy. It's almost like saying, y'all were wrong to think that, presume that y'all were holy and entitled to do this service after I already said who would do the service. But since y'all did attempt to do this service to I who am holy, right? I burnt you because you are not holy. But guess what? The senses that you were using, they are now holy. Are you following that? Right? Y'all thought you were holy. I already appointed who would be holy or set apart to do this service. I burned y'all who are not holy, right? But what you were offering in the quote holy way, quote unquote, I have now hallowed. Now these things are holy. This is interesting in a sense. Like this is like the good that kind of came out of all this bad. And there's a principle that we should learn. It's almost like in the Torah when it says, like when somebody brings something to the altar and they livicate it to the altar, and they will try to replace it, like you bring an offering, say, oh, no. I want to bring something else. I don't want to bring that. Let me bring something else. And now you bring the next thing to exchange. It says elsewhere in the Torah, it says both the thing that you brought, right, that now you want to exchange it with something else, and the new thing that you brought, both of them are holy. You know what I mean? It's not like Yahweh don't play that. You bring it forward. You know, like it's to even touch the altar, right? You are holy, right? That means if you're not really supposed to touch the altar, there would be consequences, right? That's why it says that the censors, notice what it says next, the censors of the sinners, right? The censors. See, he told them that don't touch anything that appertaineth, that belongs to Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Because if you do touch it, right, you know, their belongings, their things, then you're going to be a part of their sins. Now, these sinners, 250 of them who thought to offer aishans, right, they were burnt because they were not holy. Our God is a consuming fire. But the censors, right, that they had, they are holy. You get that right there? The senses of these sinners against their own souls, right? It's like the Para Duma, right? The ashes, right, makes the one who is sprinkled clean, but the one who goes through that process to make the ashes become unclean and handles it. You know what I'm saying? The one who handles it becomes unclean, right? But then the one who is handled by it, you know what I mean, becomes clean, right? So the sinners who was handling these senses, right, they were sinners. They were not holy, right? But the senses now become holy, right? He says, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. This is a very important thing. That means every offering after this that was offered on this altar, when the priest would offer, or the people would see the great work, the network of the altar, right? Imagine one's thinking like, man, when the altar was first made, that wasn't there. But after those sinners, remember the census incident, that grading right there, when they're putting the, you know, putting the animal and everything on there, yeah, that there, that network, the broad plates, the covering of the altar, right? That was provided by sinners. But that was provided became holy, right? You know, that which was not holy, the sinners were burned, but what they were offering became sanctified. In other words, for they offered them lifnei Yahweh. See that right there? See the formula? For they offer them before he who is holy. Yahweh says for us to be kedoshim, set apart ones, because ki ani kadosh, for I am kadosh. For they offer them before the one who says that he be kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. Therefore they are hallowed. Therefore they are set apart, right? They are kodesh, right? And they shall be a sign. A sign. Imagine every time the sons of Israel brought offerings, right, went through the rite and ritual, watch and observe the priests, right, the Levites and the priests do their functions, right, and they're looking at the top of the altar, right, and saying chant. Wow. You know what I mean? You know, imagine that, right? So Eliezer, right, the priest, he took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt, right? So they got their burn notice after Nadab and Abihu. Had not they learned anything from Nadab and Abihu, right? Had offered. And they were made broad plates for the covering of the altar. Why? To be a memorial, zikron, like something that people bring to mind to the B'nai sons of Israel. That, get this here. Now, there's a lot of talk now among men of the Israelite camps that have stepped up in some of their dissemination and reasonings, you know, more as we and others have been, you know, for Hebrew and really getting more on the Hebrew side of the ledger. Give me one moment. Just, it's hot, hot, hot. But anyway, we push through, right? So here on the stranger. Now, there's two kinds of application of the stranger. The stranger could be a stranger amongst Israel, who is Israel, or a stranger could be somebody from another nation who is not Israel. Some will make it all of one or all of another, because people have comprehension and discernment issues, right? You know, that's why it says teach them Torah so they can, you know, discern and distinguish between good, right, and not good, right, between acceptable and unacceptable. But here it says that no stranger. This is a memorial, a reminder. So let this be a reminder to the sons of Israel. So what is the sons of Israel to be reminded of? This memorial, that no stranger who is not of the seed of Aaron. Pause. So here the stranger, I haven't heard them bring up this one, but somebody's probably going to watch this and share it with somebody. But here's how it gets around. It is good, right? No stranger who is not of the seed of Aaron, right? Who is not of the seed of Aaron, right? So that can mean somebody who's a Levite. They have rights, but they're not of the seed of Aaron. So in this way, they're a stranger. It could be of any of the other, tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel. If they're not of the seed of Aaron, right, of the race or the seed of Aaron, they are considered stranger in this context of stranger, right? Come near to offer incense. Come near to offer incense. Lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, that he be not as Korah and as his company. So Korah got the earth swallowed up Korah and his bunch, and the other ones pretending to be priests, they got burnt. As Yahweh said to him by the hand of Moses. And then we get this part. But on the morrow, the very next day, all the congregation of the sons of Israel, they murmured against Moses and Aaron. You got to pause on these things here, man. These are like Selah. Like if this was a song, we have to go to the bridge and just play some music so we can think on those last verses right there. We got to meditate those last verses again, right? But on the morrow, all the congregation of the sons of Israel, the children of Israel, murmured against Moses and against Aaron. You would have thought that they would say, you know what, this murmuring thing is not a good idea, right? But what did they say? Y'all have killed the people of Yahweh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, wait. They didn't hear, they ran away. They ran away when Moses said what he said. They didn't hear what Yahweh said. Right? Now, here's the interesting thing. We know Yahweh speaks to Moses. He speaks to Aaron. Right? But there is a kind of an idea that is brought out from our studies, right? That the only time the Israelites heard Yahweh's voice, Eloheinu, Elohim's voice, was at Sinai in Exodus chapter 20. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And even with Miriam and Aaron, right? It's without a doubt that she probably heard, right? Miriam and Aaron no doubt heard. You know what I'm saying? But that, because if they heard Yahweh speaking, that's even worse. The only thing that makes logical sense is that Yahweh would commune with Moses, and Moses would turn around and speak. Right? Because remember, Yahweh says that he would speak to the children of Israel, to the priests, and to Moses, that he would speak from above the mercy seat and from between the two cherubim. You can go to the earlier study in Torah where he says where he would speak to them, and commune in the tabernacle, right? So the people are crediting this as being Moses and Aaron's doing, right? And not Yahweh's doing. When they say y'all have killed or deaded on the people of Yahweh. And it came to pass that when the congregation was gathered against Moses and that, wait, hold on for a moment. Listen, for these days of the Shavuot here, we're at the fourth day. We're still in Numbers chapter 16. You see how much is going on that needs to be broken down to put into proper context? Because if you read it just straight through, you might think it's just one thing. No, there's this thing. And then that thing is done, you would think, okay, rest, relax from that. But then the next thing come on the heels of the previous thing. So now the congregation, remember Moses had just prayed for the congregation? A couple of verses earlier, rewind this, a couple of verses earlier, he prayed for the congregation. It's like in the previous Torah portion, he prays for those who Yahweh says he's going to destroy, right? The men of war that got punkish and cowardish, those of their pedigree. They are what their fathers are. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. See, Korah sons, the sons of Korah, they give us a solution, right? But it's a heavy solution. Can you imagine that? Right? The sons of Korah, right? They had to separate from their father. They had to basically say that their father is ratchet, is wicked, right? As pertaining to these things of Yahweh, we're not down with him no more. We love Yahweh, right? Therefore, in loving Yahweh, they had to hate on their father. Now that explains what Yeshua says when he says, unless one hate their mother and their father and this and one and that one, they can in no wise be my disciple. Right? See how we understand it easy by the Torah, as Yeshua, our master, would say, right? Have you not read what is written? Right? Have you not understood? And they look toward the tabernacle of the congregation, right? So the congregation was coming out against them, and Moses and Aaron now take a look towards the tent of meeting, the tent of the congregation. And behold, when they're looking towards the tent of the congregation, as the congregation's over here rallying themselves against Moses and Aaron look to the tent of the congregation, where Yahweh says he's the dwelling, right? An indwelling. And behold, a cloud covered it, and the glory of Yahweh appeared. Right? Appeared. So it's almost like when this whole thing came down, Yahweh came down. Right? It's almost like people are like talking like yeah, well, daddy never told you to do this, and daddy gonna beat you up. Y'all are so wicked. And then they're looking like down the block, and daddy's home, right? And they're looking at these ones like, yo. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle congregation. So it's like, check it out. It's like they come against Moses the next day, right? Moses and Aaron. And then when they come against Moses and Aaron take a glance at the tabernacle. The cloud comes down. The glory is there. And here in verse 43, it's like they walk away from them. Sometimes you just got to walk away from a situation. It's like when Yeshua was about to raise Tabitha, or that Yehudi daughter, right? And he was saying that she's sleeping, and they're laughing at him and saying she's dead. Remember, he escorted them out and closed the door. So right here, they're rallying against Moses, railing against Moses and Aaron. Moses and Aaron see that daddy's home, you know what I mean? And they basically walk over there. They came before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Yahweh spake to Moses, right? You see the language? He speaks to Moses, get you up from among this congregation. But wait, we're still in this very same chapter, right? Well, actually, not so much in the Hebrew, but here in the KJV, right? When we look a couple of verses up, right, or before this, right, Yahweh is about to destroy them, and they appeal for the congregation, and they give the congregation a warning. So that shows that when Yahweh said he was going to destroy them, he was right. It sounded harsh, right? But he was right, because they plea bargained and appealed for them, right? It still eventually comes down that many more had to be destroyed, right? He says right here, Yahweh says, listen, get you up from this congregation that I may consume them as in a moment. Isn't this the same thing that happened a couple of verses earlier with Korah, Datan, Abiram, right? And with those who was burning the incense, 250 of them, and they fell upon their faces. Didn't they do that as well earlier, upward before as well, right? And Moses said to Aaron, see, them fall on their faces, their response is actually the righteous response. It's actually the right response. You know what I mean? The other way would be easier, but this is the right response, right? And Moses said to Aaron, take a censer and put fire therein from off the altar. And now notice, also what we get is the bad way to do something and the right way to do something. The bad reasons to do something and the right ways to do that same something. He's not saying that there's something that in the Aishin's burning in and of itself is good or bad, but there's a right way to do it. There's a purposeful way, and there's a wrong way. And Moses said to Aaron, take a censer, right? Remember the whole census thing? There was 250 of them, right? Take a censer and put fire therein from off the altar, right? Also tell him where to take the fire from, right? So it won't be no strange fire. And put on Aishans and go quickly into the congregation and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from Yahweh, the plague is begun. You see the flow of these verses right here? If it was like a movie and we're watching the scene, right? They come out against Moses and Aaron like over here, right? Moses and Aaron taking this in, right? And then when they now take a look over there, right? They take a look over there, they see the cloud coming down and the glory, and they go over over there. Yahweh speaks to them over there, right? And then they fall on their faces over there, right? Talk to Moshe, right? And tell Moses what's about to, what's going on. And now Moses tells Aaron. You see this hierarchy, this order, right? Tells Aaron, you know what I mean? Yo, take a censer, put fire therein from off the altar, put on Aishan, go quick. He didn't say just go. So they had already walked away from the congregation. The congregation is like standing wherever the congregation is, but there's some distance. We don't know exactly how much, but there's some distance. You know what I'm saying? Right? And now telling Aaron to go quick, fast, and look what it says, make an atonement. So because of this incident, we learn a principle. We learn that it is possible through Aishan's burning, right? According to what we read right here, for an atonement for ones to be made. Right? Just that principle. I'm not saying in every situation people burn Aishan so they can get an atonement. I'm just saying what we learn here based on the Torah principle. This is not found so much in Leviticus. That's the instruction for the rites and rituals of the holy place. But this is like an additional, a supplemental, right? And make an atonement for them. Why? For there is wrath gone out from Yahweh, right? The plague is begun. Now notice what was said, right, to Moses in 45 was get you up from among the congregation that I may consume them as in a moment. So from that, right, there might have been more, but just from that we read, Moses must have intuit that, yo, something's about to happen to them, right? So I can imagine that when he looked over, the congregation is still over there, right? Probably talking, chatting, yeah, right. And Aaron took as Moses commanded and ran. So that was his going quickly. He ran into the midst of the congregation, right? And behold, the plague was begun among the people, right? Now, it doesn't tell us exactly what was happening, but people were getting sick. People were dying, right? People were getting sick, right? And he put on Aishans. So he started to burn Aishans, right? Aaron's about to give them all that smoke, right? The proper way of giving that smoke, right? And made an atonement for the people, right? Because remember, Yahweh says he's going to consume them, right? In a moment, right? And that moment happened so fast. It's like suddenly, instantly. That's why he told Aaron to go quick, right? And Aaron stood, right, between the dead and the living. So that means that some of them already were dead. Some of those same ones that had gathered against Moses and Aaron within this space of time, as it's written here, had already died, right? And some were on their way, close behind, right? And the plague was stayed, right? Whatever the plague, it doesn't go into the detail of the plague, but whatever that plague was, it was stayed. Now, they that died in the plague were 14,000, and 700. Beside them that died about the matter of Korah, and Aaron returned to Moses to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So the tabernacle of the congregation was over here, and the congregation, right, the plague broke out amongst, was over there. Moses ran to them over there, and then not Moses, Aaron ran to them over there, and he returned to Moshe over here, right? And the plague was stayed, and the plague was restrained. All right. So now this here, right, it brings us forward. See, I think it's necessary to really get the fullness and zoom in on some of the nuances. It's like, how many things are happening? It's like there's at least 2 to 3. There's like 3 separate rebellions going on. There's Korah, a Levite, and no doubt some maybe with Korah, right? Doesn't specify their names, but Moses says, y'all sons of Levi. So that means it was Korah and others, right? And then we have the 250 that came from the 12 tribes. Remember the tribes, the 12 was separated from the 1. That's why we say there were 13 in total, but there was the 12 tribes on this side. And then we had the Levites, right, in the center in the holy place. And then we get, right, additional ones from the congregation. We get additional ones that were down with Korah and Dathan and Abiram and the 250. So we get Korah being dealt with. We get Dathan and Abiram being dealt with. we get the 250 being dealt with, and then after all of them are dealt with, right, on the next day, the congregation still is brooding over these things, don't uncomprehend it correctly, right? And now they come out against Moses and Aaron. You see what I'm saying? I mean, just the one instant after the next, you would think that when the ground opened up, the men burning the incense would have dropped the censers, right? Fell on their faces or something. Like, so, beg for forgiveness, but nah, right? And then you would think the next day the people would have been like, weeping and mourning and just begging for forgiveness and recognizing, no, nah, right? They too. And this plague takes them over. But because that plague came on, we get something very interesting about the incense. Notice that whole chapter basically right there, right? A good part of it surrounded the burning of incense. And the only other incident we get that's as significant, where one's died for burning incense irresponsibly, was Nadab and Abihu, who were the sons of Aaron, right? So notice that Levi, the tribe of Levi, had this issue. Not all of the Levites, but there were things that occurred, you know what I'm saying, from among some members, right, of a tribe. You know what I mean? The whole tribe was not destroyed because the whole tribe was not involved in it, but to see where these conspiracies came from. It came from Korah. Now, we didn't go into it this time, in this season as of yet, maybe in the future, like I said, future next couple of days, as we get up to this Torah reading and feeding, we can bring out, when you look at the genealogy of Korah and the relation of Korah, it appears that Korah was more of a firstborn, so that he had more entitlement because of his natural order of birth, right? And some sages and other scholars, by studying that, they bring out an interesting reasonment that we can reason on, right? We can be conclusive on it, but it could be that he thought, well, I'm closer, you know what I mean, in lineage, right? And because I'm closer in lineage, it's almost like Esau could claim that he is the firstborn because he is according to the flesh, but he's not according to the spirit. And recognizing Yahweh's ways is according to the spirit and not according to the flesh. You see, man's ways is according to the flesh and not according to the spirit. You see what I'm saying? So even that misunderstanding there is key, is significant. Now, what we'd like to do right here, right, is the evening psalm, right? The evening psalm here, because even the evening psalm, it kind of reiterates the points that we were seeking to link here in Psalm 64. Today's daily psalm is Psalm 64. So what we were seeking to point out is how, though it's a Davidic psalm, it still speaks to the core, of righteousness vis-a-vis unrighteousness, right? And also the use of words, right? The use of words, like the use of swords, right? And Yahweh says, well, of Yahweh, it is said here that Elohim shall shoot at them with an arrow, right? Thence, there are their wounds. You remember when Yahweh said, he said that he'll consume them in a moment, right? They had just stepped away from the congregation when they saw the cloud, right, and the glory on the tent of meeting, the tabernacle of the congregation. They walked over there. Yahweh spoke to Moshe, right? After Yahweh spoke to Moshe, Moshe said to Aaron, yo, get your censer, right? And get the fire, right? And get the Aishant and run, in the midst of them, because the plague has begun, and the plague began. So in verse 7 of today's daily psalm, where it says, Elohim shall shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. You see what I'm saying? The key word right here is suddenly, right? And then it says thence, there, to say like he'll shoot at them so fast that as soon as he shoot at them, they're wounded, right? They get hit and they're wounded. You know what I'm saying? Not like he's gonna shoot at them and a couple of days later he shoots at them. No, when he shoots at them, right, he's gonna shoot at them one time, they're gonna be hit one time, and it says, so they make their own tongue a stumbling to themselves. That's why I went over Datan and Abiram's thing when they said that you brought us out of a land that flowed with milk and honey and has not brought us into a land that flowed with milk and honey. You know what I'm saying? It's like Even when the spies spoke and said, we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, in our own eyes, and so we were in theirs. That psychological dysfunction of projection, right? That, and they spoke on it, so their words, their tongue, right? The people got scared about the land and began to get bummy, and that's where it all started. They wanted to run back to Egypt, choose a different captain, rise up against Moses and Aaron, right? So we get the rebellion from the two hosts, the two sets of hosts. Numbers is all about the numbering of the warriors to get the land of Canaan, and the priests to serve in the holy place. We get the first rebellion amongst the warriors, right? The spies that told lies, the men of war that were scared and cowards, right? And then we get it from the tabernacle, from the Levitical side of it, right? And so they make their tongue a stumbling to themselves. Remember when Yeshua advises us about the words, like your yea be yea, your nay be nay, anything more than that, you know what I mean, come from evil, right? And is not beneficial. All that see them shall shake the head, right? All men shall fear, shall reverence, and they shall declare the work of Elohim. But notice, in the incident with the congregation, the last incident, they didn't take it as the work of Elohim, right? They took it as the work of Moses. So they were off there. They had no respect, though they mentioned Yahweh by name. They said, y'all have killed the people of Yahweh. It sounded like Korah and them saying that the Yahweh is amongst them. All of them are holy, right? And it says, and understand his doing, right? In verse 9 of Psalm 64. They obviously did not understand, right, his doing. Right. Lastly, it says in the psalm, the righteous shall be glad in Yahweh and shall take refuge in him. Notice when Moshe and Aaron heard what was said against them, they did not just get in a back and forth argument. You know, when they heard, they went into worship mode. Right. And all the upright in heart shall glory. All the upright in heart shall glory. That's interesting there too, because we can tell that the congregation was not upright in heart at that point, this point in time in the narrative. Right? Not saying at every point in time, but at this point in time in the narrative, that they were not upright in their heart. Right? Because remember, it says that the glory of Yahweh came forward. Moses and Aaron recognized the glory. They operated in that glory. Imagine, Yahweh said, I'm going to consume them in an instant. Nowhere there, Yahweh says, Moses, tell Aaron to get his censer and do this and do that. Maybe that was said, but according to what we read, based on what we read, on what is written, that's not said. Somehow Moses, even in spite of that Yahweh is going to destroy them or consume them, he is concerned for the congregation, even those who were hating on him, those who want him, his brother, dead, those who wanted to just upset the whole proverbial apple cart, right? But the upright shall glory, and the upright in heart shall glory. That means that, you know, those who they did not understand Yahweh's ways, and they did not glory, they did not give due credit to what was done to Yahweh. They obviously were saying that it was Moses that was doing this. You know what I mean? So the glory is the victory of right over wrong. So when the judgments came down in Numbers chapter 16, it seems as though the people, right, at this point of the narrative in the wilderness in Numbers, right, they were not looking at it as a victory of right over wrong, right? You know, so something was wrong. Something was wrong. But remember, all these ones would have not been there. Majority of them would not been there because Yahweh was going to destroy them. But Moses prayed for them. Moses interceded. Now, from this here, you might have heard this too. This is a saying that I never really, well, maybe over a decade now, right? You know, I have changed my opinion on this statement, right? I see hear ones like Judge Judy. I call her Judge Judy. You know, Judge Judy. You know, when like no good deed goes unpunished. You might have heard of that. Of course, you hear that and you're like, what? No, good deed is good because good and God loves good. Yeah, get that. You know what I mean? But no good deed goes unpunished. Now, this is not an absolute, right? It's just a parable, a word, right, that you have to put in the right context. You know what I'm saying? As it applies. You know what I'm saying? But here we can apply this to Numbers chapter 16, right? And elsewhere too, with Moses' intercession, Moses and Aaron intercession, that no good deed, right? That was a good deed right there. The people wanted him dead. They wanted to take him out of power that Yahweh had put him in, him and his brother. You understand? And they prayed. They didn't say, yeah, Lord, yeah, destroy them. I'm just, hold on for a moment. I'm going to get popcorn and watch the destruction. No. They're pleading. They're pleading for them. They're interceding for them. And even after such, you know what I mean? Even after such, the people are still rebelling, are still pushing back. Now, here. I know we were touching on the first, second, third, and fourth. This is the fourth day. We want to kind of look ahead, look forward. We're gonna bring forward the Aliyah, right? The Aliyah right here for day 5, right? Day 5, which is a new light, as well as day 6 right here. But first, let's just hear a little bit of Psalm 94. Here's the English of Psalm 94. Shema Yisrael, Yah's vengeance.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צד.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show.
אל נקמות הופיע, 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 הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים, על גאים, על גאים, על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the...
עד מתי רשעים אדוני, 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 אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph, triumph, triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, 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 יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק, 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 עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי אבי, 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 אבי.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth men knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes, 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 yes. Right there, even that resonance, the resonance of the word sound there, as we can apply it to the Torah reading and feeding right here, here, here. The evening psalm for the fourth day, evening psalm, right there, there. Here, here, as we're pushing forward, forward, forward. We have today's daily Psalm 64. But first, this right here, here for the Torah reading and feeding. So here, going to the one of the links right here as it breaks down the different readings, a reading a day. Here we have the fourth reading. Here we have Numbers chapter 17, 9 to 15. We touched on that from the previous podcast, but just to go over the overview here. In the fourth reading, the fourth aliyah, the Revi'i aliyah, Yahweh Hashem, he told Moshe to remove himself and Aaron from the community, i.e. the congregation, so that Hashem might annihilate them, and they fell on their faces. Moshe, he told Aharon to take the fire pan or the censer, as we read in the King James Version, put fire from the altar and the ancients on it, and to take it to the community of the congregation, right? To make expiation for them and stop a plague that had begun, and Aaron did so. Now, I like how, the old King James Version congregation literally, but it is really signifying, even in terms that we use today, the community, right? So we get a community organization, right, of the camp, the congregation of Israel here in this fourth book. But here, at this particular point, right, had to separate from the community, right, or the congregation. So Aaron, he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed, KJV, or he halted, right? That act of burning the Aishans for an atonement, expiation, atonement, this stopped the plague that had broke out. However, now note this right here, not before 14,700 had died. And that's a kind of a big number. You know what I mean? 14,700. Right. So it's like it makes us ask how many of the congregation were against Moses and Aaron. That's the fourth reading right there. Here we have the fifth reading. So we're like kind of looking ahead to new light, the new day, the fifth reading. Numbers chapter 17, picking up from verse 16 to 24. In the fifth reading, or the Chamishi Aliyah, right? Chamishi, the fifth Chamishi reading, right? Yahweh Eloheinu, Hashem told Moshe to collect a staff from each chieftain, each Rosh, each Ras, each head chief, right, of each of the 12 tribes, the rank and file Israelites. Inscribe each man's name on his staff. Inscribe Aaron's name on the staff of Lewi or Levi, and deposit the staffs, aka in the KJV, it'd be like the rods, right? In the tent of meeting. The tent of meeting in the King James Version is called tabernacle of the congregation, but more literally in the Hebrew, the Ohel Moed, tent of the appointment, tent of meeting. The next day, Moshe entered the tent, right? And Aaron's staff, aka his rod, had sprouted, blossomed, and borne, right? Almonds. It born almonds. So the almond. So here we get the whole, the almond. Very interesting how almonds too, elsewhere in the scripts, it has its literal sense, but it also has its figurative, right, relation. So here we have Aaron's rod, right? Music is the rod, and we are Moses. Remember that tune there, right? Saint Garnet Silk, right? And then we also have with that, or with this right here, for this reading right here. So for the new day, right, as well as the day after, right, the sixth day. Here we have the sixth reading, the Sheishi, Sheish, six, Sheishi, the sixth Aliyah, the Sheishi Aliyah, sixth reading, Numbers chapter 17, verse 25 to 18:20, right? In the Sheishi Aliyah, Yahweh Eloheinu, Hashem instructs Moshe, right, Moses, to put Aaron's staff, aka Aaron's rod, before, hear the key words, before the Ark of the Covenant, to be kept as a lesson, right, to rebels, to end their mutterings, their murmurings against Yahweh Eloheinu. However, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, the other, sons of Israel tribes, right? They cried to Moshe, "We are doomed to perish. We're doomed to perish." Yahuwah spoke to Aaron and said that he and his dynasty, his lineage, right, the dynasty, would be responsible for the Ohel Moed, for the tent of meeting, the tent of appointment, called in the KJV the tabernacle of the congregation, and the priesthood, in the Hebrew kahuna, kahuna is a priesthood, and they are also accountable for anything, right, or almost everything, right, anything that went wrong in the performance of their priestly duties. We just were saying this, right, that role of priest. Remember the 250, right, from the previous chapter, they wanted to play priest, right? But now to understand what the role of the priest. See, by understanding Aaron in his basic role right here, we can better understand the Brit Chadash, the new covenant, and Yeshua as Moshiach, as Messiah. Not Messiah the king, but Messiah the priest, Messiah the Kohen Gadol, Messiah the high priest of our profession. That's what Hebrew talk about. Don't talk about no king, king this, king that. No, it's talking about the high priest. See, a lot of people, they be saying, Jesus is king. Yeah, whatever. You sound just like the people, the Jews who want to kill him. You know what I'm saying? In a sense. But the gospel tells us that he is Messiah in the same, but a greater way, as per the new covenant, according to the pattern, but by greater promises, right, according to the new covenant. So there's a lesson to understand for the new covenant sense of how Aaron is the Messiah. Literally, him and his sons are the only ones who are Messiah properly, right? You say in the Torah text, but here in the sixth Aliyah, the Sheishi Aliyah, here it is said to Aaron, right, that he and his sons, his dynasty, those who will be descendant after him, because remember, all the priests was to be of the seed of Aaron. If anyone went up to the altar to offer anything or do anything like a priest, and they wasn't of the seed of Aaron, according to the Torah reading, they are considered a stranger, right? Because they're not of the seed of Aaron, right? And there's a punishment, right? And usually it entails the death penalty, right? Would be responsible for the tent of meeting, right? The tent, the place, the spot. You say, yeah. And the priesthood, the order, and also accountable for anything that went wrong in the performance of their priestly duties. So in other words, the rank and file Israelites could not play priests. They could not be as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who built altars and offered offerings, so forth and so on. Right? We're under a different covenant. We're under the nation covenant, right? The kingdom of the priesthood covenant. We're under the holy nation covenant. It's the birth of the nation of Yisrael covenant. This is the covenant that we're under. See, some people, well, we'll get into the whole that dispensationalism thing right there. Now, we don't agree with everything people say about it, but one thing we can see very clearly is that what was permissible to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in their time is not what is permissible under this covenant that the Israelites willingly entered into at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, right? Also, along with that, Hashem assigned Haluim, the Levites, to Aaron. So in other words, it's like this. All of the priests are Levites, but all of the Levites are not priests. The only priests are those who are sons and descendants of Aaron, right? So the Levites who are joined to Yahweh, right? Remember Moses came down, who's on Yahweh's side? They responded. The Levites, right? He has separated from the 12, right? And the Levites, right? He have given here in the sixth Aliyah here to Aaron, to aid in the performance of these duties, right? That's why we say that the Levites could help and assist with certain slaughtering functions of certain sacrifice. But the rank and file Levites could not actually do the performance of the service at the altar. So they can help to prepare things, right? But then going up to the altar, it had to be one who was of the seed, the race. I say seed is race, but we'll break that down in another reason. I mean, in the true sense, not all this satanic fugaziism, right? But anyway, only one who's of the seed of Aaron and one who is anointed, right? One who's anointed, that means it had to be a Moshiach. Aaron is the high priest. See, the better we understand that when we get to Hebrews, the better we can understand the new covenant, right? How it applies in real time. Elohim prohibited any outsider, right? That means if they're another tribe, if they're Levite, even, but they're not of the seed, they're outsider. Any outsider from intruding on the priest, the priestly duties, the Kohanim, as they discharge the duties connected with the shrine, the holy place, the Mishkan, right? On pain of death, right? So it was like a death penalty to play the priest. See, that's what the chapter 16 basically is explained with Korah, Data, and Abiram at 250. I mean, that's the long and short of it. You want to play priest, right? And you're not the ones chosen. Whatever your excuse, your reasoning is, you dead. You dead. I mean, what can't you get? Right? Your role is this, not that. Right? And Yahweh gave Aaron and the priests, right, all the sacred donations. Right? That means that the rank and file Israelites, we would donate, right? Both in the wilderness, but even more so in the land. And the first fruits as a prerequisite for all time, right? For them and their families to eat. So in the wilderness and also in the land, right? Whenever any Israelite wanted to sacrifice, give thanksgiving, they would go to the holy place, the tabernacle, and this would all go through, right? Aharon, Aaron, and the Levites would be the assistants to those who are the anointed sons of Aaron, the Messiah, the christened. We could say the christened sons of Aaron, See, when a lot of people talk about Christ this and Christ that, and they basically use the word Christ is Messiah, right? And Messiah is in the context from here in Torah all the way through to even the new covenant. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes people say things about Christ, they interchange Christ and Jesus or Yeshua and Mashiach in ways they don't understand what they're talking about, right? And it shows why things are so confused. Some people think, oh, like Christ, he pre-existed. You mean Yeshua, right? Who Yeshua is as the word made flesh pre-existed, right? Remember, Yeshua is the Messiah. You see what I'm saying? And that Messiah role is a fulfillment of a pre-type that we see from the Old Covenant. See, the writer of Hebrews understood it. The writers of Hebrew got it, right? That's why the writers of Hebrew doesn't speak nothing about the only king it talks about is Melchizedek. And talking about Melchizedek in regard to the king regarding the priestly duties in the new covenant sense. But be that as it may, right? Elohim gave Aaron and the priests all the sacred donations, right? So basically, the priests would subsist and exist off of the giving. So whatever we wanted to give to Yahweh, right, as a gift, as an offering, we basically would give it to the tabernacle, and it would be right to the priests, right? Some of the offerings also would be to the Levites, like as part of the function of the place. But in the first place, it was to support Aaron and the priests, right? And all the sacred donations, first fruits, were prerequisites. So that means during the time of harvest, when it's all about the harvest festivals and the other festivals, or if one said, you know what, I just love God so much, he blessed me so much, I want to bless him, right? The proper way to do it was to take your offerings, right, according to what is written, to the tabernacle or later on to the tent. I mean, that's how you do it, right? That's how it will be done, right? So it wasn't like, well, I love the Lord so much, but I ain't going to go to the priest. I'm going to go and make a little shrine in my backyard. Well, that also has a death penalty, right? Or had a death penalty, let's put it like that. Elohim gave them oil, olive oil, wine, and grain. These were the three main commodities, right? Olive oil, like fuel, like oil is fuel today, but olive oil specifically, wine, the wine from the grapes, right? And grain, all the different kinds of grain, from the wheat, from the corn, all of that, the grits too, right? And the priestly covenant was described, and this is interesting. We have to break this down and reason on it. Go do your studies, my fellows. Right? What is a covenant of salt? What is a covenant of salt? There's a lot of different uses of salt. Some people throw it over the shoulder and this and that. You know what I mean? In different customs and cultures. But according to Torah right here, the priestly covenant was described as a covenant of melach. Melach. Melach in the Hebrew, cho in the Amharic, but melach, right? However, Elohim also told Aaron, Aharon, that the Kohanim, the priests, would have no territorial share. They would have no lot, no inheritance. They would have no share. So when the land was divvied up to the 12, right, the Levitical would have no territory like the other 12 among the Israelites. However, right, Yahweh explains that Yahweh himself, Elohim, was their portion, right? And their share. Right? Like we talk about in Psalm 82, when it says, I've said ye are gods. In a sense, the priests in their performance was not individually, but from their performance as a collective was Elohim. Right? So therefore, as Elohim. So when one came to give an offering to Yahweh, right, they would give it through the priest according to the terms of Torah, the Levitical order, right? The priest would have their portion, their part, right? They would have their duty, right? If they did something wrong, right? If the person brought the right offering for the correct reason, right, did their part, and the priest did something wrong, that was on the priest. That's why the Epistle to Hebrews talk about how in the new covenant we don't have like a priest that has to go all the time to do the same sacrifice, or a priest that is subject to die. And they had many priests because they would die. Right? That's kind of the point right there. Right? Okay, so here. Just want to go over this right here. Let's see, we're gonna start out with the fifth reading. 1716. Let's go over here. Just get set up right here. 1716. All right. I have to go through the numbering because the numbering is different. We're kind of reading the Hebrew numbering. Let me play the audible and we'll sync it right here. Here we go.
Shema Yisrael, give ear. And here, for this Shabbat of Korach, here, picking up with the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called and known as Numbers. In the KJV, we are at Numbers chapter 17, the years of wandering. The third item here is Aaron's rod that budded. Here in the KJV, the English Bibles, the King James Version, it's Numbers chapter 17, here for the Chamishi Aliyah. But in the Hebrew, the Masoretic Torah text, or the Chumash, we are already in chapter 17, Numbers 17, verse 16. So in the Hebrew, for those following along the Hebrew, it is Numbers chapter 17, the Hebrew Masoretic text, chapter 17, verse 16, for this Chamishi.
So basically here for the Chamishi, right, the fifth reading, fifth is Chamishi. We are at, in the KJ, it's like 16 verses different. So if you're reading like a hard copy of Masoretic scroll, the ancient Hebrew numbering differs from what we have in the King James Version, about like 16 verses. right? So that's what I'm seeking to explain right there. So actually, we was at the right point right here from the King James Version. But over here, when you're on the wiki presupposes, since it's the Hebrew, it presupposes that one is looking at it from the Hebrew way, which is just logical. But here. So let's go on right here.
But here in the KJV, that corresponds to the King James Version, chapter 17, verse 1. So Shema for this Hamishi Aliyah, offering up anaphora for this Shabbat Korah, Senbet Qorei, picking up with Why Daberi Yahumor. And Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, Daber, speak, Daber il bnei Yisrael, wikach me'itama mate, li beita av, me'eta kola nesihehem, li beita botama, sheneim asara matot isha eta shemo, tiktov Allah matehu. Here, picking up the KJV, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book of Numbers, chapter 17, verse 2. In the Chumash, the Hebrew, Numbers chapter 17, verse 17. Speak, daber, speak to the children of Yisrael, daber il bnei Yisrael, and take wikach, and take and take of every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers. Wikach meitama mateh li beitaav, of all their princes according to the house of their fathers, 12 rods. Me'eta kola nisiehem li beita votama shenem asar matota isha eta shemo tiktov al matehu. Write thou, the I, every man's name upon his rod. And thou shalt write Aaron's name, upon the rod of Levi. For one rod shall be for the head, for the Rosh, for the Ras, for the head of the house of their fathers. And thou shalt lay them up in the tabernacle of the congregation, the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting, the tent of appointment, before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass that the man's rod whom I shall choose shall blossom, and I will make to cease from I, the murmurings of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, whereby they murmur against you. And Moshe spake to the Bnei Yisrael, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one, according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods. And the rod of Aharon was among their rods. And Moshe laid up the rods lifnei Yahuwah before Jehovah in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moshe went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aharon for the house, the Beit of Lewi, the house of Levi, was budded, and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moshe brought out all the rods from Lifnei Yahuwah before Jehovah to all the Bnei Yisrael, to all the children, the sons of Israel. And they looked and took every man his rod. And here, for the Here we have the Sheishi, or the sixth, the sixth Aliyah, the sixth offering up, anaphora, for this Shabbat Korah, Senbet Korei. Here at verse 10 in the KJV, King James Version, it will be Numbers, fourth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers, chapter 17, at verse 10 for the Sheishi. In the Masoretic text, in the Hebrew, the Chumash, it will be Numbers, chapter 17, here at verse 25. So the correspondence for the realignment of the verses right here. Here picking up with the KJV, the English Bible, Numbers, chapter 17, at verse 10. The Hebrew first word right here. Wayomer Yahweh ela Moshe ha-shiv et mat'e Aharon lifnei ha-edut le-mishamereta leot livnei meri u-tikal te-lunotam me-alai lo yamutu. And the Yahweh said to Moshe, to Moses, Wayomeri Yahovah el Moshe, bring Aharon's rod again before the testimony. Bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony. Ha-shiv eta mat'e Aharon lifnei ha-edut, to be kept for a token against the rebels, to be kept for a token against the rebel. Le mishmereta leot livnei meri, to be kept for a token against the sons of bitterness, the B'nai Vinei Meri, the B'nai Meri, the sons of bitterness, the rebels. And thou shalt quite take away their murmurings. Thou shalt quite take away Utekalate Luonotam Me Alai, from me, from I, that they die not, Ulo Yamutu. And Moshe did so. As Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, spake to Moshe, saying, Behold, we, I and I die. We, I and I perish. We, I and I all perish. Behold, we die. We're lost. We're all lost. Whosoever cometh anything near to the tabernacle of the Yahweh, Yahweh, Jehovah, shall die. Shall we, I and I, be consumed with dying? And here, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers, at chapter 18, both the English KJV, King James Version, as well as the Hebrew, the Masoretic text, the Chumash, are aligned again. So both we are in chapter 18 according to the Masoretic, the Hebrew text, and according to the King James Version, the translation. Here at chapter 18. The wandering, the years of wandering. Continuing in the theme of the years of wandering, the fourth item, Aaron, and the Levite, Ha-Lewim, the Lewawian, confirmed in their privileges and responsibilities. And the Yahweh said to Aaron, Thou, the I, and thy sons, and thy father's bait, thy father's house, with thee I, shall be the iniquity of the sanctuary, and thou, the I, and thy sons, with thee I, shall be the iniquity of your kahuna, your priesthood, and thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of thy father, bring thou the I with thee I, that they may be joined to thee I, and minister to thee I. But thou and thy sons with thee I shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall keep thy charge and the charge of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come near the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar ha-mizbeach, that neither they nor ye all also die. and they shall be joined to thee, and keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation for all the service of the tabernacle. And a stranger shall not come near to you, to the eye. And ye all shall keep the charge of the sanctuary and the charge of ha-mizbeach, of the altar, that there be no wrath, no wrath, any more upon the Bnei Yisrael, upon the children, the sons of Yisrael. And I, nay, behold, I have taken your brother in Halloween, the Lewawian, the Levites, from among the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, to you they are given as a gift for the Yahweh, to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, the aggregation. Therefore thou, the I, and thy sons with thee I, shall keep your priest office for everything of ha-mizbeach, of the altar, and within the veil, and ye all shall serve. I have given your priest office to you as a service of gift. And the stranger that cometh near shall be put to death. And Yahweh and Jehovah spake to Aharon, and Hine, behold, look, see, here it is. I also have given thee the charge of mine heave offerings of all the hallowed things, set apart things of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael. To thee have I given them by reason of the anointing, and to thy sons by an ordinance forever. This shall be thine of the most holy things, the most set apart things, reserved from the fire. Every oblation of theirs, every meal mincha, meal offering, grain offering of theirs, and every chadat, sin akri, offering of theirs, and every trespass, asham, guilt offering of theirs, which they shall render to me, to I, shall be most holy, most set apart for thee, I, and for the I sons, thy sons. In the most set apart holy place shalt thou eat it. Every male zakar shall eat it. It shall be holy, set apart to thee, I. And this is thine, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the Bnei Yisrael. I have given them to thee, I, and to thy sons, and to thy daughters with thee, I, by a statute for Iva. Everyone that is clean in Beitika, in the I Beit, in the I house, shall eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, the first fruits of them, which they shall offer to the Yahweh, them have I given thee, I. And whatsoever is first ripe in the land, which they shall bring to the Yahweh, shall be thine. Every one that is clean in thine house, Beitika, in the I Beit, shall eat of it. Everything devoted, I voted in Yisrael, shall be thine. Everything that openeth the matrix of all flesh, which they bring to the Yahweh, whether it be of man or beast, shall be thine. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man, of man, shalt thou surely redeem, and the firstling of unclean beast shalt thou redeem, and thou and those that are to be redeemed from a month old shalt thou redeem, according to thine estimation, according to thine valuation, for the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are holy, they are set apart. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon ha-mizbeach, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor la Yahweh, to Jehovah. And the flesh of them shall be thine, as the wave breasts, and as the right shoulder are thine. All the heave offerings of the holy things, the holy things which the Bnei Yisrael offer la Yahweh to Jehovah have I given thee, and thy sons and thy daughters with thee, by a statute forever, forever. It is a covenant of salt forever, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, to thee, and to thy seed with thee. And Yahweh spake to Aharon, thou shalt have no inheritance in their land, neither shalt thou have any part among them. I am thy part and thine inheritance among the Bnei Yisrael, among the sons, among the children of Yisrael.
Yes. Hand it to Yahweh right there for the divine, the order of things. So here we get in this chapter here a clarification of who is holy, who is to serve, and what way they serve. Also, a very important note right here. I think it began from, what was it? Which aliyah was it? Was it like around the second or third aliyah? We had to make a note. Around the second or third aliyah, we'll find exactly which one it was. But we had to make a note about the numbering difference, right? So we do have the what is it called again? The link from our website right here that goes to this here as the Wikipedia page, because overall, from sourcing it out, it has more beneficial information, icons and those things, it's not lookership. So, all that is that right there. Although artistically, we can appreciate art, but we can work on the art as we better understand the text. Yes. But right here, there was this numbering difference right here. So we see that in the Hebrew, chapter 17 is a lot much longer and begins earlier in the Hebrew than it does within the in the KJV version. I think we'll try to do a better job in noting that in some of our notes right there. But be that as it may, right, we get to chapter 18 in both the Hebrew manuscript, right, as well as the KJV version lines up. So between 16, and 17, in fact, 17 is longer because it contains more from chapter 16, right there. As the translators are translating, they use different numbering from the Hebrew text to what we have in the KJV text. But the realignment, where it's one for one, continues when we get to chapter 18. Right, so we made that note in the audible right there. Now, here's a section in chapter 18 where here we have Yahweh speaking to Aharon. So we can, based on the text, Yahweh speaks to Moshe. Moshe hears it, communicates it sometimes to Aaron, the sons of Israel, right, or others, right? And here we have Yahweh speaking to Aharon, right? And this is a key verse right here in the light of the new covenant. The principle of it, thou and thy sons. In the new covenant sense, this will be thou, speaking of Yeshua HaMoshiach, and thy sons, speaking of what it says in John chapter 1. And to those that had faith, that believed and had faith in his name, he gave them the power or the authorization, right? The authority, the authorization to become B'nai Elohim, sons of God, right? But here it says, thou and thy sons, right, and thy father's house with thee shall bear the iniquity, right? Bear the iniquity of the sanctuary. Now it's interesting because Kohath, or actually Korah, right, comes from the same clan, right? If we think about that right there, he's a Kohathite. Right, that's interesting right there, just in this narrative, the subject matter of this Torah portion 38. And thou and thy sons with thee, right, shall bear the iniquity of your kahuna, of your priesthood. So in a sense, what we have in the Torah here, the Sinai covenant here, is a covenant that is speaking to Israel becoming a nation. It's like a nationhood covenant, a kingdom, right? A sovereignty or a kingdom of the priesthood and a set apart, a holy nation. What we also have within the Torah and the direction instructions revealed is that certain things that were permissible in the previous time of the patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, are not necessarily permissible right here, right? As we keep emphasizing, is that up until the Sinai covenant, it almost seems as though that the firstborn men and sons, of the various different families and tribes, they could perform and did prior to perform the priestly role for their families, like the father of a house or the chief of a family. He would be like the priest before Yahweh of the family, right? According to the Israelites and also according to other customs of the time. Whoever was like the chief family, chief male family member would be as like the priest, right? But now in the Sinai covenant, it is different, right? It is different here. And it could be the Israelites adjusting to this difference, right, might account for some of what we find. But remember, the Israelites willingly accepted the covenant. They gave their word, and they had broke their word. That's what led to the molten calf incident, right? Where then it becomes clear after that that they no longer could approach in matters of priestly duties, offering sacrifice, but only Levi could. Now, another important thing right here, we had it on light right here. Let's just go a little heavy just to connect some of the key words. So the tribe of Levi. Levi, modern Hebrew, ancient pointing, Lewi, right? Modern Hebrew, Levi, ancient pointing, Lewi means joined to. You see the sense of joining? Let's scroll down here, attached to, right? Lawa, Lawa as a verb in Hebrew means to be joined. Moses coming down, right, in 32, Exodus 32, right, and saying, who's on Yahweh's side, right, the tribe of Levi. They acted according to their name. They joined themselves. They said, we are, right? Okay, that's after the violation of the covenant, the breach of the tribe's word. They had given their word all in chapter 19, right? Yahweh spoke to them in chapter 20, right? And then when Moses went up, they waited for a while and then thought, something happened to Moses. We have to go back. They returned to their vomit, so to speak, and totally forgotten the word that they had given, right? So you see right here where the term of this to twine, to unite, to remain, in another context, it can mean to borrow or have an obligation. In a causative sense, the word lawa can mean to lend to, lend to. Right? But the basic idea is to join, right? So it says, and thy brethren, also the tribe of Levi. Remember, Aaron and his sons, they are descendant of the patriarch Levi, of the tribe of Levi, but the only priest for Israel in this covenant is Aaron, right? The anointed. So we're going to get to that, about the anointing. Let's just get through this right here. So we have those of his tribe, the other Levites, right? The tribe of thy father, right? Bring thou with thee. So as I say, they are down or they are up with you on this service right here, right? According to the part that they would play, right? Which is distinct from the part that you and your sons, the priests, would play. But they would be your co-laborers overall in the service of the holy place. That they may be joined. You see the word? That they may be lawa. So when you read it in the Hebrew, it's like, the tribe of Lewi, right? Tribe of Lewi, join, right? The tribe of your father, bring down with thee that they may be lawa, Lewi lawa, Levi lava, right? Join to thee and minister. Minister right here, the sense of sharat, from the sharet, misharet, a minister, that they may serve, they may attend, they may contribute, right? Also in the sense of they will attend as menial, like other menial functions. So the other Levites, they would be as like in the church sense, like deacons in a sense, and that, role to like the bishops and the priests, right? And also as worshipers. In later day times, the Levites were like singers and players, within the holy place, while offerings and different functions were going on, also to assist in preparation of the sacrifices as well, right? So they were served to thee, right? Because you got to imagine all the tribes and people bringing offerings, the work that's going on, right? But thou and thy sons with thee are before the tabernacle of witness, right? Of the Edut, right? The tabernacle witness is actually literally the tent, the Ohel Edut. So take note that the tabernacle has some different names, different names that is called, depends on what function of the tabernacle is being highlighted. It's called the tabernacle of the congregation, or the tent of meeting, the tent of the Moed, the tent of appointment, and here it's being called the tabernacle of the tent of Edut, the tent of witness. All right, so that's like the tent was there, the outer court. There was a brazen altar right before the tent. There was the brazen laver, and then there's the patach, the opening, and the priest, right, would go into the tent, right, to eat certain offerings, and they would go in the tent to minister and to worship. That, you know what I'm saying? So that's where they would go in. So basically, what's stating is that anybody who's a Levite who's not anointed and a son of Aaron, right, could not enter into the tent, right? So the Levites ministered, you could say, in the courtyard, right? And okay, they shall keep the charge. That means that everything within the tabernacle and different vessels and the items of the. So we have two words right here. Notice the charge of the Ohel, the charge of the tent, right? Only they shall come nigh, come near, like approach the vessels of the sanctuary of the Kodesh, the holy place, right? And the altar, right? That neither they nor ye also die, right? So it was important that the priests and the sons of Aaron and the priests maintain this order, right? Because even if it was the Levites that did something wrong, right, that they would be punished, punishment of death, and even some of the priests could get punished for not regulating that right there. Notice this word joining here, since Levi means joining, and they shall be joined to they shall be lava. So even from a Hebrew perspective, it's enforcing an aspect of the name. Lewi, Levi, Lawa. Levi, Lava. They shall be joined to thee and keep the charge. Right? Keep the what? Mishmeret. Right? The Mishmeret, the charge, the service, the function. Mishmeret. Right? Remember Mishmeret from Mishmar. Mishmar. Right? It has a sense of like observation or guarding. They have to guard what they do. Right? This word can also mean prison. Right? But here it's like, it's under strict regulation. It's the holy place. Remember, according to what is said, it's the place where Yahweh would dwell. It's like where the king, the supreme king of kings, would be dwelling in camp, right? So of course things around the king, the supreme king of kings, Yahweh Eloheinu, had to be in order for all the service, for all the what, the abodah, the labor, right, of the what, the ohel, right, the tent, right. It says a stranger, right, shall not come nigh to you. So already from before, it explained that a stranger in this context is one who's not a son of Aaron. So even as Levites, they share the same patriarch, like in Levi, same tribe, but in the service, if they're not a priest, right, anointed son of Aaron, that's to say priest, they're not to handle certain things, right? And it says, and y'all shall keep the charge of sanctuary, so from so on, and the charge of the altar. So the priest had the charge of the tent and what goes on in it, right? As well as the service on the altar. Why? So there'd be no wrath anymore upon the Bnei Yisrael. Now remember from chapter 16, there's a lot of wrath that comes down, right? And Yahweh states here, right, to Aaron, right, that behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, the other clans, right, from among the children of Israel, to you is given a gift. So he has given the other members of the tribe of Levi as a gift, right, for Yahweh, right, to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, right, to assist with the ministry. Now there's a part here we want to get to. Therefore thou and thy sons, speaking to Aaron and his sons, we can say the Messiahites. I call them Messiahites because all of them are to be Moshiach, all of them are to be anointed. This is where we get the New Testament correspondence of those who are true in the way, truth, and life of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christos, he being the high priest, and we being of that holy priesthood in a new covenant sense. Therefore, thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything of the altar and within the veil. Now remember, the veil is when you're going where the ark is, right? And y'all shall serve. I have given your priest's office to you as a service of gift, a service of gift. The stranger, once again, it reminds us that a stranger is anyone who's not a son of Aharon, right? Therefore, not a priest, that cometh not. In other words, see the altar over there, right? I'm going to present offerings for that, but I cannot go up to that. I cannot touch that. I cannot handle that. I cannot offer any offering. I bring to the priest, right? And the priests give me the regulation. The Levites do their part, right? And then the priest will actually serve at the altar based on whatever gift that I brought forward, right? Just giving you that kind of context. So Yahweh spake to Aaron, right? So again, it continues in the narrative. Behold, I have given thee the charge of mine heave offering. So Yahweh is saying all the teruma, the contributions, that which the Israelites offer up, right? To me is yours. Of all the holy things, the set apart things of the children of Israel, to thee have I given. Here's the part I wanted to focus your attention on. To you I have given them by reason of the anointing. You hear that right there? By reason of the what? By reason of the mishcha. Mishcha, or in some dialects, moshcha. Mishcha, moshcha. Mishcha, moshcha. But here we'll say it as mishcha. According to the mishcha. The mishcha is the anointing. It reminds me of the constitution of the elect of God, right? The Rastafari, aka anointed Kedamawi Haile Selassie, where in the Constitution says, by virtue of his anointing, his person is holy, is set apart. Anyone that seeks to injure it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Basically is guilty of judgment. This is kind of the principle here. So this is the principle of anointing that many Christians, they don't connect the dots, even though Hebrews is pointing to this. It's saying, you see Moshe, Yeshua, well, he is the high priest in the new covenant. The whole purpose and point of him being Christ or anointed is pertaining to being the high priest, right? See, the error was that they were assuming, I'm talking about in the first century time, right? One of the errors, should I say, it was that many were assuming that Moshiach is going to be a king like David. And yes, that's in the prophets and the prophecy. But what they were forgetting is the primeval, the basic order, which the Torah is pointing to. In other words, even among Israel, before they can have any king, like any man king, that you need to have established priesthood. You could not have a man king without having a priesthood. You see what I'm saying? And Yeshua was making that clear with the lepers and the healing and those priestly functions that he was functioning. He was making it clear to them. That's why whenever they tried to make him king, right, he ran from them, right? Because he knew that they were off, right? Basically, they were looking at the condition. We're here under the Romans. If we have somebody like David, you know, and David, the anointed, he's going to be a warrior king. And so, well, that could have been, but the priesthood was all kind of jacked up, so to speak, right? And we can tell that from the Gospels and what the priests be saying. Even Caiaphas, he makes this kind of absent-minded prophecy about one man dying for all, and therefore, in a new covenant sense, he be that one man for all are we. You know what I'm saying? It's based on the principle of the priest, right? The priest bears the iniquity, the priest bears the sin, because the priest is anointed, because he has been given all of this by reason of his mishka, his anointing, right? And to thy sons who are also the anointed ones. That's why I say that Aaron, right, is the Christ, the Hebrew Christ in the Old Testament sense, and his sons are the Christians. Some people don't get it because they already have a misunderstanding of the New Testament that they hold to ignorantly, but the word shows their hypocrisy and their error and their contradiction, right? It says, by an ordinance forever. Now, remember, when we go into that word forever, we break that down. It basically means a time indefinite. In other words, he knows time. You don't know the time. Don't worry about it. It goes on until it doesn't, right? It goes on forever. See, we got this idea forever, forever, but it's not really what the Hebrew is saying, right? So no doubt in the New Testament sense, people were arguing that, well, it said to Aaron forever. Those are obviously people who don't know biblical Hebrew, right? And they're reading another translation only. This shall be thine of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, right? So there's some things that will not be burnt. Remember how the priest, when person offer grain offering, he's told to take a handful, right? And he puts it on the altar, and the rest is his and his family. Check. And some of it is also the Levites. Check. Every oblation of theirs, every meat offering. Now, meat, mincha, it doesn't really mean meat. It means grain. It's an old KJV, King James translation, basically a grain offering. And every grain offering of theirs, and every sin offering, chatat, right? And every trespass, asham, right? Every guilt offering, which they shall render to me, right? Is most holy, set apart for thee, Aaron. Remember, Aaron is being spoken to the high priest, and for thy sons. New covenant sense is for Yeshua HaMashiach, right? Our high priest, and is for those who are of that royal priesthood. Check. In the most holy place, right? Now, in the tabernacle sense, that's the tent. In the most holy place, right? Shalt thou eat it. So that which was reserved from the fire that did not have to be consumed by fire. And some offerings had to be fully consumed. Some offering was a token that was taken and burnt on the altar, and the rest of the offering was for Aaron and his sons. Right? Every male shall eat it. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy to thee. Now, when you read further in the law, some of this was also for their family. But here it's speaking strictly for the rites that would accompany different sacrifices. And this is thine, the heave offering, which was the teruma. We touched on that before. Teruma come from room. Room means to lift up. So it's like that which is lifted up. Like you lift it up. You offer it up. Like we say it today in English. Yo, come up off that. Come up off that is another way of saying offer that up. Lift that up. Give that up. You know what I mean? So it's like you lifting something up and giving it to someone, right? That's the sense of the word, right? Or in figurative sense, like we say, come up off of that, right? So this is yours, right? The heave offering, the teruma offering, all that which the sons of Israel come up off of, right? Lift up to you, right? Of their gifts with the wave offering. Those offerings that when say are offered, they'll be waved before the tent, the patah, right? Of the children, the sons of Israel. That's the other 12 tribes, right? I have given to thee, right? And to thy sons. Notice it's specific here. It doesn't say to thy sons or just thy children, aka sons. It says thy sons and thy daughters. That's what it says, like the daughter, right, of a priest, if she's not married, she can still eat of her father's, when it says meat is of her father's grain or food. She may eat of her father's food. But if she gets married, then responsibilities, and covenant relations change, right, with thee by a statute forever. Everyone that is clean in thy house, that means that they have to be also according to, the order, right? Clean in thy house shall eat of it. Notice over here, right, where it says all the best. You see that word best? So when I say that black and brown people, right, not all, but many demonstrate even linguistically, like others will prove Israelites, we as black people are Israelites based on the curses of consequences of being. I go there with you, but maybe, look at certain details from study, right, a little more clearly. But this is the part that's also missed, is that a lot of things we say today reflect in the Hebrew way. You see, here it says all the best of the oil and all of the best of the wine and of the wheat, the fruits of them, that they shall offer la Yahweh, them have I given thee, given to Aaron and his sons, given to the priesthood, right? Now notice the note right here. The note right here says fat. You know how we say fat? Yo, that's fat, man. Keep it fat, right? Not always literally fat, but we use the word fat to say the best. Sometimes we use it literally, but many times we use this figuratively. In fact, we spell it different, right? Right? So in a sense, you see fat, F-A-T, right? In the Hebrew, in the idiom of the Hebrew, the best is the P-H-A-T, right? So it says all of the fat, right? That's all the best, right? So keep it fat. So even on that level right there, right? And notice, approaching it from the English perspective, all you will see is best. The best. So we say, yo, that's best. Yo, man, that's best, man. That's best. No, we don't say that. Something in our spirit make us say, yo, that's fat. That's fat. The same way that the Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? So this is beyond us knowing it from study, right? But something in our spirit causes us to enunciate the essence of the point, right? The essence of the point. So all of the fat, right, of the oil and the fat of the wine. So this proves that when it uses this word here, chaleb, chaleb can mean literal fat. Chaleb, right? It can be the fat of human, right? The fat of beasts, like, healthy animals, plump, plump in the rump, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? That's literally, right? But it's also figuratively, right? The choices, the fat is the choices, the chaleb. So instead of saying fat in English, we would say, yo, chaleb, yo, that's that wine there, man, chaleb, chaleb. Nachon, it's there, chaleb, right? Right. That's fat, right? Choices, best part, the abundance. So notice that in this sense, it's clear. There's no fat like animal fat in wine, literally, because it's not speaking literally, right? Literally, but figuratively, right? So remember that both views are there, right? So this is why having discernment is important. So in the figurative sense, it's the richest or choicest or bestest, if we can say so, if we dare speak that way, the bestest part of the oil, the bestest part of the wine. See, if it said the fat, right? The fat of an animal, we can imagine that's the fat, the literal fat of the animal. So what does it mean? But see what they did? The translation, to give people the understanding of it, they didn't translate it literally. They translated it as the best. But if they kept consistent, they would have to say the fat. If they said the fat of oil, the fat of wine, the fat and of wheat, and the first fruits of them that are also fat, then people would understand, oh, it's not fat in that sense, it's fat in that sense. Oh, we get it. But notice how once lost, now found, right? When so this is fat, P-H-A-T. So ain't that interesting right there? So here it goes on, it says, whatsoever is right is first ripe in the land, that they shall bring to Yahweh shall be thine. So you see the order? Whatever we bring, right, according to the covenant here to Yahweh, right, whatever they brought to Yahweh, right, was actually the possession of Aaron and his sons and of the priesthood. Everyone that is clean, but notice the conditions of it. Everyone that is clean in thine house shall eat of it. So there's ones that are not clean in the house. Could they eat of it? No. Everything devoted in Yisrael shall be thine. Everything what? Cherem. You see the cherem? The cherem? Everything that is under a cherem. The cherem, the band. Everything that is cherem, right? That is the harem. They say harem today, but cherem, right? And Yisrael shall be thine. Notice here, to all you matrix folks on the matrix. We're in the matrix this, the matrix that. Well, based on how we understand the matrix, figure this. Right? Everything that openeth the matrix in all flesh, right? In all flesh, whether it's the flesh of animals, right? Right? Or the flesh of man, right? That they bring to Yahweh, whether, you see, it says, to clarify, of men, of Adam, just generally, whatever rank, just basically Adam, right? Or of beasts, or of behemoth. The behemoth. This is the word for cattle, beasts, behemoth, right? Of man and beast shall be thine. Nevertheless, look what it says. Look what it says. This is the key. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man, right, shalt thou surely redeem. So what it's saying here is that really everything is Yahweh's, especially of the livestock, whether of man or of animal. Everything that openeth, patar, the pitra, that openeth, that breaches in a sense. Everything that openeth, that breaches the what? The matrix, the rechem. So the Hebrew is rechem, right? The womb. Rechem is the womb man, right? Of the animals, or the womb man of men, right? It belongs to Yahweh. Point blank, period. Right? Therefore, you have a first child. That child, being the first child, is already Yahweh's. Right? So, literally speaking, if he just stopped it after shall be thine, it would indicate some form of human sacrifice. But what Yahweh is breaking down is a principle. He's saying, in principle, everything that is first is mine. Right? But nevertheless, the firstborn of man, of Adam, right? Thou shalt surely redeem. You see the word redeem? Thou shalt pada. You shall ransom, you shall sever. Right? So although the first, like the children, the firstborn is Yahweh's, by ransoming them, redeeming them, you sever them, right? You sever them from the judgment of the altar. But in principle, right, it's like word. If it wasn't for the grace of God, there go I. Right? So he's basically stating the principle that whether it's man or beast, it's mine. But concerning the firstborn of man, you will surely. In fact, notice the word surely there. The word surely has the H6299. Notice the word redeem. Redeem has the H6299. Notice the same word. Is the word in Hebrew for surely the same as redeem? No, it's not. What it's really saying is pada. Well, basically it says in redeeming you will redeem. It's like saying, like we said, for real, you know how we repeat words? For real, right? True, right? We repeat it twice, right? Why do we do this? Something in our spirit says this doubling over of it confirms that it's really real. It's really real. So in the Hebrew sense, it's like saying that you will, in redeeming, you will redeem. In redeeming, redeem. That's a way of saying you will redeem. You must redeem. It's important to redeem, right? And the first thing of the unclean beast, thou shalt surely redeem. Look what it says. The first thing of unclean beasts. So just as a reasoning, man, generally Adam, and the unclean beast is to be redeemed, right? Next question. If man, right, the firstborn of man is to be redeemed, and if the firstborn of unclean animals is to be redeemed, question, what's the connection with man and the unclean beast? Instead of every beast, it says the first thing of unclean beasts, right? Unclean beasts, you know, the Bekor, the firstborn of unclean beasts. So is man an unclean beast? And of those that are to be redeemed from a month old. So now it's telling us how this redemption process goes on. Shalt thou redeem according to thine estimation. So the priest would basically look at one, depending on their old, you know, according to what the priest estimates. Basically, the erek is basically what he orders, what the priest would order, right? It's like an evaluation, right? For the money of 5 shekels. So 5 shekels. Shekel is like it's not really a coin. It became a coin later on, but shekel is basically a weight. Shekel has to do for weight, right? So here we even get into weights and measures. Remember that it says in the Proverbs and elsewhere, right? You know, about right weights and measures, because wrong weights and measures is also a sin. Let me say it again. Wrong weights and measures is sin. So if we're doing business and you ask for an ounce, right? And it's not 28 grams and it's 25 grams I give you, you know what I'm saying? Then that's basically ratchetness, right? So like just use that as an example. That means on being caught in this, I would have to give up some animal. I would have to offer something up. I'm losing the price and value of this animal because I messed up, and I would have to restore to the party that I wronged, you know, the value of what I had done plus a fifth, plus 20%, right? But here the shekel is a chief unit of weight or measurement, right? In silver, it was said to be 1/3000th of a talent, equal to 132 grains, right? In the copper, we usually use silver, but when the shekel is applied to copper, it is 1/1500th or 1,500th of a talent, and equal to 528 grains. So here we're getting like a standard ancient measurement. So that means 5 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. Another key thing here is that the holy place reckons in the holy place, the economy of the community is regulated by the holy place. I want you to just to get that there, right? Why I say this? Because it says after the shekel of the sanctuary, after the shekel of the Kodesh, the Kodesh. So when people say, well, there's not money with God, I get what they're saying in the modern prosperity pimping, right? I understand what they mean by that. But the kesef is the silver. But the kesef is the word for money too. So the silver is the money. The silver money. The silver money, money, silver, they go together, right? So the kesef, right? So here is saying for the money, the kesef or the silver of 5 shekels. So that means the silver would be the weight, right, of 5 shekels. And a shekel is a particular weight. So 5 times this particular weight. After the shekel, after the weight that's used in the holy place. So that means even when we go further in business, like looking at the Torah, it all kind of emanates or comes out from the regulation in the holy place. And then it tells us this, that this is 20 gerahs. So each shekel, right, is 20 of what's called a gerah. A gerah is a weight. That's why it says right weights and measures, because improper weights and measures is an abomination. It's a sin. It's a crime. Right. So notice the Israelites, right, had to be literate because they had to write things on the door. They had to write it on their heart. How are you going to write on your heart and you can't know how to write? You know what I'm saying? Right. And they also had to be math. We talk about reading, writing, and arithmetic. We all have that as an essential part. So it's true. Right. Lack of education is a sin. It's a crime. Preventing proper education according to Torah and our way, right? It's a sin, it's a crime, right? Because otherwise you cannot fulfill this. You might have a good heart, right? But your weights and measures are off, right? Right? Gerah, a weight, a 20th part of a shekel, is said to be equal to the weight of 16 barley grains, or to 4 to 5 carob. You would say the carob, right? The carob beans. Remember, I keep telling you that this is Afro-Shemitic, African Shemitic. So look at the carob, right? A kernel, round as scrape the gerah. So gerah is a particular measurement, right? So then it goes forward, not to get into all the details right here, but also how this shall be done. I have given to your sons and your daughters, right? So speaking to Aaron, right? And it's a covenant of melach. We're going to touch on what is this covenant of salt? What do we think this covenant of salt means? Why does it link this salt connection, right? And it says, forever before Yahweh, to thee and to thy seed, right? Thy seed with thee. And then saying how Aaron would have no inheritance in their land, right? His basic inheritance would be the holy place. I am thy part and thine inheritance. Now check this out. Over here where it says, I am thy part and thine inheritance. Notice how Dawid, many times in Psalms, he uses the same rhetoric, right? You know, like you notice that right there? This is the way of saying that, may I be like the priest, may I be set apart. There was that aspiration. Because remember, Israel, after the covenant, could not really function in the rest of the tribes, fully in the priestly role, right? And be in good covenant standing. Behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth, all the Ma'aser, Ma'asra, Ma'asra, right? Which is the tenth, the tithe, right? The tithe in Israel for an inheritance for their service. So in a sense, the Israelites were actually had to now pay, right? The Levites to do the holy service that in the covenant, the Sinai covenant, they were prevented from doing. So they couldn't say, Abraham built the altar, gave sacrifice, I'll do like Abraham. Well, they could do like Abraham, but in a covenant-keeping community, they would be under a death penalty, right? So just to understand what's going on here, right? So the tithe was given to the Levite, to the priests, right? To Aaron and his sons, right? As they serve, right? The service of the tabernacle, right here, right? It was given to the children of Levi. Let me put it in proper context. The children of Levi. So notice how in some cases, some things are specifically for Aaron and his sons, right? And their families. And then this here says that the tithe was given to the children of Levi, right? Remember, because they assisted in the service in the holy place. Neither must the children of Israel, right? So see the distinction here. Henceforth. So notice something is new is being done here, right? From this time forth. Before, and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Abraham built the altar, Isaac, and Jacob a pillar. He anointed the pillar. He did religious service and sacrifice. Yeah, we get that, But now, from henceforth, right? None of the children of Israel, sons of Israel, from henceforth come nigh. The phrase "come nigh," it takes on a how can I say? It takes on a priestly idea. Come nigh is like approach. Shall approach the tabernacle of the congregation. You know what I'm saying? The only time they could even get really near it was when they paraded the animal they was about to sacrifice. They would bring it in front of the door along with the priest, and then they'll take it to the north part of the tabernacle to get slaughtered, right? Lest they bear sin and die, right? They bear sin and die, right? But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. So now it's pointing to also the role of the other Levites, not the sons of Aaron, but the rank and file Levites. And they shall bear their iniquity, right? And it shall be a statute forever throughout your generation, that among the children of Israel, right, they have no inheritance. Now, we can get into the further points right here, but we'll pause, we'll pause for the cause, right? So we can understand the proper order. So when people in the church, why does the church, right, nowadays, many churches, for better or for worse, why do they require tithes? And why does the church says that we're not under the law, right? They like say, the way they say it is like, well, the law that was then, this is now. We're not following none of that. So we talk about Shabbat. Some in the church world and counterfeit Christianity say, well, they're not to keep that, right? They'll say that they're not under all of these things. But then they will still demand tithes. They demand tithes that would go to the Levites, the sons of Levi, the children of Levi. You see the mix-up right here? Because the mix-up right here, if they really are the priesthood of the new covenant, then that means that Yeshua is Messiah pertaining to the holy, pertaining to the high priest office, not to the king's office, right? But to the high priest office. That means that every king, all kings, must be crowned and anointed through our high priest. And that's what's interesting when we start to read about the coronation of the Rastafari Kedamari Haile Selassie. You know what I mean? How that authorization for the King of Kings of Ethiopia is in and through Jesus Christus, Yeshua HaMoshiach, or like you've heard me say before, the King of Kings Christ. But we'll get into more on this right here, brothers and sisters and brothers. Yeah, I know we're already up at this time. Just a little bit more on Psalm 64, although we were speaking on it early on right here. Here is Psalm 64. Psalm 64, divine judgment.
Psalm 64.
Oh,
Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. The enemy. Psalm 64.
מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד, מזמור לדוד.
Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer, 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 my prayer.
שמע אלוהים קולי ושיחי, 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 ושיחי.
Preserve my life from fear of the enemy, 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 from fear of the enemy.
מפחד אויב תצור חיי, 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 חיי.
Preserve my life from fear of the enemy, 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 fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, of the wicked, of the wicked, of the wicked, of the wicked. the wicked.
דסתירני מסוד מרעים, 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 מרעים.
From the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, of iniquity, of iniquity, of iniquity, of iniquity, of iniquity, of iniquity.
מרגשת פועלי אבן, 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 אבן.
Who whet their tongue like a sword, a sword, a sword, a sword, a sword, a sword.
אשר שננו כחרב לשונם, 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 לשונם.
And bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter.
דרכו חיצם דבר מר, דבר מר, דבר מר, דבר מר, דבר מר, דבר מר.
Even bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them and the heart is deep, is deep, is deep. God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away, and all men shall fear and shall declare the work of God, for they shall wisely consider of his doing. The righteous shall be glad in the Lord, and shall trust in him, and all the upright in heart shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory.
All right, all right, all right. Have you been hearing me any of this time? I've been speaking. No time all this time the mic has been off. Oh my goodness. Can somebody know? Let us know in the chat. How long has this been on? Can you give me a time on that? Somebody give me a time on that, please. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Toda, Toda. Oh wow. Oh wow. Because we've been going for a moment, you know, right here. Because we're already moving to like the second verse and everything. About how much time? How much time has that been, roughly? Just a roundabout, not exact, not specific. How much time has it been? Chan. Oh wow. Oh wow. Anyone? 45 minutes? Wow, it's been okay. Brothers and sisters, apologies on that. 2:40. Okay, 2:45. Okay. I don't know if some of this stuff just sometimes, we're looking at what's before us and at the screen here, the monitor when we're sharing. Sometimes we notice the software will do a blinky something. We'll be on the board and it will like kind of drop us off of the board. So apologies on that, give thanks on that. All right. We have another record going on that has recorded the last like 29 minutes of it, right? So actually here we was at the second verse right here. There's some important points he was bringing out. um, One of the important points, just to kind of just to double around on this once again. Here's the first verse, right? Was bringing out the highlight points right here, so one can see. Was bringing out that the word prayer here is not the usual tefillah, and we were stating that this is a false translation. The English by saying prayer, tefillah is different than siyach. Siyach. This first verse here, right? Laminat siyach, mizmor le Dawid, to chief musician, to the Menatziach, a Mizmor le Dawid, a psalm, a chant, Isis of David. It begins off right here with a command to hear and to obey from the Shama root in the scripts. It says Shema. So Shema comes from the Shama. Shama here is to say he heard, past tense. To say Shema is to say hear. It's like in Amharic to say Sema. Sema is like he heard. To say Sima is like if you speak to a man here. The Hebrew is Shama, he heard, and Shema, speaking to an individual man, Shema here. This means that even the Elohim here is not speaking of gods, but is speaking of he who be who he be as the gods. In other words, he is the powers in singularity, not speaking to plural, but speaking to he. Here is saying Shema, right? Shema Elohim. Hear, O Elohim. It's like when we go into court and it's like, Your Honor, may the court hear, may the court hear me, hear Your Honor, you know what I mean? May the courts hear. And hear in the Hebrew sense from the Shama root is not just hear or listen, like we say Shema Yisrael. Often we will say Shema Yisrael, like hear, O Israel, right? Like to hear, like you hear me or you hear me. But in the Hebrew sense, it can be hear to obey, right? Hear to obey, right? In other words, it has a sense both of hearing, but also a sense of obey. So when we say Shema Yisrael, maybe step up to understand it's not just to hear, but if you hear it, like you feel me, you hear and to do and to act on it. The same sense is brought out in the opening verse of this 64th Psalm, Mizmor Samek Hey. So excuse me, some of the intro right there. But we do have that part recorded. So basically we're just trying to give you the highlights so we can get up to verse 2 and kind of get through this psalm. It has two main parts, verses 1 right to 4. Slika, the page flipped over. Verses 1 to 6. 1 to 6 is a prayer for protection or more better, it is a complaint. You know, like you go to court to make a complaint, right? You have to make your complaint, right? So now that right there is zooming in. You might have seen this when there was no sound on the word siyah. Siyah is a meditation, right? And then this is the noun. This is the noun. This is the noun, right? This is the noun. Here, going to the verb, siyah. Siyah as a verb, it means to put forth something, to meditate, to muse. You know, like when you complain, you ponder, you're going through something. You're trying to study a problem you're in, you know, a situation. What it actually comes out to mean right here, for the context sense of it, is hear my conversation with myself, what I've been saying as I've been complaining. You know, a lot of times when we complain, we basically are complaining firstly to ourselves because we're trying to figure out what it is. We're musing, we're putting forth ideas, right? So to converse with oneself and hence aloud. So when people say, is it wrong to talk to yourself? Some say the best conversation they've had with themselves. Well, there's a principle for that in scripture that is not crazy, you know, according to the way. It says it right here. Shema Elohim, hear and obey, O Creator, O ruler, O judge, even judge of judges, Qorey, hear and obey my voice, Bisachi. So he's saying, even in my conversation with myself and hence aloud, even in my complaint, my pliant and my complaint, my medi with myself, hear it. May you hear it, right? And may you also respond, like to say, favorably to it. So this is like going into the first verse. I also touch on the preserve. I was trying to say, and that's the part you might not have heard, that people confuse. This word is very, very important to the Habarim, the fellows, and the Talmudim. Take note of this H5341, Natsar. Because Natsar is the root word that is the attribute that's attributed to Yeshua, or aka Jesus, Jesus of Nazareth. Also that term Nazareth or Nazar, the Nazarene, in the Hebrew sense, Hanotri. So Yeshua Hanotri is a Hebrew way, Hebraic way to say Jesus of Nazareth. But literally it's saying that Yeshua is the Notri. He's the one who Natsars, the Natsar. Also Notri and Notzrim, to say like Nazarenes, it is the first sense of the followers of Yeshua before they were called Christianoi or Messiahites, because they would speak about Yeshua being HaMoshiach. He is that anointed. He is the anointed high priest, the Kohen Gadol of the Brit Chadasha, right? And we are, you know, we are that royal priesthood, as Peter reminds us. So this is one reason why they say, oh, so you're saying that all of you are, he is the anointed and you are anointed one, so you are like little Christ, Christianoi, and this is how the term came in. Now, we don't reject that in truth, but what we're getting to is the root, right? Natsar. So in the Greek only has, like English, it only has one approximate letter to make the Hebrew sound sa. And that one letter to make the Hebrew sound sa is the Z sound za. So terms like Nazar and Natsar are two different terms in the Hebrew, Nazar and Natsar. But that confusion comes in the King James Version translation. That's why many people will try to kind of, you know, bridge Nazarite with Nazarene. You see what I'm saying? But the two terms are not the same word, right? You know, not the same word. I'm not saying that the Nazar sense does not apply to Messiah and does not apply to those in the new covenant. I'm saying that the word Nazarene, right, is not the same as Nazarite. That's an error of the Gentile linguistics because they only have one letter, a zeta. In Greek, they only had a zeta, right? They did not have a sadai. So therefore, instead of putting any, they couldn't write the sa. So they said the next nearest sound to sa is za. And that's where the confusion comes in Nazareth and Nazarene. And then people confuse it with Nazarite. But this word here means to guard, to watch over. So we had pointed out that this is an important term that the Chaverim hopefully can touch on, right? In that first initial descriptor of Yeshua as being the Notzri, Ha-Notzri, being the Nazar or the Natsar, not the Nazarene, not the Nazarite, like Numbers chapter 6, but the Natsar. Now, the Natsar here as a verb means to guard, to watch over. This is also the word like the preserver, Yeshua the preserver, Yeshua the guard, Yeshua the keeper, right? The guarder from dangers, right? I'm bringing out this sense to bring out the Hebrew perspective of the Nazareth or the Nazar, the Nazarene in that sense, right? The watchman, right? So we brought that out as well, right? It's a guarder in a good sense, protector, maintainer, right? In a bad sense, or the opposite sense, can be the concealer, the hider, right? So we went through this verse right here: preserve my life, right? Titzor chayai, right? Mi pachad oyeb. We also brought out that in this verse, the word preserve, titzor, right, is like the verse in the next, like a word in the next verse, right? This word here, preserve, from the natsar, titzor, is the imperfect mood sense of natsar, right? And that means like the action has not been fully completed. It's almost like going on, but it has not been completed. Often this is rendered in prayers or in complaints like this here. It can be rendered, right, as a imperative, as a command. So the first part is Shema, hear, obey, O Elohim, the my voice in my complaint, right? Mi pachad oyeb, right? From the fear of the enemy, titzor chayai. So the Hebrew, the verse, the order of the words is reversed. From fear of the enemy is the first part, and preserve my life is the second part. But be that as it may, right there, the mood of the verb is an imperfect mood that in prayer and in complaint it can take on an imperative sense. So titzor, right, is like you are preserving my life, but it can take on the sense of preserve it, like do it now in that sense. While in the literal sense of the verb, titzor, is like you are preserving my life. But in the context here, the spirit of it can take on the sense as though it is a command too, right? Thou will preserve, right? Thou will preserve, you will preserve, right? You are preserving, you will preserve, right? Can take on a sense of preserve and hide, right? And hide me, right? This immediately follows this opening cry, this opening call, like how do you plead, this opening plea. But it has in it, this first verse, the assurance that it will be heard. And I mentioned how Moshiach said that when we pray, we should pray and have the mind state that what we have prayed for, we receive. Like that idea of praying, right? And the receptivity that our prayer is being heard and he answers. This is where we get the Davidic pattern in the sense of David, a man after Yahweh, after Adonai, after the Lord's own heart. Because Messiah says to pray, and to pray effective prayer is to know that you receive in the way, the truth, and the life what you have asked, right? That assurance of mind. And Dawid here in this 64th Psalm, also the first verse, likewise. The terror or the dread, right? We touched on that, not that word right there. There we go, right there. Pachad, the terror or the dread of the enemy. The strong fear, right? The dread that the enemy arouses in me, right? From the personal perspective, or I and I, in we, right here. Preserve, guard me, O guardian. So that's the first verse right there, just kind of going over this again in brief, pointing to some of the highlights. Shema Elohim, Qorey v'sechi, mi pachad oyeb, titzor chayai. Guard, natsar, right? Chayai, my life. So that word preserve from natsar, very important study needs to be had as it links with one of the first attributes of Yeshua, the Bein Elohim Chaim, as Hanotzri, and the fact that the early, even today among Judaics and others, referring to Christians often as Notzrim, like the Notzarim, Notzrim. And Yeshua is HaNotzri, right? He is not just the Nazareth, but he is the guarder, preserver, the watchman. Check, check. So here, getting into this verse here, the KJV wise is the second verse. In the Hebrew, it's the third verse, where it says, hide me. So preserve in the first verse links with this word hide me. It's in the same kind of mood, right? Hebraically. Here it says tastereni, tastir, hide, satar me. Tastir, satar means to hide. Tastereni, tastereni, right? To hide, to conceal. Tastereni, right? Like tastereni is the Hefil sense. Tastere ani, hide ani. Misod, misod meraim, hide me from the sword of the meraim. Who is the meraim? The raim are those who are rara, ra'a. They're on that rara. They're on that bad, that evil, that dangerous, that wicked. You know. Literally, it can mean to break, to shatter. In the figure of speech, is to do hurt or injury, right? So hide me from the sword. Sword is a council, an intimate council, an assembly, like one's getting together. It can be used in good senses, or it can be used in bad sense. It's like a council, a secret council, right? So here, this council is a particular council. It's the sword Miraim, right? The sword of the Miraim, of those who are Narara, right? It says from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, right? From the Meirikshat po aleawen. Now remember, I was comparing this psalm right here. Wow, that part didn't probably get brought out either. Comparing this psalm right here with what we have in this Torah reading and feeding with Korah. Other Judaics, Hebraics before us, have compared it with Daniel. In its first instance, it is with David, either in the earlier times where he suffered at the hands of Shaul, or in the later time by his son Absalom and the men that were with him that plotted against him, right? But here the psalm has principles. That's why it can apply to these situations, right? Both then and even now. Here, the next thing that's requested is to be hidden, right? Tasterene. So it's interesting that the word titzor chayai, to guard, to watch, to guard my life, to preserve my life. It has, in a sense, to conceal my life, like to preserve. And then the next thing he says is tastereni, right? Hide ani, right? Me sod, from the council miraim, the council of the wicked, the ratchet ones. May rikshat. So here we have regesh, riksha, regesh, and riksha, right? This is word to mean the throng, right? Regesh, right? In a company, right? Riksha, right? Riksha, regesh is more the male, and riksha is the female, the feminine form of it. Not the female, but the feminine. So one form of it more is like a company. Remember how Korah and Datan Abiram, the 250, they came in a company? That was an insurrection, right? Now, in the female sense, feminine sense, the rikshat, right? Riksha and rikshat. Riksha is a throng, but it can also be a scheming, right? Riksha, a scheming, a riksha, like a crowd of schemers. So when it says may rikshat, so the different riksha is by itself. When it's connected to another word, right? Rikshat po ale. So here is saying from the insurrection, the throng, the company, the scheming of may rikshata po ale, the workers, the habitual workers, aven, right? May rikshat po ale aven, may rikshat po ale awen, from the insurrection, right, of the po ale, those who pa'al, right? They do things, but they do things in this way. They do things systemically, habitually. They practice. If you say I do's what I does, that's their system. That's their practice. It's not just saying that, oh, okay, this person did something like they did one wrong thing. They usually do right and they made an error here. No, it's not talking about that. It's talking about those who, this is what they do. right? They practice evil. They're perfect at evil, right? But in the context here, it's an insurrection of the workers of Aven, right? Awain, of trouble, sorrow, wickedness, right? In other words, these are people who exert themselves. They put a lot of effort to do wickedness, right? It's like somebody who worked hard. Like you hear about people, they was doing all these things to bring someone else's downfall about. They working hard at it day and night. They lost sleep over it. And the whole thing came to nothing. It came to nothing. That's the sense of that iniquity, right? So what do we have here? We have counsel, right? The counsel and the insurrection. Some look at this word riksha or riksha, right, as a throng, a bunch of one scheming. In Numbers chapter 16, we see that, right? We see that there. That's why I say this is an example here in this Torah reading and feeding for the daily psalm right here. So we have these two key words. We have the Hebrew word sod, a counsel, whether for better or worse, but here for worse, the secret counsel, the sod, right, of the Re'im, right, the Re'im. And then we have the Riksha, right, the crowd, the throng, the scheming, the insurrection, or the tumult. This is secret plotting and open assault. So in this verse, first part of the verse, hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked. That's part one. Part two is from the insurrection of the wicked. From the insurrection of the workers of iniquity. My bad. Again, the part one of the verse, let me scroll down here. So without the numbers, so you can see it up to the colon, the semicolon. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked. Key word here, the sod, the secret counsel of the wicked. Second part, from the insurrection or the scheming crowd, the tumult of the workers of iniquity. So the key words, riksha, in the second part for insurrection, and sod in the first part for secret counsel. So the key here is we have the sod and the riksha. Sod, the riksha. What does that mean, Chavirin? Well, it means secret plotting. Secret plotting is the sod, right? Based on the word sod. Like we said, this word can be used in good senses, but here it's like a secret, a close counsel, a familiar counsel, a secret converse, secret counsel, a session, a company of persons who are in close deliberation. They have an intimacy. They give consultation, but also they keep this as a secret. This is like our thing. When they say this is our thing, yeah, that's their thing, right? So this is a secret plotting. The second part of the verse, right, from the insurrection, the riksha, right, rikshat po'alei aven, right, the riksha, right, is the insurrection or the tumult. This is the open assault. You get it? First part is the secret plotting, and then the open attack. Before the open attack happens, there has to be the secret. There's always a secret plotting, right? So the verbs, they connect with those nouns. With those nouns, these nouns here, they occur also in Psalm 2, verse 1. So you remember that second song? Why do the heathen rage? Right? And the people imagine a vain thing? Right? How they take counsel together. You remember that? You remember that right there? How they take counsel together, right? Against Yahweh, right? And against his anointed. How the people of Israel in the wilderness in Numbers 16 took counsel through Korah's advisement, right? And his counsel, and Datan and Abiram against Moshe and Aharon. So they took the secret counsel, the secret plotting, and then it came to a point where they could act out on it, the open assault. The key word, secret counsel, insurrection. The verbs are connected in Psalm 2, verse 1. So once again, right here, Tastereni mi sod mireim, me rikshat polei aven. Here, the Gimel verse, third verse right here, right? According to the KJV, third verse, it says, "These are they." So who are these? Who are these? Who he's asking? We're asking to be hidden from, right? Like in the shadow of the Almighty, right? To be hidden from the counsel of these evildoers, right? And the tumultuous insurrection, right, of the workers of iniquity. These are they, right, who wet their tongue like a sword, bend their arrows, bitter words, The key of this verse here is to wipe out the italicizations, because they're not there in the original. Now, of course, if we read it without the italics, it gives us the force of the Hebrew, who whet their tongue like a sword, bend their arrows. Whet their tongue like a sword, bend their arrows. Bitter words. This is it. Who whet their tongue like a sword, bend their arrows. Bitter words. There's no and. There is no their bows to shoot. There's no even right there. The force is very live and direct. These are they, right, who I'm asking you to preserve my life from their terror and to hide me from the counsel of the evildoers and from when they rise up. Hide me from when they plot in secret and when they openly attack, right? And who are they? Oh, thank you for asking. These are they who whet their tongue like a sword. They bend their arrows, bitter words, right? So it's showing us that what is also can be acted out physically, like overtly. They're doing this with their rumor and their gossip and their lashon hara, their evil tongue, their whisper campaign. Here it says, Asher shananu ka chereb. Asher, these are they who shananu. They shananu. Not only do they wet it, shanan, they sharpen it. You know, like they would sharpen, people would sharpen to wet something. If you sharpen a knife or something like that, yeah, that sense there, right? But notice also in the PL sense, this word is also used in the Shema, right? In the Shema in Deuteronomy chapter 6, I think verse 5 or verse 6, 5 or 6, where it says to teach them diligently. Teach it diligently to your children. Literally, is to sharpen them. Same word here. But these here, they sharpen kachereb like a sword, right? Lishonam. They sharpen like a sword their lashon. Lishonam. Their lashon, their tongue, their organ of speech, they have it well sharp. Right? You can't even get a word back to them. They already got you. Bitter, hot, fire, bitter words. You know what I mean? Asher shananu kachereb lishonam. Darku, they bend. Chitzam, they bend their arrows. Davar, word, davar mar. Right? They bend, right? Arrows, their arrows. Davar, right? Well, actually, like a arrow. This sense here will bring out. It says arrows here, right? But literally, it's like their sword is one and their arrow is one. Darku, they darak. So the word darak here, it means to tread, like you walk, to trod, but it can also mean to bend. Because I spoke on this before when we had the psalm. It's like the ancient archers, how they would bend the bow. You know what I mean? In that sense, almost like you put your foot on it and bend it back to set up that arrow. You know, especially if the sniper had to shoot long, you had to bend the arrow a little bit more so it can have that glide through the ear. This is what they do, right? This is what they do with their tongue and their words. Darkua chitzam, right? Chetz is arrow. Chitzam is their arrows. Davar mar. What? Davar, word, speech, a word or speech, a matter, mar. So it can be literally a poison word, right? Like a literally one word, but in the figurative sense, it's a bitter matter. There's this bitter matter. Remember Numbers chapter 16, this is a very bitter matter after everything that happened in the Numbers chapter before, chapter 16, right? So this is why we apply it right here. Asher shananua kachereb lishona. Darku achitzam davar mar. Mar from Mara. Right? And we pointed to Naomi, what she said. Hey, don't call me Naomi, because I've gone through a lot of bitterness. You know, I'm bitter. Right? You know, bitter. It can be bitterness of water. Like a water can be bitter, food can be bitter in that literal sense. Right? In a figurative sense, a harlot, a 304's end is bitter, right? The end of wickedness in the figurative sense in the scripture is bitter, right? One can have a bitter cry, even in the substantive sense of pain. You know, like how some pain is bitter, right? So this word here is bitter, right? Here we have bitter. Now, bitter also in some cases, marah, right? In the first sense, is just to be bitter, right? Let's see if they have it down here, to be embittered, right? To be embittered. A secondary sense of this is to rebel. Let me see if I find it over here. Mar. Now, mar also is to drop down, like distillation. The word myrrh, you know, myrrh, like frankincense and myrrh, might come from this same sense. If you notice that myrrh, you know, myrrh, right? The myrrh is kind of bitter. If you ever taste myrrh, right? Yeah, it's kind of bitter. Ever chewed frankincense, right? You ever try to chew myrrh? Kind of bitter, ain't it? Right? Mara. So we have bitterness right here. But this also they don't have it here actually in any of the references that we are pointing to, but it's also bitter words is like rebellious. It has that sense in the Hebrew. So tongue like a sword, right? Ka chereb lishonam, their tongue like a sword. We have this in other Psalms 55, round about verse 21, 22. We have it in Psalm 57, round about verse 4, verse 5. And for aimed their arrows. So the darak, the bending, the darak, the bending here. Let's scroll down here to tread. See the tread, literally like to put your foot down, like you're trotting, or to tread like the wine press, you're treading on the grapes. Because the use of the foot, darak, right? The word for way is derek, the derek. I am the way that you must darak. I am the way that you must darak. So darak is to tread. It can be applied in different senses, but you see here in the 4 and 5 is to tread a bow. So sometimes you'd see the old time archers would take the bow and put their foot on it and then bend back the bow, right? You know what I mean? To get the taunt, you know, to get the tightness so they can put that arrow, you know, so they can line up the shot. So this is like the arch, the bow benders, you know. So right here, right, to tread. So this in the sense of Hebrew, if you understand what's going on by these primitive Hebrew words, a translation of this into modern sense would be like to aim the arrow, right? So they have these bitter words. Their tongue is like a sword, right? And they're aiming their words where they will hurt the most. Aim their arrows. We have this in Psalm 58. In Psalm 58, round about the KJV verse 7, Hebraically verse 8. The second part, bitter words, davar mar, the dabar mar, right? Literally, it's bitter word. It's not the plural sense as translated. It can be projected in interpretation. Sometimes the singular refers to many. Like all of them are just like this one man. You know, monkey see, monkey do, but all of them are like that one monkey. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense. So though it's singular, literally it can apply, right, to more than one. But we're just trying to give you the truth of it. It's not words, it's word. A bitter word. Right? If they translate more correctly, they should have said the arrow, a bitter word. Right? The arrow, not even bitter words, the arrow, a singular bitter word. Now, a poison word is also how it's brought out in some translation. A bitter word, or, remember the word davar is also a speech, a word, a thing. And we say, what's the matter? Right? What's the matter? What's the word? Right? It's not just one word, but it's like as you talk words, it's talking about one subject matter. So it can be also like a subject matter, right? So the single, plural singularity is interesting. So it can be a business, occupation, a matter. So it's a bitter or a rebellious matter. So the phrase evil matter, right, in verse 5, as you know, haven't gotten to, but in verse 5, right, in verse 5, it suggests that the meaning here is a serious matter. Like this is a deadly scheme. To give an example from our Torah studies, Numbers chapter 16, Korah and his merry bunch of rebels, his Mari, his B'nai Mari. B'nai Mari is the children of bitterness or the children of rebellion, right? And his merry bunch of rebels. Look how that go, Mary, right? His merry bunch, language is something else. right? How you fragmented, allowed the language to be fragmented, but kept a core, right? That core, that Afro-Semitic in the world, right? But be that as it may, made as it be, this is talking about their rebellion, right? Asher shananua kachareb leshonam darkua chitzama davar mar. Here to the Dalet verse, right? That they may shoot in secret at the perfect. At the perfect. Nobody's perfect. But I love the Bible. The Bible is true. You know what I mean? We say that sometimes. So what does it mean? That they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. So based on the popular nobody's perfect rhetoric, this verse will have no meaning. So we have to re-examine this whole idea of perfect. Let's read the Hebrew first, and then we'll break that down, right? Here it says, li wrote, they shooting, right? Shots fired, li wrote, ba mistarim, tam, pitom, yoruhu, with lo yerao. It's a interesting rhyme here. Let's see if we can bring it out. Lirot ba mistarim tam. Pitom yoruhu velo yerau. Okay. Two parts of the verse right here. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Lirot ba mistarim tam. Lirot, to shoot, ba mistarim, right, in the secrets, in the hiddens, the mistar. This is where we get the word. Some people say the Hebrew come from Greek. No, the Greek actually was strongly influenced by the Hebrew. Right here we have mistar. Remember in the former verse, hide me, tastereni, right, from satar. That's the Hebrew root, right? And when we understand the Hebrew build, these things are already built into the Afro-Shemitic language. But then we study other language, they don't have that same build. That means they must have borrowed it or got it from somewhere else. Check, right? It's like all the languages that use the word computer, right? We know that that's an English phrase, right? Check, right? Here we have mistar, secret place, right? A hiding place, right? A secret place, a concealed place. So it says lirot, right? That they may shoot, that they may yara, not to be confused with yare. Yara is to shoot, to cast, to shoot, to cast. Also, this word can mean to point, to aim, to teach. In fact, from this word here, we get the word Torah, right? The root of Torah comes from this word, yara. So yara, to cast, to throw, to shoot, but in the sense of Torah, is to point, to aim, to direct, right? To direct, to teach, to instruct, right? But this word also to shoot, right? The sense of to aim, to flow as water, right? To lay, to throw something, right? Especially an arrow, that is to shoot. In the figurative sense, it means to point out. Notice, like if you aiming, you're going to shoot something, what do? You aim it. Don't you aim it, right? Like aiming the finger, right? But aiming the finger also in the secondary, aiming the finger is the literal sense, and the figurative sense is to teach. Like a teacher say, okay, look over here. You see this right here, and pointing to it, right? And even when we study Torah, there's the yads, those kind of pointers that sometimes would have like a finger at the end of it, right? But here, lerot ba mistarim tam, to shoot in secret at the tam. Uncle Tom, right? Uncle Tom. I didn't say Tom. I say Tom, right? The perfect. That seems to go. Uncle Tom, actually, in the real narrative of it, he was righteous and he was doing a good deed, right? I mean, he was the true one, right? He was not. The bad one in the story was Sambo. The bad one was a field nigger. It was a street nigger, not the house nigger. See how things are when you follow these and those study to show yourself approved. So here the time, right? Complete, right? One who lacks nothing. In other words, remember that the offerings in the tabernacle had to be perfect. In other words, what did perfect mean for the Israelite? Having nothing more and having nothing less. So if If the Almighty created a particular animal having this many parts and those many parts, it was not to have less than how he created it, and it was not to have more. In that sense, it was perfect. Jacob is called Tom. He's called a plain man. In your King James Bibles, when it says Jacob was a plain man, Esau was in the streets. And the streets got no love. He was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully when you get people will get the basic what we're saying right here so we can kind of rescue ourselves out of these traps, right? So Tom, this is what Jacob was called, a plain man, or he's a perfect man. He was complete, right? Didn't have more, didn't have less. Even Noah, he was perfect in his generations, Tamim, right? He was whole, he was sound. It can mean an ordinary, the quiet sort of person. You know, like Esau, he liked that rah-rah. You know, you have that one brother that's outgoing. He's a people person on the street. You know what I mean? He might even be a gunman. You know, he lived by the sword. He died by the sword. While he has a brother that's the quiet sort, right? That's a Jacob and Esau, right? You know, a complete can also apply to morally, the moral innocence. So as the animals didn't have more or less, the same thing with one in genuine morality. He had integrity. He has ethics. Someone who has ethics. That's the sense of complete or perfect, right? Not the Gentile mind perfect, but the Hebrew mind perfect, right? In the Gentile mind perfect, no, nobody's perfect because their conception is not even real. It's not true. It's a fantasy. But in the Hebrew sense, perfect, yes, there is perfect. Lirot ba mistarim tam. Pitom, 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 pitom. When did it happen? Pitom, 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 pitom. Right? It happened at once, suddenly. Pitom. When did it happen? Pitom. It just happened like that. Pitom, pitom, pitom. Suddenly, man. Didn't you hear? It happened instantly, right? Pitom, right? Straightway. Pitom, right? From peta, peta'a, peta'a, right? Peta'a is suddenness, like in an instant. It's from an ancient Afro-African Shemitic root that means to open the eyes. You know when that happens sometimes, you be sleeping, and then all of a sudden, eyes open. It's like, whoa, whoa, like, you know, in a wink of an eye, in a moment, right? Right? So quick, fast. Pitom, right? So here it says pitom, suddenly, right? Yoru, they shoot. Suddenly shots fired. Suddenly, yoru, they shoot. Who? They shoot him. Suddenly they shoot him. Pitom, yoruhu. What happened? Pitom yoruhu. Word? Yeah, they shot him just bang, right? Pitom yoruhu. They shot him. Willow, yirao. It's a little rhyme here. Pitom yoruhu. Willow, yirao. Pitom yoruhu. Pitom yoruhu. Willow, yirao. Right? So you know how the words, right? Yoru, right? From the lirot sound similar, right? The yara. Let me show you this right here. Let me show you. The word for shoot is yara, right? The word for fear or reverence, respect is yare, right? See how that is right there? So these two words have very close roots, right? That's why we have to have the proper spirit, and with the proper spirit, it's not the letter of the law, but the spirit, right? We will get the proper vocalization and vowels, right? I know a lot of people talk about this, and what they're doing when they think that Hebrew only has a few vowels and this and that is because they're looking at English. English got people confused. You know what I'm saying? Basically, English will get you confused. You know what I'm saying? That's why we need to like dip into these root words and put it into proper context and look at the verse and look at the context, right? So right here is saying, that's why in the I wonder how ones of the Lashon Kadash would say this. You know, with their form of the Lashon Kadash, with their Lishon, with Lishonam, with their tongue, right? But here, Lirota Bamistarim Tam. Pitom yoruhu willo yirau willo yirau yirau, like y R-A, and then R-A hyphen U. You can put a U there, but really it's the odd A-U, right? A-U, right? But actually, for most people, just put a U there. The A will confuse them. Although that's there in the Hebrew, but when we start to look at the glyphs and read it like that, you'll get it better. Sometimes when we transliterate something to the English, because English, we see an E somewhere. What is that? No, there's no E in Hebrew, but there is a eh sound that may be written and ascribed as an E, right? But like the English is so irregular. An E can be eh, it can be a, it can be ah, it can be all kind of things in English. It's just weird. So that's where the confusion comes in, right? But here, right, just to get through this verse right here, in secret places, right, in secret places. So when it says that they may shoot in secret, it's basically in secret places, right? They what it says, lie in wait, in ambush at the perfect, at those who have integrity. You know what I mean? We have Psalm 10, roundabout verse 7, Hebraically verse 8, and we have Psalm 17, roundabout KJV verse 11, Hebraically is verse 12. For the mistarim, for the mistar, mystery, mistar. It's a satar, right? Mistar means what is satar, what is hidden, right? Right there, right? You see, when you study in Greek and some other languages, and they have the similar words, and people say it comes from Greek, when you start to study, okay, let's look at the roots. Let's look at how it makes sense of everything else in Greek. It's almost like a word that just came from nowhere. When we say the Hebrew roots, we can go back to the logical roots, and it's like a flower that grew from a seed. You see what I'm saying? But be that as it may, right? It says, Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Anyway, it says that they fear not. They shoot, right? Yoruhu pitom, yoru. They shoot who? They shoot who is him. Yoruhu. They shoot him with low and not yira'u. Yira'u. And they don't fear. So it's kind of a little interesting play in the Hebrew between the word for shooting, right, and the word for reverence. That's why often someone say respect the shotter. You know what I mean? In that sense, because what the real shotter in this instance is not them shooting at the innocent man, at the perfect man, but it's them getting shot, by Yahweh, right? In other words, when Yahweh shoots back, right? But in secret, so they fear not. They don't fear, they don't respect God, Elohim, and they don't respect man. They don't care. Like, I don't care what God, I mean, people say it, a lot of people say that. But anyway, let's go on right here to verse 5, the hey verse right here, the 5th verse. They encourage themselves. When we say this here, chazak, be strong, be encouraged, we need chazak. That we do in a good way. But they encourage themselves, not in a good way, right? But in an evil matter. In an evil, you see the word dabar? So now earlier it was translated as words, over here as matter, but it's the same Hebrew word here. So you see how the Hebrew gives us the simplicity? They commune of laying snares privily. They commune, they reason, like how can we do this secret thing, right? They say, who will see them, right? Who will see them? Both who will see them who work these things in secret, right? Who will see them, the doers, and who will see, right, the snares, the traps, right? Nobody know we did this, and nobody's going to see what we did, right? So here it says, ye chazku, right? Ye chazku, right? They encourage. Ye chazku lamo. They encourage for themselves. Ye chazku lamo davar ra. They encourage themselves an evil word, right? In a matter that's ra, that's evil, davar ra, right? It says, ye chazku lamo davar ra, right? Ye sapru, right? Litamona mokshin, right? They yisapru. The word sapru, the commune safar. They recount, they relate. Like people numbering, taking account and relating, like getting the logistics of how they're going to do this, right? Here. It says, Yisapru, right? Litmon mokshim. Amru, they say, Mi yir'eh lamo. Mi yir'eh. Now, here we have the word yir'eh, right? I know it sounds a little like yoru, right? And lirot, and it sounds a little bit like yare and yirau, but this right here is to see, re'eh, right? They're saying, mi yireh, who will see lamo, who will see them? Mi yireh lamo, mi yireh lamo, Mi Lamo, who will see Lamo, who will see them, who will see them who are doing these things, and who will see the traps that we're laying, right, for the righteous, right? So this particular verse right here, Davara, an evil matter, a hurtful, harmful matter, hurtful, harmful speech, like slander, like Lashon Hara. So we talk about the Lashon, the tongue, Hara, the slanderous tongue. Here we have Davara. So the Davara, the evil matter, is communicated with the Lashon Hara, with the slanderous tongue, right? And they think like, well, we're going to get away with this. So they encourage themselves. They chazak, right? They strengthen themselves. They encourage themselves. Yechazku lamo. They encourage themselves. What's this? They strengthen. They encourage. As we complete a book of Torah and we say chazak, we need to chazek, be strong, be encouraged, and make I and I encourage one another. Well, they, right, encourage themselves, but not in this, but in the evil matter, right? They do everything in their power to make their designs effective, right? And they ask, right, who will see them, right? Me, yir'eh lamo. Me, who? Yir'eh lamo. Yir'eh, to see, lamo, to see them, right? Elohim, God, right? And man, and whoever, right? They don't know what we're doing. Who's going to see them? We'll take no notice of their proceedings, right? Right? And that's what we really get in Numbers chapter 16 with the Korah and the rolling rebellion right there. You know what I mean? That's the funny thing right there. You know, it's like almost like they think that Elohim, right, will take no notice. Like even they think that Elohim, right, Yahweh Eloheinu, will approve of what they, are doing. We have Psalm 10, verse 10 in the KJV, but for sure Psalm 10 verse 11 for this verse right here. So let's keep it pushing right here. Ye chazku lamo devara, ye saprua litmona mokshim, right? Litamon mokshim, hiding sneers, mokshim, mokesh, sneers. Amru, they say, mi yere lamo, who will see them? Mi yere lamo, right? Yere lamo, nobody yere lamo. They don't see yere lamo, me. Who see, right? Me, and who see? Yere lamo, who will see them? Here we have the Vav, the Wow verse right here. Here we have the 6th verse to complete this opening, or the first of the 2 parts here. They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search, both the inward of everyone and the heart deep. So we are consumed by that they have thoroughly searched. More of the Hebrew sense, right? And here, a searched. For real, it's a searched. The search has been searched. That means it has really been searched. You see that repetition of words, right? The repetition of the same word, it kind of go with like the Hebrew sense that we find, right? Let's grab this here. What they're doing here. Okay, the Hebrew says tamnu. The Hebrew MSS, the Masoretic says tamnu. So one, okay, hard or soft. Here is tamnu, right? In one version, and over here it's tamnu. right? Tamnu. So it sounds similar to the English speaker, but actually one is ta and one is ta. One is ta and one is ta, right? So here, the Hebrew manuscript, right? It says, we are finished, right? We are finished. Let's just see this right here. We'll get into the verse right here. So there's an alternative read, and I think that's coming out from some other manuscripts. They hide or they disguise, right? They hide or they disguise. Okay, let's get the word right here. Da, 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 da. Let's see right here. Nachafas, right here. Chefes. Give me one moment. A diligent. Da, 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 da. Accomplish. Okay, here we have tamam. Tamam. Tamam means to be complete, right? But some versions have taminu. So what it is, it's a tau. The tau is regular T, and the tet is a more emphatic T. And I think what's being confused here is where it has not mokeshim, right? So you see right here in the English, it looks like the same word. We had to go back to the previous verse, right? In the previous verse, it says litmon, litmon. Litmon is like laying, right? In the sense of like where you're concealing, you're burying, right? Tamam, you're burying, you're concealing. Now the other one, tamam, not tamam, but tamam, right? It means like to be that sense of to be like complete, like perfect, a complete or perfect, right? So the English will look the same, but if you look at the Hebrew glyphs, you'll see the difference. So in some of the other manuscripts, somebody might have confused the soft T with the emphatic T, right? There's te and there's te. There's ta and there's ta, right? That's the matter right there. But we're gonna go on right here. We're gonna stick with the Tanakh on this right here. Yachpesu, Yachpesu olota tamnua chefes. Me chupas, we kereba isha, we leiv amok. Here, to bring out this sense, they they search out iniquities, right? They search out iniquities. They have accomplished a diligent search, or they plot injustice. They hide, right? They hide, right? The tamnu. Let's bring this right here. Tamnu, tamam, right? So you see the difference when it says a perfect or they hide. That's the difference right there in some of the readings around a particular word right here. But in the standard, right, they search out iniquities. They have accomplished a diligent search, to say almost like a perfect search. You know what I mean? A perfect search, right? A perfect tamanu. They have completed, right? Chefes mechupas, right? They've searched the search. They've completed, perfected a search then searched, right? A search searched, right? Even in the inward thought of everyone, right? It says wik areb, in the innermost, right? Ish, in the innermost of man, in the innermost of the innocence of a man. Kareb ish, right? With lave and heart amok, deep. So like the inner, there's a part in Proverbs that says that, a man hides his counsel deep in him. Like, a man will hide his real inner idea deep in him. But it says like a man of wisdom can search it out, can kind of draw it out. There is actually a proverb like that. This just reminded me of that proverb, like hide his counsel deep, but a man of wisdom deep and search. Hold on for a moment. It's just something about this here that we like to bring up right here. Search, just two words. Search, correct me. Search and deep. Right? There we go, right there. Right? Let's clear that right there. There we go. Search and deep. Okay. A man hides his, not search. KJV wasn't search. It was draw. right? Hopefully we're recalling this, right, in spirit and in truth right here. Right. I have to say that because this is before y'all. Like, yeah, I can make a mistake. I don't worry about that right there. It's to make the correction. That's the difficult part right there. Mistakes are easy. Corrections, yeah, right here. I will. So here, just all thanks be to Yah. Hallelujah. To Yah on this because I want to show you this. You see, here's what connects this with that. Proverbs 20:5. Counsel. Counsel in the heart of man. Eitzah, counsel, advice in the heart, in the lave, the heart, the mind, the lave, which is heart literally, but mind of man, in the mind of Ish. And this verse here talks about the Ish, right? Is what is Amok. So we have the word Amok, right? When it says in the heart, deep, the heart is Amok, like deep, deep. We say, yo, that's Amok. Amok et zeh. Amok et zeh. This is deep. That's deep. Amok et zeh. Right? Then it says is like deep water. But a man, right? So one man, one ish, he has a deep thought, counsel, right? But another ish, right, of understanding. But a man of what? A man of tabuna, right? Tabuna, a man of intelligence, understanding. Actually, the word tabuna really means of discernment. A man that can tell the difference between this and that, can know of the similar things and distinguish similar things to show that they're not the same. That's the sense of understanding, intelligence, right? So a man like that, what's he going to be able to do? He's going to be able to dollar. He's going to be able to dangle it, draw it out, right? Almost like drawing advice. You know what I mean? Like pull something out. Sometimes you don't want to talk about something and you have a friend and they're like, yeah, okay, cool. And then they ask you some question and before you know it, you're like, yeah, here's what's going on. You know what I'm saying? That's that sense right there. So counsel in the heart of man is like deep water 20:5, but a man of understanding will draw it out, right? So when it's saying over here, surely a man's mind and heart are cunning, that's a way of saying it, but it's more in this sense right here is deep, right? And the heart and the mind is amok. The mind is deep. So here, searching out. The searching out sense, let's go over here. The searching out sense, chefes, right? You see it says trick, plot, a shrewd device, covert, a trick, right? What kind of search is it? Right here, chafas. So they chafas, this is the verb. They search out, they disguise, search out, test, they search out, they seek out, right? They conceal oneself, chafas. So when it says in the text, it says tamanu, right? They complete, to say perfect, right? Chefes, a trick, a plot, mechupas. So what is the mechupas? They have there we go, the pu'al. Mechu, the pu'al. Mechupas, right? The pu'al, right? The verbs, I mean the vowels there for the sense, for the spin on the primary sense. To be searched for, to be sought out. So it says chefes, here we go, chefes, the trick, the plot, the device, chefes, that which they do covertly, right? Chefes, right? It says mechupas, the verb here from the pu'al sense, they have searched it out. They sought it out. You know what? They got the trick just right. They think they got the trick just right here. They devise it just right here, right? We have perfected, they say, right, a carefully planned scheme, and each man's inmost thought and heart is deep. They thought they was really deep in this, you know what I mean? Like today, people like think they're deep. Everybody think they're deep. Yo, that's deep. Yo, you deep. Yo, I'm real deep. Yeah, whatever. A modern commentator can comment on this like I, the only period in David's history that at all corresponds, since it's a Psalm of David, with this picture would be his early life at the court of Shaul. And then before David, the principles of this psalm applies, right, to the wilderness episode, particularly to the Korah, right, this Korah Torah portion and episode as well. So right here, right here we go. Yeah, I prefer the Hebrew, like they have the Tamnu there. That gives us a whole different reading right there. And the other reading, it's like they bury, they hide, they conceal, right? A trick, a plot that has been searched out, right? It kind of loses its flow like that. So we stick with Masora on this. Yachipasu Yachipasua olota tamanua chefesa mechupasa. Wik areba isha with lave amok. And every man, the innermost of every man, right? The innermost thought of man and the heart is amok. So what man is really thinking, forget what he's saying, but what's really behind, and what's really in a man's innermost of his innocence, right? So this is the thought of everyone. Let's see the heart here. Oh, the inward. There we go. That word we didn't bring out the kereb. You see the innermost part, right? Really, what's really in the innermost of the innocent. So man may say things, but what does he really mean and think at the core, right? That many times is something totally different. Now here's the last part of the psalm, the seal up right here, the seal up right here, right? So the first opening part is the complaint, right? The complaint, for and the prayer, the complaint and prayer for guidance and protection from these sort of folk. Notice, as I mentioned in Numbers chapter 16, every time they are, doing something, right? They bugging out. Moses was here, and Moses and Aaron, and then they go in prayer. You notice that, right? They don't even try to reason with them. Reason what? I mean, if you're saying all of that, this is deep, right? But here, the second and last section, how Elohim, right, the creator, the ruler, the judge of judges, the God of gods, how Yahweh Eloheinu, here referred to as the judge, Elohim, will thwart the schemers. How Elohim will thwart them, right? Will thwart them. Elohim is going to tweak their scheme, right? So it's going to fall down on their own head, right? It says their tongue will fall back on themselves, but Elohim shall shoot at them. So what they've been plotting, right? So when he gets over here, we got him like that. Okay, you know what you got to do. They got that all down pat. But what's going to happen? Elohim shall shoot at them with an arrow. So they have their arrow, their plan, their plot. Elohim, right? Shots fire. Suddenly, you see that word suddenly. You see Pitom, the same Pitom. Like they would do what they're doing by surprise. Or Elohim, Eloheinu, right? The judge, right? Our Godfather, right? Suddenly, right? He, right, shall shoot, right, at them, right? Suddenly they shall be wounded, right? So he's going to shoot at them, right? And their wound shall be. The Hebrew is a little more better. The English says, and they shall be wounded. The Hebrew is more, their wound shall be. So the idea is like Elohim is going to shoot at them, right? It's like almost in like those movies, the movies you've seen, a movie where somebody gets shot, and at first you think like, no, they're okay, and then you start seeing the blood. It's almost like that in a sense. This kind of a scene right here, right? Elohim shall shoot at them an arrow, just an arrow. He don't have to, use a whole bunch of. It's Elohim was speaking up, right? And bang, suddenly, surprise, you hit. Surprise, you got hit. Oh, you wanted to hit the right. A surprise, you got hit. Wa Yoreim. Wa and Yoreim. Right? So Wa Yoreim. Remember Yoru, they shot, right? Who? They shot him. Here, Wa Yore, right? He shoot. Wa Yoreim. He will shoot them. Elohim will shoot them. Chaitz, an arrow. He will shoot them an arrow. So in other words, Elohim is going to shoot them an arrow. Not arrows, but just chaitz, right? So the word for arrow here is chaitz, a projectile, a missile, right? An arrow, a piercer, right? Something that's going to pierce all their armor, right? A wounder, right? That's going to be a wounder, like a thunderbolt, right? So to speak, like the shaft of a spear, right? But whatever kind of arrow, right? This projectile, pitom, right? Suddenly, right? Hayu, they become, suddenly they be, right? Ma kotam, suddenly they will become their wounds. Now notice, here Elohim is shooting chait, right? Literally it's one arrow, right? Literally it's a arrow. But pitom, immediately, suddenly, hayu, it becomes, they become, what become? Makotam, their wounds be. So suddenly their wounds, notice it's 1 hour, it's one shot, many wounds. You see what I'm saying? One shot, many wounds. What kind of bullet? You know, they're talking about the Kennedy thing, like the whole magic bullet. No, this is Elohim shot. Elohim's one shot can create many wounds, right? So it's like, and suddenly it becomes, they become their wounds. Suddenly, right? They become. So from the one of the arrow, it's many wounds. So here, the makotam is the word makeh, makah. It's a blow, it's a wound, right? A strike, right? So from one creates many wounds, makotam. So here, Vayorem Elohim chait, pitom, hayu makotam, pitom, suddenly, hayu makotam, right? Here, the translation, right, right, following the Hebrew, right, the translations following the Hebrew, the Masoretic text accents would be Elohim doth shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. Suddenly. In the KJV, they move the suddenly to the second part of the verse. But when we follow the Hebrew accents, it would be that Elohim doth shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. And then the second part would not be, would be from, well, or the King James is kind of off. It says, suddenly shall they be wounded. No, it says, hayu, they become, right? They will be their wounds. And from there, they will become their wounds, right? Some things are kind of left out, but the context of the sentence has been punctuated differently in the AV. Like the AV and the authorized version, talking about the King James Version, they punctuate the Hebrew differently, right? They punctuate it like, but God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. The RV Revised Version says, but God shall shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. So they move the suddenly, kind of, they move it round about, they do some stuff there. Shall they be wounded, right? The verbs are prophetic, right? Are the prophetic, right? Perfect, as usually in this kind of psalm. What do we mean by the prophetic perfect? It's kind of saying that the action that will be done has already been done, right? And almost by the time you get this message, it would have already been done. But at the time of sending the message was not done. But the message itself says it was done. By the time the light reaches you, right, the day would have already come, right, is the sense. So the prophetic perfect is calling those things which be not as though they were, right? And that's usual in this kind of a psalm. So in psalms that request judgment going to court, right, there's a way of stating the desired effect like it has already happened, right? It's already happened, right? What they intended, right, to do to their victims, Elohim will certainly and suddenly do to them, right? So the more correct pointing of this verse would be, Wa Yoreim Elohim Chait Pitom. Chait Pitom. So the sense of, and Elohim will shoot them an arrow suddenly, right? Wa Yoreim Elohim Chait Pitom. Hayu Makotam. Hayu, and they become Makotam. They become their wounds. The sense of they become their wounds and they become wounded, right? In that sense, they become their wounds and they become, right? The they is kind of like, is it they become, right? From that one arrow, it becomes many wounds, or they themselves become the wounded. It can have that kind of spin in the Hebrew right there, the Ivrit. But here, let's continue on the 8th verse, the 8th verse in the section that Elohim thwarting the schemers. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. Ouch. Your tongue falling on yourself. All that see them shall flee away. You see what goes on in Numbers chapter 16? Right? Get away from these evil men, from the tabernacle, these evil men. Right? And then after the ground opens up, they're fleeing even more. Like, let's get away, lest we perish. Right? All that see them shall flee. All that see them and the judgment. Right? Wahayu makotam. And there their wounds be. Right? Wa yaka shiluhu. Wa yaka shiluhu. Right? They shall for Yaklishu. Right, let's bring this out right here. It's the kashal, the kashal here. Kashal, to stumble, to stagger, to totter, to stumble, to stagger, to totter. The kashal, to totter, to waver. Like the weakness of the legs, especially of the knees. Right. By implication, to falter, to stumble. So here it says, Wa and Yakashilu, right? They will totter, waver, stumble. Who? They will stumble it. They will stumble it, right? What will they stumble? Alemo, against themselves, lishonam. So it's like they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. The word is not nafal, fall, but the word here is kashal. Kashal, right? Wayak lishuhu, right? It has a sense here of to stagger, right? To stagger. Wa yak shilu, right? They will kashal who? They will kashal him, right? They will stumble him. This is in the sense of the hefil. They will cause to stumble, right? Wayak shiluhu, right? They will stumble him. They will bring to injure him. They will ruin, overthrow him. But the him is not the one they're ganging up on, but this will be alemo, against them, right? Lishonam. So it's like they will make their tongue, right, to stumble, to waver, right, and to fall against themselves. Not to fall in a fall sense, but it's like everything they was plotting, their words will kind of double back on them, right, will be their own judgment. Yita nodadu, call ro'e bam. Yita nodadu. Right now, here it says, flee away. Nadad, nodadu, nodadu. Right, they'll retreat. Right, they'll flutter away like birds. They will depart. Right, they'll get away. You ever see where you run among birds and the birds all fly away? Right, and like one go over here, one go over there, one go over there. That's how they will flee. Right, flap up and down. Right, be driven away. Right, so here it says, Yita nodadu, call all. Ro'e, all the seers of Bam, all the seers against them. Bam mean like in them, against them. Bam, right? Like upon them. Bam. So all the seers against them, all the seers that will see this like in them. It's somewhat awkward. It's archaic in the Hebrew. It's the earlier form of the Hebrew. So the sense, all those who see them, but it more has like, like you're looking against somebody, shaking your head. You're like, oh man, for real? Yeah, man. They stumble upon themselves, right? So they make their own tongue to stumble against themselves is a more better translation. They make their own tongue to stumble against themselves. All that see them shake the head. Right? So the yitanodad can be the flee, but in another context of the Hebrew, it can mean to shake the head. Right? Let me see if the more Hebrew translations bring it out right here. It says their slander will bring about their demise. That's the summary of it. All who see them will shudder. Right? Here we go. The NHEB. Right? Their own tongue shall ruin them. Yeah. All who see them will shake their heads. Right? So can both have a sense of them shaking their heads and then fleeing. It's like, you shake your head at something and you're walking away. You shake your head, you see something, you're shaking your head and you're getting away from it. Like even quick fast. They, not he. You notice that? They, not he, right, will be ruined by their mischievous talk, right? Shake their head is a more Hebraicism of this right here. Scornfully, it's like, man, oh man, oh man. You really did it. And now you are really done, right? Here, this links to Psalm 22. Psalm 22, round about verse 7 in the KJV, Hebraically, Psalm 22 and 8, right? All that see me shake their heads without. Now, that's, of course, for the righteous, right? But here, for the wicked, when they get their judgment, right, all who see this will shake their head. They're shaking their head saying, oh my goodness. And they're also kind of saying, like, for the grace of God, there go I. They're shaking their head, no, not me, but let it be them. Oh, whoa, right? Hopefully they learn a lesson from this, right? So once again, here to this verse here, keep it pushing right here. Let's bring it up here. Wa yakashiluhu, wa yakashiluhu alemoa lishonna. Yitanodadu, call Qorey, bomb. I love that bomb part. Call Qorey, all the seers, bomb against them, right? All those who see them, right? Did you see them? Yeah, all those that see them. Have you seen them? Shaking their head. Yes, I have seen them. Right? Here to the 9th, right, verse, the 8th verse, next to last verse right here. What do we have here? And so when this judgment was being called on, right, the complaint, right, in Psalm 64 here, and what's being asked of the Supreme Court, right, of the Supreme King of the Kings, the Judge of the Judges, right, being granted, that will bring the effect that all men, right, everywhere, everybody, all men shall fear or reverence, shall have more respect. The Hebrew sense of fear here is would more correctly as reverence. All men shall be reverent, right? They shall be respectful, shall be reverent, and shall declare the work of Elohim, for they shall wisely consider his doing. One thing you notice about the Israelites in Numbers chapter 16, it seems as though even though Yahweh is doing the work, they keep blaming Moses and Aaron, particularly Moses. It's almost like they see it, but they're not declaring that this is the work of Elohim, and they're not considering wisely his doings, right? So the Midrash, the breakdown and study on Psalm right here, is applying it to the Torah portion here, Korah. Here it says, Wayireu, call Adam. Remember when they shot at him? Wayireu, lo Yireu. They don't reverence. Here it says, Wa and Yireu, and they shall reverence, call Adam, all Adam. Wa Yagidu, and they shall tell, they shall relate, they shall narrate, Po'al, the works, the systemic, habitual, the practice works, Po'al Elohim. That Elohim being the creator, the judge, the just one, this is what he do. This is what he do. This is what he perfect. He perfects judgment, right? And that which is right. And they shall tell of this. They shall relate of this. This should be like the good news of it. Wayagidu, call Wayagidu, Po'ale, Po'al Stika, Wayagidu, Po'al Elohim. Right? Some of the similar words being used even from earlier. Some of the same words are being used again, but in a different context. Like they use these words to do this, Yah is going to use these same words to do that, right? Or ma'asehu, and his work, right? Hiskilu, right? Ma'asehu, his ma'ase, speaking about Yahweh's work, ma'ase, right? Hisakilu, they will consider wisely sakal, right? Hiskilu, the he feel sense. Hiskilu is they will look upon, they will have insight when they look at what Elohim, Eloheinu has done. They will give attention, right? They'll be wise, they have comprehension, they have some insight, they will learn something, and therefore act circumspectly and therefore prosper in what they do and have success, right, is what is brought out here. Here we have a lesson of universal import and importance. It's of universal import, so everybody, universally, non-partially, should import this right into their consciousness. All peoples, other nations is universal, non-partial, right? A lesson of universal import and importance would be learned from the outcome of the episode. That in the end, or in the fulfillment, right? In the fulfillment, the righteous, the right choice, right? The right way, the way, the truth, and the life, the righteous, right, triumphs, and righteousness, right choiceness triumphs, because there is, right, Elohim, the true good, the true God who judges in the world and judges the world. You see, the wicked, the fool says, Ain Elohim. There's no Elohim. That is to say, not just in the secular sense, there's no God, but in the Hebrew sense, there's no one to keep them accountable. But look, wickedness goes on. If there was a God, then how would that wickedness go on? See, that's the foolish way, right? And that will get them to say a lot of the slander that even the Israelites say, right? But hopefully this lesson will be learned, that in the fullness, the right choice and righteousness triumphs. Good over evil. Why? Because truly there is Elohim, the true good, the creator, and therefore the judge who judges the world, right? And all men and people in it. You see what I'm saying? First to the Israelite and then to the other nations. You know what I mean? But be that as it may, and all men, right? And all men, right? All men shall reverence, all men shall fear, right? All men shall have respect. Wayeru call Adam. Notice here it's talk about Ish. So learn the difference between Adam and Ish, right? And beware of those who tell you, oh, well, Adam and Ish, that's just poetical terms. It's not just a poetical term. Yes, Hebrew is poetical, right? Yes, you know, the divine mind has poetry and beauty to it, but these words have meanings, right? Adam here means all humanity, right? Both Israelites and others, right? All humanity should reverence, right? Now, this is to contrast what we had in verse 4, right? Where it says that they fear not. With lo yerau. With lo yerau. Here it says, why yerau? Call Adam. So earlier, they suddenly shoot upon the righteous, and lo yerau, and they don't have no respect, no fear, right? And here, after Yahweh shoots back, right? Why yerau? Call Adam. They shall reverence, all humanity shall reverence. When there is no fear of Elohim, no reverence, no respect, that's the Ain Elohim, there is no God, right? In men's heart, they lack moral restraint, right? You know what I mean? Like if you or me, we know that if I say that if I disrespect the respectful person, I get punched in the mouth, the likelihood is that you're not going to disrespect, right? So that's the sense right here. But when they have this idea that there's no consequence to their actions, they lack any genuine morality, and therefore genuine moral restraint, right? They behave violently, insolently, because they say, well, if there's a God, you can pray to God, but I haven't seen no judgment. I see a lot of wickedness going on. And if there was really a God, then why don't he just come down and do something, strike me with lightning? You know, that foolish way people talk. Right? But sometimes you have to let everything come to full account. You see what I'm saying? You know, spin the wheel again, right? Let them go on with the foolishness. And the innocent, they suffer, right? Because of this. Now, as the psalmist and I both praise and makes our complaint here in this psalm, may all, and we also hope and expect, may all humanity, right? Jew and Gentile, Israel and the other nations, right? Be managed. Even may some be controlled, and may Israel be managed, right? You know, by such reverence, right? And as a consequence, unrighteous conduct, right, will be avoided, right? People will make the right choice, right? and thereby even be righteous, and declare the work, right, of Elohim. I think that's so interesting here as we compare it with Numbers chapter 16, that we get these ones that even though Yahweh is doing the do, they still blame Moses for it. It's like they somehow really don't consider and declare that's the work of Elohim. They don't consider wisely Elohim's doing, his deed done did. And therefore they don't declare the work of Elohim. They don't declare the good news, we can say, of the King of Kings Christ. They don't confess that his will decides human issues, that Yahweh's will decides, and accordingly act so as to have his approval. When they do declare his work, they will confess that Yahweh, right, that his will decides human issues. Okay, if you chose Aaron, right, and his sons for the priesthood, okay. And if you chose Moshe, right, to be the leader of the nation, he brought us out of Egypt and all that, okay, you know what I mean? And thereby, if they act accordingly, they will have his approval, right? And with the Israelites, they would not have, you know, what we could say, wandered to death in the wilderness, in other words. Right? Lastly, but not leastly, verse, the Yod verse, Yod Aleph here. We have the Yod verse right here. Here's the seal up verse, right? So when these things, this is what the complaint and the prayer and the request, right, and the ask is in Psalm 64, Mizmor Samek Dalet, divine judgment, right? The righteous shall be glad in Yahweh. So what we have here is like, what they call it in court, like not an affidavit, but when somebody lays out, what they are asking the court here to get a divine judgment. The righteous shall be glad in Yahweh. Now somebody could say, why just says the righteous? What about the unrighteous? Well, you go figure that one. The righteous shall be glad in Yahweh. And shall trust in him, right? And shall trust in him, and all the upright in heart shall glory. Right? See, the unrighteous have already made their choice, right? So they're there, they already get their consequence, right? So when they get their consequence, how are the righteous supposed to feel about it? They're supposed to rejoice in Yahweh, not rejoice because the evildoers got punished. You didn't say the righteous shall rejoice because the evildoers got punished. Because some people, they think, oh, look at these psalms, it's rejoicing over so-called evil people. You're not reading correctly. It says the righteous will rejoice in Yahweh, right? Yahweh. You know what I mean? They'll rejoice in Yahweh, right? Why? Because they had fled to him for refuge. So may all those who are upright in heart, right? And say all the Israelites, the Levites, all of these kind of men. No, everyone who's upright, straightforward, right, in their mind, right? No, not crooked, not crook-hearted, not crook-minded, right? Yismach tzadik by Yahweh. Yismach, samach, to be happy. Yismach tzadik by Yahweh. Now it's beautiful here the way it is in the Hebrew. The tzaddik is a righteous one. The tzaddikim are righteous ones. So the tenor of the language is let a righteous person say, let each righteous person and all righteous people as one righteous person, right? Rejoice, be happy, yismach, tzaddik by Yahweh, in he who be. Where chasa bo, right? Where chasa bo, right? And flee and take refuge. Chasa bo. Here, bring out the word chasa linked to trust there. The sense is both literal and figurative. In the literal sense, is like you flee somewhere, you run somewhere for protection, right? In the figure of speech, in the faith walk, is you flee, your soul, your spirit, right, flees, right, to he who be, right? Let me hide myself in thee. How do we hide myself in he? In spirit and in truth, because Yahweh Eloheinu is Ruach, right? Put our trust in him, our confidence, our hope in him, in the figure of speech, right? It's like fleeing to a place, right? We flee to him, we flee to him in spirit and in truth, right? We're chasabo, and flee, right? And take refuge in him and trust in him. We're yita hallelujah, 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 right? The hallelujah sense. We're yita hallelujah. Call Yishrei Lev, and let them boast, let them glory, right? Halal in the hallelujah, like hallelujah, hallelujah, rave y'all, boast y'all, big up y'all, yeah, big up y'all, the Savior Yisrael. The sense of the halal praise is like rave. You know when you talk about a rave, it's like in a sense we are raving. Right? No, for real. It's like a boasting sense. The hallelujah is a boasting sense. It sounds like among the daughters, and some of the sons, but the daughters, the ililta, literally, right? And among the sons, especially the hallelujah, and the people, yeah, crying out, yeah. Now, this is not a hallelujah, but this is to bring out the sense of the halal that we have at the root of hallelujah. Hallelujah is like all of your halal, all of your shine. By shining in his favor, we are boasting, we are boastful, because we are shining in his favor. You know what I mean? It's almost like a dust your shoulder off moment, but not in ourselves, but in Yah, the one who is our Savior, right? Our Creator, to boast, right? So I emphasize more of the boast. They shall boast, they shall commend, right? They shall boast. It could mean in an extreme sense to act the fool, right? But it's to show, to make a boast, right? The sense of right here to rave, to celebrate, right? And to the enemy, that stultifies them. It's like right now, we beat the enemy, right? And some of the enemy people see their soldiers beat, right? And then the woman, the men are like, hallelujah, yeah. You know, they're like, oh man, they are, what can they say? What can they do? You know what I'm saying? So that's the sense of, and the upright, the yashar, in a singular sense, yashar, right? Here is yishrei, yishrei, the upright of, yishrei laid, all the upright of heart. Remember, the heart in this context is the mind. All who are straight in their mind, not crooked, not crook-hearted, right? But straightforward, right? In their mind, in the innermost of their innocence, right? Shall glory, shall boast, shall rave. You know what I'm saying? So right here, you know what I mean? Because they have trusted in Yahweh, and therefore they have not misbehaved. So they shall rave. So right here, this final verse right here, Yismach Sadiq by Yahweh, where Hasabo, where Yita Hallelujah, call Yishrei Lev. Here, be glad, enjoy security, be happy, Yismach, show glory, Yita Hallelujah, in victory, in the victory of good over evil, in the victory of right over wrong. And as a comparison psalm, Psalm 63, roundabout verse 11, Hebraically verse 12, for the seed.
Lion of Judah Society.
So right here, because we went through the Hebrew and English, so ones can hopefully pick up and hear even another speaker, you know, and attune the ear right here. Prophet rise again. Here we go. Dubwise.
מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד. שמע אלוהים קולי ושיחי, מפחד אויב תצור חיי. תסתירני מסוד מרעים, מרגשת פועלי אבן, אשר שננו כחרב לשונם, דרכו חיצם דבר מר, לראות במסתרים תם, פתאום יורוהו ולא ייראו, יחזקו למו דבר רע, יספרו לטמון מוקשים, אמרו מי יראה למו, יחפשו עולות, תאמנו חפש, מחופש וקרב איש ולב עמוק, ויורם אלוהים חץ פתאום, היו מכותם, ויחשילוהו עליהם לשונם, יתנודדו כל רועבם, ויראו כל אדם, ויגידו פועל אלוהים, ומעשהו השכילו. ישמח צדיק באדוני וחסה בו, ויתהללו כל ישרי לב.
Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall seize them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them and the heart is deep, is deep, is deep. God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded, so they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away, and all men shall fear and shall declare the work of God, for they shall wisely consider of his doing. The righteous shall be glad in the Lord, and shall trust in him, and all the upright in heart shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory, shall glory.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, yes, yes. Delilah Tob, Boca Tob, New Light, the King of Kings Christ. Yes, I. Right here. What's going on right there? Oh, the screen is off. Whoa. Don't know what just happened. Okay, yeah. All right, so this is the outro right here. Yeshua Shalom, Chaverim. Give thanks. Play something on that dub, but I think this one here, never get burned. Yeah, let's outro this way. Whoa, yes, I. Whoa. Yeshua Shalom, Chaverim.
מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד. שמע אלוהים קולי ושיחי, מפחד אויב תיצור חיי. מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד. מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד. מזמור ס"ד למנצח, מזמור לדוד. שמע אלוהים קולי ושיחי, מפחד אויב תיצור חיי. תסתירני מסוד מרעים, מרגשת פועלי אבן, אשר שננו כחרב לשונם, דרכו חיצם דבר מר, לראות במסתרים תם, פתאום יורוהו ולא ייראו, יחזקו למו דבר רע, יספרו לטמון מוקשים, אמרו מי יראה למו, יחפשו עולות, תאמנו חפש, מחופש וקרב איש ולב עמוק, ויורם אלוהים חץ פתאום, היו מכותם, ויכשילוהו עליהם ולשונם, יתנודדו כל רועבם, ויראו כל אדם, ויגידו פועל אלוהים, ומעשהו ישכילו. ישמח צדיק באדוני וחסה בו, ויתהללו כל ישרי לב.
Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. I
Lion of Judah Society.